It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath along for the ride on this Manic Monday edition of the show. A friendly reminder, folks, we got our pole dancing poll question of the day live right now on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. It's asking you this. Among random first game player prop bets available on Cowboys Eagles, which one would you fire the over on? Your options are Dak Prescott, 36.5 pass attempts. Saquon Barkley, 19.5 yards on the longest run. George Pickens, 22.5 yards on the longest catch. Or Jake Elliott, 7.5 kicking points so far. Nearly 200 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Listen to BetMGM Tonight live anywhere. You have no stinking excuses, especially when you have the Odyssey, iHeart, or TuneIn apps. So lock and load us wherever you are. If you're traveling across the country and you need a companion to catch you up on various news and notes around the NFL, various betting thoughts in the world of college football, let Ryan Horvath and I assist you. Again, live anywhere. You can listen to BetMGM Tonight with the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps. All right, right now we're going to lean into it. Giving you some early NFL Week 1 thoughts, whether it gets a spread on the game totals or maybe a player prop market that has instantly grabbed our attention. Here's how this is going to work. Ryan, you're a speedster. You got like Travion Henderson break tackle ability, especially the open field, man. You can scoot. A lot of explosiveness, bottle rockets strapped to your cleats. You're going to go ahead and take off and bat lead off here with the first selection. And I'm already looking at it. It's a player prop and one I actually really like a lot. And a player that I may mention a little bit later on the show tonight. You're going to give that player prop. You're going to give your thoughts on the over, the under, and you're going to give your reasonings for said player prop. When you're done, I want you to give me a football phrase, and that will then cue up Brandon Combs, our EP, working the board here on the show tonight. Brando then will drop a football sounder of some sort. Could be a famous call, could be a movie quote, and then I will take it from there and do the same thing. We're going to squeeze in as many NFL-related bets as we possibly can here in this segment. So, Ryan, you're up first, my man. What do you like?
Yeah, this is a player that we've talked about a couple different times. I know you said you're going to feature him as well, and I like him for fantasy purposes, but we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. The prop was in the low 30s, I think 33, 34 and a half. Now it's 39 and a half, 40 and a half in some shops. I bet 39 and a half at BetMGM. Cedric Tillman over on the receiving yards, man. I just think David Njoku's numbers look about right in this meeting against the Bengals. It looks like Jerry Jeudy's numbers are about right, but I think 40 yards for Tillman is very doable. You know, obviously, like after week 7 last season, played 80% of the snaps, you know, really made the most of his opportunities. And he's going against the Bengals defense. The reason I haven't got to the window on the Bengals win total or division futures is that defense. I do think that they're going to be a little bit better with Al Golden taking over for Lou Anarumo. But last year, they were 27th in EPA per play. They were, 30th in success rate. And I like Joe Flacco, you know, enough. He's serviceable enough for the first couple weeks of the season to get our fantasy options, the football. So let's go Cedric Tillman over 39 and a half receiving yards, minus 115 to the over. Brando, set the edge.
You're 5 feet nothing, 100 and nothing, and you got hardly a speck of athletic ability. And you hung in with the best college football team in the land for 2 years. And you're also going to walk out of here with a degree from the University of Notre Dame. In this lifetime, you don't have to prove nothing to nobody except yourself.
Yeah, outstanding, Rudy. Let's go. Let's run through a damn wall. That movie is highly motivating. I actually got to interview the real Rudy Rudiger a few years ago, and I actually held the helmet that he wore in that game in which he recorded the sack, and of course he put it for auction. He needed a little bit of cash. And that was priceless. And you're a big Notre Dame guy. I'm sure you would love to have had that in your collection. Certainly been in a talking point in various conversations, having that in your parlor, if you will, on display. Outstanding stuff there. All right. I love the Cedric Tillman call as well. I'm going to play a standard over. And I love the over on 46.5 points in Carolina and Jacksonville. I think this game does have a lot of pew shootout appeal between the pair of franchises that I think are going to be much better offensively this season, especially the Jags. They're number 31 EPA per play offense last season, but they're a team, and I think it's going to be maybe inside the top 15 in that category. Liam Cohen now calling the shots. Prove it year, really, for Trevor Lawrence. He's got the weaponry around him, adding Travis Hunter via the draft. You got Brian Thomas. I like the 1-2 punch in the backfield there with Travis Etienne and Tank Bigsby. Brenton Strange, Winnie Strange as well. You and I have talked up this entire offseason. So they're going to put some crooked numbers on the board. And I think the same applies to Carolina, a team defensively that was number 32 in EPA per play D last year. They were number 23 in offensive efficiency, but they should take a step forward, adding Tetero and McMillan. I know they're going to be Jalen Coker, but if we see the same Bryce Young we saw over the last handful of weeks of the 2024 season, this is a team that's going to score early and often. So I think this game's got, maybe first to 27, 30 written all over it, and I think it's going to be nip and tuck the route. So give me the over. Panthers and Jags down in Duval County at 46.5 at a minus 110 juice. Brando, hood.
Y'all wouldn't know anything about dedication, team play.
But I would. Don't do it, Wendell. It's not worth it, man.
You gonna listen to that from a gimp who's praying it will lose so he can be the missing link?
Maybe I shouldn't do it.
Get the hell out of here.
Don't do it.
Before I lose my temper, get out!
Don't do it, Wendell.
Get out.
If that needle goes anywhere near Wendell's leg, I swear to God on my mother's grave, I will rip your arms off and beat you to death with them.
What a weird drop, to be honest with you. Great scene, though. All right, let's go. All right, that's where Bud Kilmer ends up leaving the Coyotes, and Lance Harbor, rest in peace, quarterbacks him, coaches him to the second half win. All right, shout out James Vanderbeek. Let's go an NFL player prop, obviously. Kelvin Austin, over 2.5 receptions, plus 120. Now, when Aaron Rodgers talks, when he speaks, as long as it's not about how he was right about COVID, I listen. And he's been hyping up Kelvin Austin. Last year, he came on late. From week 12 on, he had the 5th highest rating when targeted. He caught 80% of his targets. Like I said, Rodgers has already shouted him out numerous times. And, you need somebody in that offense that's reliable. I know that obviously, they bring over DK Metcalf, but what I like about Austin in this offense is he could catch balls over the middle. He could run the downfield vertical stuff. And, week 1, tough matchup against the Jets on paper, but it's a revenge matchup for Aaron Rodgers. And while the Jets with Sauce Gardner, with that secondary, they're able to limit what goes on the outside. They do struggle a little bit in the slot. Michael Carter especially had a 47.9 PFF coverage grade last season, which would rank him 68th out of 72 qualifying slot corners. And that's where Austin's primarily going to line up. So I'm going to go Kelvin Austin over 2.5 receptions, plus 120, Steelers-Jets. Brando, hit me with a quick slant.
It's a 2nd down and 3. Jackson takes it himself. Look at him dart back and forth. Oh, he broke his ankles. Now he's got an entourage, and he's got a touchdown.
Yeah.
Oh, great highlight there. Hopefully get a whole lot of that action here in week 1. All right, I'm going to go to a receiving yards prop, not tied to a tight end, not tied to a wide receiver, but a running back. Tony Pollard, give me the over 15.5 receiving yards against the Denver Broncos at a minus 110 juice. Look, I think Titans going to be playing from behind early and often in this game. Cam Ward's first pro football game with meaningful action. Obviously got some time under center in the exhibition season, but man, this Broncos secondary is daunting. They're going to be one of the best in terms of ball hawking in the NFL. So I believe Tennessee is going to be playing from a deficit at some point in this game, and it could be a sizable one. I think Tony Pollard, you got no Tyjae Spears. He's going to see ample run as a receiver as a result in the short field. So all we need is 16 receiving yards to cash you over. Take my money, BetMGM, and take it indeed. Denver has the 11th best linebacker core as predicted by Pro Football Focus entering the season. You look at Pollard, he did go over this number 7 times a season ago. He averaged 13.8 routes per game. He was number 12 among all running backs in target percentage. He ran a route on 40.3% of his snaps. I think it's going to be greater than 50% in week 1. Again, no Tyjae Spears, who accounted for right around 4 targets per game last year. So Tony Pollard, I think he's going to catch at least 4 passes, and I think it's going to be at least 20 yards. All I need is 16 for some cash money. So, again, Tony Pollard over 15.5 receiving yards in the Mile High City at a -110. Brando, hood, hike.
Hand steps into it. Pass is caught. Diggs! Sideline! Touchdown! Unbelievable! Vikings win it!
All right, I'm going to go with the side. I gave this out yesterday on 670 The Score, and I was not just pandering because I don't care. I'm not even a Bears fan. But I like the Bears week 1, 1.5-point dogs, -104 on the money line, whatever way that you want to play it. I think they win that game by a field goal. You got J.J. McCarthy, who I think is going to be solid this year, is making his first career start on the road. I think the Bears defense, I worry a little bit about the pass rush, but hopefully they get a big year from Sweat or somebody. I think they're going to be better than a lot of people are projecting. And, I don't really worry a whole lot about Brian Flores because Ben Johnson's owned Brian Flores. His defenses the last couple of years have given up over 30 points only 7 times. 4 of those have come against Ben Johnson offenses. Granted, this isn't, Jared Goff and Jahmyr Gibbs. I do like Caleb Williams. Bear down. Brando, bear down.
Give you number 2 picks.
No. No, I want my picks back, all of them. I want all 3 years of this team's future back.
That's not fair.
Well, you want to cry about it, Tom, or you want to make a little magic before the clock runs out on both of us?
Draft day.
Outstanding stuff from Kevin Costner there. All right, we got to take a little siesta when we come back here on BetMGM tonight. Kind of a buffet of betting goodness. We'll explain. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss a second of the Wagertainment. Listen to the BetMGM Network live, now streaming everywhere on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
To me, I think Nussmeier is the way better pro prospect than Cade Klubnik. And for as good as Nussmeier was in this game, and he was pretty good, obviously, in a game without a ton of scoring, Garrett Nussmeier for LSU, the story of this game was the LSU defense. And defensive coordinator Blake Baker putting on an absolute masterclass. Delane, stud corner for LSU. Harold Perkins was a wrecking machine for LSU in this game. And just in typical Dabo Sweeney fashion, obviously one of the best head coaches of this century. You can't take that away from him. Multiple national championships for Clemson. But my dude is kind of a crybaby whiner. He loves to make excuses. And he's been making excuses since Clemson lost this game, saying, basically, that neither team played well in the game, but that LSU played a little better than Clemson. And I disagree with that to such a massive degree. I thought LSU was awesome. And if you can marry the throwing ability of Garrett Nussmeier and that offense with LSU that is going to be good this year, and Clemson's a damn good team, and LSU won that game. If you can marry Nussmeier's ability with that level defense, I want someone to tell me how LSU is not a legitimate national championship contender.
Is now the time for Baltimore and Lamar?
If it's not now, when? I mean, it should be. I think between them and Buffalo, somebody breaks through, and I think it's Baltimore. And like, I'm on a Baltimore Green Bay Super Bowl. I'm on, Baltimore to go over the win total. First 6 weeks are a gauntlet, and if they go 3-3, I think they have that week 7 bye, and then they have 5 straight teams that they should, they should be able to make some hay there, and then that sets them up for the stretch run. Like, I like them against Buffalo here. Maybe they're catching Kansas City at Arrowhead at the right time. If they sweep those two, I mean, they win those two on the road before a week 7 bye, they're going to have put themselves in a chance to have pole position, and obviously getting that playoff bye and getting home field, especially for them in the playoffs, I think would be a pretty big deal. It's a really good roster. I still think they're a pass rusher short, but they've got till the trade deadline to address that. The rookie class looked really good, and I'm talking about the kicker, not just Mike Green, not just Malachi Starks on defense. Special teams was abject failure last year. I don't think John Harbaugh lets that happen 2 years in a row. For me, Lamar Jackson's the best football player on the planet right now. It would not surprise me if this is the year. Second year for Zach Orr as the D coordinator with Chuck Pagano there with him the whole time. Not like last year when they pulled Dean Pease out of retirement in October to try to save their season. I feel like offensive line injuries, they've been really lucky with injury regression, but I like them.
Midweek edition. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. Coming up, we will start with our best bets and dive right into a little college football season smack already coming at you. Then before the season gets underway in the NFL, we will preview every division in the AFC, including which team will represent the conference in the Super Bowl. Plus, we have Streaming Corner baseball bets as well. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Chelsea, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. It's a Wednesday already.
Yeah.
Isn't it nice when we have Mondays off? Like, we definitely need to go to the 4-day work week. That would be so much better.
Well, it would be. Don't they do that in Europe? Like, don't a lot of countries do the 4-day work week? And here in the States, it's like, no, you keep working. You'll work 6 days. You'll work 7 days. And you'll work for the rest of your life. Like, it's a very American thing.
Well, I also think there's countries where people just don't work. Like, that's the impression I get of, like, France, where people just like sit out by the Seine River and they just have a croissant. So I don't think the work ethic is there, but I could be wrong. It could be a stereotype because I'm sure they have stereotypes of us as like fat beer drinking Americans who sit on our couch and watch football. And you know what? Most of that is probably right.
I was going to say, that doesn't sound like a stereotype to me. That sounds pretty accurate. Like most people would do that. Double D is saying in the chat, a lot of companies in the U.S. have adopted a 4-day work week. Well, I don't know any of them. I would love to see that happen. I don't know anybody that does that. Maybe. I know some people that have to go in, maybe like, okay, I can go in 4 days a week. You know what I mean? But 5 days a week, I feel like that's standard. I don't know. I need to talk to Double D's people, if he has people.
Yeah, that or the people who claim that they don't work at all. And they're like, I do nothing. I make $16,000 a week. Those people, because you can say anything on the internet and people will believe you. They're like, I made $32,000 on a Thursday. Sign up for my free course on how you can do it too. You're like, I'm smelling some BS there. I feel like maybe you didn't make $32,000 today.
Dude, I swear to God, we were watching, well, not we. The lovely Catherine was watching some wedding TikToks, and she showed me one, and it was like, let me tell you how I had my dream wedding for $15,000. We're like, okay, let's hear this. And the first line was, first of all, my parents gifted me $30,000. I was like, okay, there we go. Like, that's not a real thing then. Like, immediately you got a massive gift from your parents. I was like, don't tell me about your budgeting, because we're like, wow, this looks really nice. And like, yeah, now I get it. So yeah, you got to be very careful about stuff like that.
Yeah, it's like people who are like, I don't know why you'd live in a subdivision when you can live on 50 acres in a mansion. If you want that dream, just manifest it for yourself.
Right. God. I remember I dated a girl, and it was, I mean, this is a long time ago, one of my first serious girlfriends, and she was beautiful, and she was like, I really want to be a model. And I was like, okay, well, what's the plan? I mean, you can, but are you going to travel to New York or LA? Are you going to put together a portfolio? Do you have a plan? And she's like, I don't know. I was like, okay, well, I don't think someone's just going to be like, hello? I think you should be a model, that was sort of like the early stages of manifesting before being online. Like, I'm just going to kind of talk about it, but I don't have a plan in place. I feel like you see that a lot.
Yeah, I think you see that a lot for like really attractive women or like people with family money. They're like, things are just easy. Like, if you just want something, just ask for it. And they think it's because like they're innately great, but in fact, it's because they have like some like type of privilege,
Right.
Where they're either like really attractive or again, like they have like a family like safety net under there to where like if they don't want to go to school, they don't have to. Like, yeah, I'll just work for my dad. But most of the time I don't really work. But it's just one of those things where everybody is, dealt a different hand of cards. It's just how you play them. Some people, just get the pocket aces right away. Some of us have to work with our 2 and our 7.
Some of us get a 2 and a 4 unsuited, even worse. I'd say it does look good. Our bets from last night. How about this? We had a couple pushes, but no L's at all.
Yeah. So best bet for me, and I think it was a very similar bet to your best bet. Banking on the young arm of Mets pitcher Nolan McLean. Had him under his earned runs prop of 2.5 for -145. He ended with 2 earned runs and lowered his ERA below 2. He improves to 4-0 on the season. So the Mets certainly have appreciated, the boost that he's given their rotation. The Mets put on an absolute clinic last night against the Tigers. Not to step on your toes a bit, but I've noticed this. Like, the Mets offense has the second best batting average over the last month in the majors. So it's not just the pitching, it's the bats that have come along as well. Also had the Dodgers on the first 5 money line. Banking on the fact that Clayton Kershaw had been really good before last night's game. But that one ended in a push. And that's why first 5 money lines are important, because a push does not mean a loss. It just means a push. Because obviously if you play the full game money line, you would have lost if the team lost, because there are no ties in a full game.
Yeah, I was on that. I had the Mets on the full game money line, 12-5 win. I'll take that. Also had the Red Sox on the run line against the Guardians. That was close, late, tied at 7. Red Sox pulled away and went 11-7. Donkster got a win as well with the Yankees on the money line against the Astros. Yankees win 7-1. So it's early, but looking good. You're 1-0-1. I'm 2-0-1, the Donkster. 1-0 here on the Daily Tip. It is on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. And let's begin with a little smack talk in college football. So we saw Clemson lose to LSU in Death Valley, Clemson's Death Valley, on Saturday night. And yesterday, Dabo Swinney was talking about this loss, and he had a very interesting way of framing it.
I mean, if we didn't make the first tackle, I mean, Wade's got the guy. He's got, I mean, I don't even know how his knee didn't go down, but he, you know, without that run, I mean, like I said, the last 58 minutes is 2.8. And that is a physical group. It is a very smart quarterback. And that is a back. So they're going to be a problem. And they got some explosive dudes. And it was a hell of a game. It was a hell of a game. Down to the last play. Right out of the gate. It's like getting the final exam day one of class. They made a 65, we made a 58. Neither one of us were great.
Dabo, you were doing so well. You were doing so well there for a while. Well, Ryan Kelly was asked about this quote, and he didn't quite agree with that assessment.
We dominated him in the second half. So he's either a really good grader for, giving himself a 58, or he's a really hard grader on us, or he didn't see the second half, which that might be the case. He might not have wanted to see the second half.
How do you like this sort of trash talk after week one? I kind of love it.
Dabo, what are we doing? Like, why would you have a final exam on the first day of class? And listen, football's not graded on a grading scale. Like, I don't know if you knew this, but the way that you measure things in sports are wins and losses. I know, it's mind-blowing, right?
Right.
It's not the same thing as the classroom. So just from the jump, it was just like a weird comparison. And it did feel like he was trying to knock down Brian Kelly a peg. Like, did it not? Like, who cares? You came away with the win. Would you be making this reference if you won the game? Probably not. So I feel like Brian Kelly was very much entitled to say something back because they did play better in the second half. Did they light up the scoreboard? No, but they still won the game. And the first week of the season, the wins and the losses are what matter. And, of course, LSU got the win. And Dabo's trying the ultimate spin zone here, and it's just didn't work for him.
The more he kept talking, I feel like he was just talking himself into a pretzel. Like, I don't know if he necessarily meant to take down LSU so much as he meant to sort of soften the blow for Clemson. But, man, it's not like LSU just got past Kent State. Like, they went into Death Valley. They got a win against the number 4 team in the country. They had not gotten a season-opening win since 2019. We know all of the pressure was on Brian Kelly to get this dub. This was his first ever AP top 5 win at LSU. This was massive for LSU in so many ways. So I'm sure when Brian Kelly heard that, he was like, oh, no. You're not taking me down a peg. You're not going to diminish this win for us because all of the pressure was on LSU and Brian Kelly specifically going into this game. And again, if it's a lesser-ranked team, a bad team, and you squeak by, okay. You went into Death Valley at Clemson and got the dub. That's huge.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think maybe you're onto something with Dabo Swinney just didn't know where the conversation was going.
Yeah.
Like he just took it down a road and he wasn't sure where his words were going to lead. But if there was some intention behind it, it felt a little Mean Girl-esque because we understand that Dabo Swinney was once on top of the mountain, and he was considered one of the best college football coaches around. Like him and Nick Saban went toe-to-toe for a while. So this felt like him trying to diminish what Brian Kelly had did because it is a big moment for Brian Kelly, and he deserved to be happy for a big win to start the season in a bugaboo that it's haunted the LSU program for quite some time. Weren't they 0-5 in their last 5 season openers? So it just felt like one of those things where, you say something good that happened for you, and somebody's like, oh, yeah, like that happened for me 10 years ago. Congratulations. Like it feels like a little, like one of those backhanded compliments. Like, because both of them would fail in this instance, right? Like, what did he say? 58 to like 63 or something?
Yeah.
So you both failed?
Right. I'm like, what are you talking about, Dabo? Like, he started off fine, right? It was just typical Dabo. And then at the end, like, even the premise doesn't make sense. Well, you know, it's like the first day of school. You've had off all summer, and you got to work some kinks out. And then you get there, and you're excited to see everybody, and you got on your new clothes and everything. And then you take your final, and school's over. It's like, what? Huh? It's the first day of school, Dabo. Like, how do we go to the end of the year already? And, you know, and everybody failed. And so the next year you go back, and you repeat the grade because you're not that smart. Like, Dabo, just stop. Like, what are you talking about? Because he was so matter-of-fact about it, but it just came off the wrong way. So if I'm Brian Kelly, by the way, the dry humor, like how dry Brian Kelly was about that was pretty funny. But it's funny, too, to sort of juxtapose the different personalities, because I don't know if you're talking about two college football coaches, tons of personalities in the sport, but those two are way different.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
And I think when Dabo is winning, that type of personality people see as like, oh, he's a good old boy from Alabama. These are just the sayings that they say down there. And he's built in the name, image, and likeness of the Lord Jesus Christ. But other times we've seen him put his foot in his mouth before. Like, remember the infamous one where he said, well, if they start paying players, I'll quit. And then he didn't quit. So, like, sometimes you have to take his quotes not at face value. I don't know what, like, the saying would be, but, like, he has not been the greatest with quotes over his career.
They made a 65, and we made a 58. Oh, my God. Oh, Dabo. This is one of the great things about college football, though, because every now and then you'll see coaches go off. What was it, a few years ago? Nick Saban and Jimbo Fisher were going after each other, just back and forth. And then Lane Kiffin will troll anybody he feels like on Twitter, which is always fun. But every now and then you'll see coaches who just really don't like each other. What was it a few weeks ago? Well, we were talking about the old rivalry between Jim Harbaugh and Pete Carroll that goes back a long way. I think it was Stanford running up the score against USC. And they meet at midfield, and Pete Carroll looks at Jim Harbaugh and goes, what's your problem? Which is another good one. So this is just something that people will forget about, but after a high-profile game like this, I was surprised to hear it.
Yeah, it just adds to the drama of college football, though. Like, it's part of the reason why we like it, because of the drama, because of the coaching personalities, because I will say, I feel like in college we see more of the coaches' personalities. Like, I understand Pete Carroll is now in the NFL, and so is Jim Harbaugh. But do you think there's some truth to that? Do you think we see more of the personalities for college football head coaches? I feel like they're more of the figurehead of the team as opposed to the NFL, where it's like the players are really the face of the franchise.
Yeah, I totally agree. And A, you have more teams, and then B, I just feel like in general the NFL is more buttoned up as far as punishments are concerned, as far as the image they want to maintain. And plus, you're also dealing with grown men as opposed to kids, so I feel like if you're going to deal with kids, you have to be just a little more playful and a little more relaxed in your personality, because at the end of the day, you're not dealing with pros, you're dealing with college kids.
Yeah, and you'll lose respect with some of the quotes that Dabo Swinney has thrown out there.
Right. I mean, it doesn't always translate. Look at Urban Meyer. He tried to take what he was doing in college, and it did not translate at all. It was a massive failure in the NFL. Up next, by the way, Clemson welcomes Troy, favored by 33 and a hook. LSU welcomes Louisiana Tech, favored by 37 and a half. Coming up next, before the NFL season gets underway tomorrow night, we preview what to expect in the AFC. It is next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Day here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. Great to have you with us. We are always live Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, we begin our preview of the AFC, starting with the East, and if anyone can stop the Buffalo Bills. So, Chelsea, I've been telling you about finishing up our bedroom, this small renovation that we're doing. Yesterday, finally finished. We are done. And the final thing we had to do was we have one of those frame TVs, which I've had in the bedroom for a long time. Like, it's older, but it still does the job, right? So we just needed to get a guy to come in and help put all the wires in the wall and finish that up. So about really nice guy recommended to me. Super nice, shows up on time, great. He's upstairs, and I never like to hover over repair people. I'm like, hey, do your thing. Let me know if you need anything. Otherwise, I'm going to stay out of your way. So about midway through, he goes, hey, Michael, can you come up here for a second? I'm like, oh, this isn't good. I go up there. He goes, I just want to make sure that I give you a little tip here. Just an FYI. I was like, okay, sure. He goes, so if you're ever installing an outlet, and first of all, I'm like, I will never install an outlet. Like ever. Okay. If I spackle something, win for this guy. I set up lamps yesterday that came in the mail, and I thought I was like a genius. So I was like, okay. He goes, you know, you can do it two ways. You can plug it right in the back, or you can take the white wire and twist it outside of the plug and then screw it in, and that's the way you want to do it. You know, it's safer that way, because I'll tell you something. If you go right in the back over time, because it could be electricity, it could be the movement of the house, it creates this arc. And if you have that arc, all of a sudden, you don't really get the powering. And I'm like, oh my God, my head's already starting to spin. I'm like, wow. But Chelsea, I'm trying. This went on. This was a 15-minute conversation where it turns into, it's like, you know, a lot of times if you have power going into a couple of different circuits, and I'm like, no, I don't. And one is a neutral circuit, and one is a positive. Anyway, this goes on, and I'm I was kind of walking out of the bedroom. I'm like, yeah, you know, that's a good tip. I appreciate that. He goes, you know, just a little FYI. I was like, no, that's a good tip. He goes, because here's the thing. And I'm like, oh my God. Because here's we just went through, because here's the thing, for about 15 minutes. So anyway, I retained about that much of it. Larry did a great job. And then when he left, he said, hey, call me anytime. I was like, yep, sure, Larry. I will do that. Great guy. Got the job done. Bedroom officially finished. But I had to take a small electrician's course to get it done.
See, my neighbor does this to me. And look at me. Look at this face. Do you think I'm installing anything in my home? No. It's just some people who are really good at something.
Yeah.
They assume everybody has a base knowledge of things. And I'm wondering to myself, is this how we sound when we talk about sports or sports betting to other people? Because I remember having this conversation with one of my friends who works in sports when she first started trying to get into sports betting. Because she was looking for a job and she was like, hey, there's a bunch of sports betting jobs. And I was trying to explain money line prices to her, and she just wasn't catching on.
Yeah.
She was like, minus 120. What does that mean? Plus 110? It's just all of these numbers. So I understand no matter what line of work you're in, if you're new to it, it's going to sound like Chinese, unless you speak Chinese.
1,000%. No, it took me forever to figure it out, which sounds weird now. But I know I told you when I first took this job, I was offered a job at NBC, and I was like, no. They were like, what? I was like, I don't know what I'm talking about. I talk about this 10 minutes a week. You want me to do 4 hours a day? I have no idea. They're like, yeah, you'll figure it out. I was like, okay, whatever you guys say. Eventually I did, but yeah, initially it can be, when you see all these numbers, whether it's just minus money, plus money, and prop bets and all these things, it can be overwhelming.
Oh, for sure. But I do think the best way to learn betting is to actually bet.
True.
That's how I learned, by actually betting on things. Because when I started betting, when we lived in Las Vegas, it wasn't for me trying to get a job. It was, I was bored and we lived at a casino. So you learn things
right.
as you go. It's like playing any board game. Like, the best way to learn the rules is to actually play. You don't sit there and look at the rules packet for, 3 days. You actually get, some skin in the game. So if you're trying to get your foot in the door with betting, I feel like the best way is to actually bet on things. Like, get some fun money, use $50 or whatever, spread it out over a few bets, and that's the best way to learn.
And you should do it right now because of BetMGM. You can get into the end zone without breaking a sweat. You get a pro football no sweat token, so why not start now? As good a time as any. If you don't win, you still get your stake back in bonus bets. That is a BetMGM. Make it legendary. Okay, Chelsea, here we go. AFC preview time. Let's start in the East. So the Bills, the obvious favorites, massive minus money favorites, minus 325. Patriots plus 550. Dolphins plus 850, and the lowly Jets at the bottom, 18-1. The win total for the Bills at the top of the division set at 12.5. Does anyone have a chance in this division to knock off Buffalo? Because I sure don't see it.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I'm not as high on the Patriots as I think a lot of people are, because I do think it takes a while to turn a corner from a team that's pretty middling to that next step. And the Bills, trying to knock off the Bills in the AFC East, that is a big step. So maybe the Patriots are still a season away, at least in my opinion. But for the Bills, it feels like everything that every question I have about the Bills is not going to be answered until at least January, right? It feels like the Bills and Ravens are very similar in the fact that they're regular season juggernauts. We see this every year, it feels like, where the real questions do not come until the postseason and until usually the AFC Championship or at least the divisional round. So I don't think there's any bets on the table for the Bills for me. Minus 325, that is way too high for me. And even 12.5, that's a really high win total. For the Bills, a team that I feel like every year they'll lose to some crappy teams along the way. I feel like they lose to the Jaguars when they're not good. So 12.5 is a very high number. Is it going to shock me if they win 13 games? No, because again, they're regular season juggernauts, and they also did some things to try to, shore up some of their problem areas. Adding Joey Bosa was a big addition to the Bills. If he can stay healthy on the defensive line, that is a huge boost. Josh Allen is Josh Allen, though. Yeah. I would be very shocked if he puts up anything less than what we would expect from an MVP contender and the reigning MVP of the league.
Yeah, it's Buffalo and no one else. At some point, the Bills have the talent to win the Super Bowl. There's no question. It's just, can they get over that hump? Which has been the question in Buffalo forever, for their entire existence. There are very few franchises who have been this close so many times over the years and just can't get there. But they've won 5 straight division titles. Their offense should be as good as it always is. You can make an argument it will be better because they have more experience now at the receiver position. And Josh Allen is Josh Allen, reigning MVP. The key is the defense. Joey Bosa, can he stay healthy? They got a couple guys on that offensive line who are going to be suspended for the first 6 games of the year because of violating the performance-enhancing drug rule in the NFL. So they'll get stronger potentially as the season goes on. But it's going to be, all right, you guys are going to be great. You're going to crush the division. And can you get over the hump in the playoffs? It's just the same song and dance for Buffalo each and every single year. But if they can play great defense, or at least pretty good defense, they can win it all.
Right. And here's the other thing about the AFC East. It feels like there's really only one contender. One contender outside of the Bills. And it does feel like the Patriots. And I feel like even that is a stretch right now. Just because I think a lot of this is projecting and saying, okay, there is potential here, but we still need it to be proven to us, or at least to me, if I'm going to take the Patriots. Looking at the Dolphins and the Jets, it's a tough case. It is a tough case to be made for the Dolphins and the Jets. I think maybe the Jets finish above the Dolphins. I am not super high on the Dolphins this year. It feels like they have a lot of culture issues. We've heard this from players who said, last year the culture was broken. And Mike McDaniel was like, hey, did you bother to tell me this? It would have been nice information to know. So they've lost so many veterans and guys who led that team, guys like Calais Campbell, just locker room guys, to where they've lost a lot of their veteran presences. So I think they're going to be an all right team, but I certainly do not see them contending for the division. And I don't even see them making the postseason. At least the Jets, have some turnaround to where, you have Justin Fields now. Maybe he gives them a little bit more upside. And I think their defense will be pretty good. So maybe I put the Jets ahead of the Dolphins, but I don't think either one contends for the division.
Yeah, the Jets are going to lose a lot of games, but they're going to be low-scoring games. Like, I'm all about Jets unders this year, if I can find the right number, because they do have a very stout defense. The problem is they're just not going to be able to generate a whole lot of offense, and even the early reports on Justin Fields are that, he's had some moments, but he still can't really throw the ball. It's like, okay, well, that doesn't sound good. If you'd like the Jets to have the fewest wins in the NFL, they are 9-1. Not the worst odds. Those belong to the Saints, but it's not going to be a good year for the Jets, which is something we've said for, it feels like, a decade. How about the AFC North? Ravens, as we mentioned, the obvious favorites here at minus 160. Their win total set at 11 and a hook. Then you have the Bengals at plus 260, Steelers plus 550, the Browns, barely an NFL team, 33-1. Their win total set at 8 and a hook. So we know it's Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, and this is another team very similar to the Bills. Like, can they get over the hump? Certainly, they have won Super Bowls. The difference is they haven't won a Super Bowl with Lamar Jackson, and so that's the one thing that, whether it's fair or not, keeps kind of hanging over his head. That really doesn't apply to Josh Allen for a lot of people because Lamar has more weapons around him. But is this the year that Baltimore gets over the hump and they win it all?
Well, the problem is not everybody can win it all, especially when both these teams sit in the AFC. That's the problem. It's not that these guys have terrible seasons, even though, Lamar Jackson has had some not so great runs in the postseason. But for the Ravens, it's still another team where I'm like, okay, wake me up in January and then maybe we'll answer some questions about this team. You do get a shorter price on the Ravens to win the AFC North at minus 160. But I will say, of any division in all of the NFL, it does feel like no matter how bad the rest of the teams in this division are, we normally get good games out of these teams. We'll see the Browns upset one of the top dogs in the division. The Steelers usually play the Ravens closely. I always think of, those games where it was Ben Roethlisberger throwing for 3.1 yards per throw, and somehow they beat the Ravens, in the last game of the season. So maybe the Steelers will be better this year. Of course, everybody is hoping that. That's putting their trust in Aaron Rodgers. The Bengals, the defense still has major questions. Major questions. And Jenks, I don't know if I can fall into the trap again of believing in the Bengals, because I've done it every year. They're the ultimate, it feels like volatile team where you see long odds. You're like, oh, Joe Burrow is one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. And they're the only team it feels like in the AFC that can take down the Chiefs, even at Arrowhead. But I just don't see it. Do we think Joe Burrow can put up those MVP numbers again? I'm not saying he's not a great quarterback. I am just saying it's going to take a Herculean effort to put up those numbers again. And if the defense is just as bad, we will see the same result that we saw last year, and that's the Bengals not making the playoffs.
Yeah, I sort of feel like, and here's the thing. Sometimes you have to go head versus your heart, right? So in my heart, I'd like to see the Bengals do something. It's always great to see Joey Burrow slinging it around. It's great football. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the world right now. Easily a top 3 quarterback. However, the Bengals just don't play defense. They haven't invested in their defense. It took forever for Trey Hendrickson to get his deal. And here's the thing. Even last year, with Hendrickson having a career year, this was still a bottom 10 defense. And I try not to take too much stock in what we see in the preseason, but the Bengals were clearly different this year than other teams in the NFL. They wanted to play their starters in the preseason because they've had all of these slow starts, and they thought, okay, we play these guys earlier, we're off and running, we don't have those slow starts any longer. But I have to say, their defense still didn't look good. That game against the Commanders, which I saw, Joe Burrow is being thrown around to the point where if you're a Bengals fan, you had to say, get him out of there. So even if they start off more quickly than we've seen in previous years, I just don't think they have the defensive horses to hang in the AFC.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Maybe if they get there, maybe if they're a wild card team and the defense progresses down the stretch. But I don't know. I'm not picking them to win the division. when we
Yeah.
talk about like AFC North bets, because that is most of the regular season. I do think the Ravens win that. Is there an outside chance that the Steelers contend? Because I think that's the wild card in this division. Like, it's usually the Bengals. I
Yeah.
think this year, if you believe in Aaron Rodgers, if you believe in the weapons, obviously DK Metcalf is now there. Arthur Smith is probably going to use a bunch of tight ends. I don't know. I think it's a boom or bust team, but it should be interesting.
It's going to be great. I'll tell you what's going to happen in Pittsburgh. They're going to go 9-8. They're going to just get over the 8 and a hook. Maybe they'll slip into the playoffs, and it's going to be rinse and repeat like it always is under Mike Tomlin. You know? Unless Aaron Rodgers, loses his mind. But I still don't. Remember, when he signed with the Steelers, did it move the number at all? No, it did not. So that should tell you something right there. Coming up on the show, before we jump back into the AFC, we'll take a quick dive into my streaming corner and find out what everybody is watching. This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Back on a Wednesday. Thanks for being with us. Michael Jenkins, she is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in the show, if you ever need a mini break from football, and many of you might be saying, dude, I don't. Well, if you do, we'll tell you what you should be streaming. So I had to take an L the other day. You know, sometimes you just have to take an L. And you know who gave me the L? This company. Because they sent me one of those emails. Yeah. Which I get. You have to, like, I'm fairly tech savvy. And I got an email that said, you need to change your password. And I was like, this is from Odyssey, right? It's from the company for whom I work. And I was like, this absolutely just reeks of click this link and it's going to say you've been spammed, right? You shouldn't have clicked this link. You needed to contact IT first. And I'm like, I don't want to contact IT and ask about this email. Like, that's a whole process. So, and also, I don't want to go through the process of, if this is actually real, of having to get locked out of my account or having to change the password at an awkward time. I was like, I don't think I need to change my password. It's pretty easy. This just feels like I'm going to click it and it's going to say, hey, be careful. Be careful. Should have talked to IT. And I was like, that's exactly what this is. But also, if it's real, I don't want to go through the process. I'm not going to contact IT and ask them about this. So I was like, fine, here it comes. And sure enough, I clicked it. Oh, be careful. Be careful. Oh, you got spammed. I'm like, yeah, I know. But now I know I don't have to change my password just in case. I don't have to go through the process of contacting IT, which you should do if you're an idiot and you don't know. And so I just took the L and said, yep, deleted it and moved forward. That actually saved me a lot of time as opposed to going through these official channels, which I know I've seen enough idiocy in the workplace to know that you have to be vigilant for some people. But for me, it was like, you know, it's like when someone puts a finger on your chest and like, oh, look. And you're like, I know what you're doing. And you're just like, just get it over with. You look down, they hit you in the nose. So I took the L.
Well, let me give you an insider tip. If you don't open any emails, you can't get spammed. Because, Jenks, your brain would probably explode with the amount of emails I have. Like, you would not love it. Because I have the feeling that, like, you get emails and you check them immediately. And, like, I think we all fall on, like, one side of the aisle here. Like, there are type A people, there are type B or C people. My inbox right now sits at 4,774.
Oh, my God. Are you serious? Right now, my inbox, work, and home is 0. I have no emails in either. Everything is put away or responded to. Yeah, everything's put away. I don't have anything right now. It would drive me crazy if I see, yeah.
Some of it's promos. Like, half of these, I don't need to open them. Like, Marriott Bonvoy, no thank you. NFL kickoff. Prepare for Sunday. Oh, the NFL's coming? I think I already knew this as well. So, like, most of it's, like, nonsense. Do you get what I'm saying? So, like, I'm not going to, like, click every box. And now that I'm over, like, 4,000 emails, that in itself would take forever. Like, do I just delete everything? No. So it just sits there. And listen, I don't care. It's not my, like, problem, all of this space and memory.
Drive me crazy. And also, I don't subscribe. If I subscribe to something, it's very, I don't want to say niche, but there's only a very small handful of things I subscribe to. Like, as soon as I get something I don't want, which is all the time, which I feel like everyone gets, I'm like, no, unsubscribe, unsubscribe, unsubscribe. Oh, Denton says, all right, Denton, get in here for a second. Double D says he has 4,400 emails. Denton, give us the number.
So I have 3 different email accounts that I will give you the number of. My Odyssey email has 7,000 unread
Holy
emails.
Crap.
My SiriusXM email has 14,000 unread emails. And my personal email has 62,000 unread emails.
62,000? Oh, my. And that's amazing.
I did not think the number was going to be that high, but I pulled it up, and it is 62,266. Because like what Chelsea says, it's a bunch of promo, and I don't need a sexy Russian model. So I'm good. I don't need those. I don't want money from the prince of whatever. I don't need, CVS receipt. I don't need any of that.
That would blow my mind. That's incredible. I'm actually impressed. Like when Baxter ate the wheel of cheese, I'm actually impressed.
I actually tried to do the mark all as unread thing, and then the website crashed on the 62,000 one. So it's just there.
Oh, incredible. I mean, Catherine's the same way. Like every now and then, but her work is like stupid. Like the amount of emails that she gets is her file system. I can't even look at it. But she's the same way. So I'll look down at her phone. I'm like, oh my God, that's making me nervous. But anyway, different strokes, but it's always interesting to hear.
Well, didn't you just hear, like, nothing has happened to Denton since, and he has 60,000 unread emails, and, nobody's thrown him in jail yet. So, that's the thing. Like, what are the consequences? I haven't read these emails. Who cares?
Well, for me, I just like to handle stuff. I don't like looking in. I need to look at something, get to it right away, or handle it, or delete it, or whatever. I'm just kind of a psycho like that. But one thing we can all agree on, email or no, is that we love to stream stuff. So let's find out what we've been checking out the past week. I got a quick watch for you. Hour and a half documentary. It's on Netflix. It's called Unknown Number, the High School Catfish. And I was not going to watch this originally over the weekend while I was working on this show. Lovely Catherine started it, and I came in about 25 minutes in, and I sat down, and by the end, I was like yelling at the TV. I was so angry how this turned out. Teenage couple in Michigan, cyberbullied for 2 years. Terrible things said to these kids. Awful. And they put up all the different text messages. You can't even repeat half of them. Awful. They cannot figure out who is sending these kids these messages. They investigate everyone, family, friends, classmates, teachers, whatever. Small town. Finally, the FBI comes in and figures it out. And it's just stunning, the result. I'm not going to give it away. Hour and a half, easy watch, compelling watch, and by the end, I was very, very angry at the result. Unknown Number, the High School Catfish. I would recommend it.
As somebody who has a daughter that's in school now, no thank you, please. I don't want my mind going wild with what's going to happen to my daughter once she enters high school. That is some stress that I will be putting off until later. All right, so Jenks, I'm one of those people who is not streaming anything right now because, there's a lot of football on. And listen, at night, we watch baseball. We paid for the extra innings package, so we're going to get our money's worth. But I will say this. Now that it's football season, I do consume, some other TV shows that are about football. And it used to be the pecking order for me was Good Morning Football. It used to be, the Pantheon. I will say the new cast is not my favorite, but I can't put a finger on why. Have you paid attention to the cast shakeup? Because it used to be Kay Adams, who obviously now has her new show and makes a ton of money, and good for her. Peter Schrager, who I think is still on there. Kyle Brandt, maybe? Peter Schrager's not on there?
No, Schrager's at ESPN, but Brandt is still on there.
Oh, that's what it is. But my point being is that, am I nostalgic for the old cast just because it was the first iteration that I watched? Or is it a better product when those cast members are in the building? Because they've all gone on to do big things. Even Nate Burleson has gone on to I think Good Morning America. So I don't know. I'm trying to give it a chance because it's not you watch it and it's bad.
Right.
The people who are on there now are still good with the exception of maybe Manti Te'o. I don't know. I feel he's being forced upon us.
It's him. I actually think that he does good analysis. But I think the premise of sitting and watching Manti Te'o is kind of still tough because we know everything that happened.
Yeah.
And you're he gives good stuff, seems like a really likable dude.
Can't get past it.
You got heavily catfished in 2012, and I've never been able to get past it.
I get that.
Oh, that's so unfair, though, right? Like, the guy deserves a second chance.
It's
For
totally
me, I
unfair.
just don't think he has, like, the charisma of some of the other guys. And, like, that's not fair. It's, like, one of those things that it's almost like the clutch gene in sports where, like, some people have it and, like, some people just don't.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's, like, the charisma missing for me, but, like, it's nothing of his own fault. I just think it was a very high bar and a very lofty goal to, like, set that standard, you know, because that original cast was so good. So that's what I'm wrestling with these days is, you know, should I like a Good Morning Football?
Well, I mean, I love, I don't say love, but I am very much interested watching those shows from a broadcasting, like a technical perspective sometimes.
Right.
And from a chemistry standpoint, chemistry is really hard to develop. Like sometimes you just don't have it. Like there is something there that, you know, you can work on different things. You can get to know someone, but then there is always sort of a natural give and take and natural chemistry, just like anyone you might meet in regular life when you're not on the air. Like you might run into someone at a restaurant or a bar, or you've known someone for a long time, and sometimes you just click with people, sometimes you don't, sometimes it gets better, sometimes it doesn't. And that's a really dynamic thing that you see. Could be NFL Network, could be Fox, CBS. Sometimes they try to make it work on their pregame shows or during a broadcast booth, and sometimes you can tell that it's okay, like it's still the NFL or it's still a big sporting event, so it's fine, but sometimes you can tell there's something missing.
I think that is why the old Sports Center worked so well, because the chemistry was always amazing. You know, those guys played off each other so well. So now you watch Sports Center, and it's not like the people are bad at their jobs. Like, technically, they're very sound. You get what I'm saying? It's just like that missing X factor is just not there anymore.
I think that's an exceptional point because these guys were friends. They would hang out. And you could tell, like, it's not just, this is fun. We're talking about sports. It's, we are having such a good time doing this show together. Like, that's a whole different dynamic, and it's just a little more staid now. So it's still fine, but that dynamicism just isn't there. Coming up next on the show, okay, back to the AFC we go as we check in on the Colts and the Titans and the rest of the AFC South as well, thank God. Hour 2 is coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Stay right there.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The her. For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend. Wait for it. Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
On the BetMGM Network. This is the Daily Tip. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. Over the next couple of segments, here's what you can expect. Of course, the NFL starts tomorrow, so we're catching you up on all of our previews in the AFC. We'll preview the AFC South, the AFC West, give you our bets for both of those divisions. Next segment, we'll go on to daily baseball bets. If you want to win some money, or hopefully win some money, tonight we've got our daily action for you planned in the majors. All right, Jenks, since we're talking about my Titans and the AFC South, I was going to ask you, do you think the AFC South is now the worst division in football? Like, for the longest time, it was the NFC South with the Panthers, the Saints, which, I don't know, are two juggernauts. Maybe the Panthers will be better this year, but the Saints are going to be an anchor, I think. But I do think the playing field has been leveled because the AFC South has not been great. Of course, my Titans got the first overall pick last year for a reason. So do you think the AFC South is going to reclaim the title of worst division in football this year?
God, the Saints are the big fulcrum point, right? It's the Saints. So it's close. I love that I'm having to pick a side here. Which division stinks more, the AFC South or the NFC South? I think it might be the AFC South, despite the Saints. Like, I feel like the Panthers could be better. I'm super interested to see how Bryce Young does this year because he was actually very good at the end of last season. I feel like that's not talked about enough. Falcons should be on the come up. Bucks have won the division title 3 straight years. Yeah, I think it might be the AFC South. I think you're right.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, even if you go like head to head, like if this was like a golf matchup, like your top dog, the Texans, you put them against the Bucks, they're gonna take the Bucks. Like the Bucks, I feel like don't get as much hype because obviously, C.J. Stroud when he had his freshman campaign was really, really good as a rookie, and people don't love to give Baker Mayfield credit, but I feel like they've gone toe to toe against some of the best teams in the NFC, and yet people are like, well, it might be the Falcons' year. It's like, how many times do the Bucks have to prove it to you? So I feel like I'm going to take the Bucks at the top spot. The number 2 team, the Jags versus, I think we'll put the Falcons there. Jags versus Falcons. Who do you think has a better season?
I kind of think it might be Jacksonville. I think the Jags are going to be better than expected. I think the Jags could win the division. And maybe I'm getting caught up in the whole Liam Cohen, Trevor Lawrence connection. But everything that I've read is that Liam Cohen, since we were talking about the Bucs, remember, Baker Mayfield had a career season under Liam Cohen, and that's why he was brought into Jacksonville, right, to be this offensive mind, to bring along their franchise quarterback. And I feel like with them working together in the offseason, everything I've read makes me think that Jacksonville could actually surprise the Texans. They're plus 310 right now, and so I like the value there. Their win total is only set at 7 and a hook, so I need to pump the brakes a little bit here. Their defense is the real issue, but I think offensively they could surprise.
Yeah, I don't know. I still feel like the Jags need to prove it to me because, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like people have wanted to jump on the Trevor Lawrence bandwagon for like quite some time. Like even last year, I feel like I was one of the people that were like, "Ooh, Trevor Lawrence, long shot MVP?" ? But it hasn't been like a steady progression up for Trevor Lawrence. And I understand that a lot of it has been really difficult when you have such a turnaround of head coaches, and especially when you have a terrible head coach, like at the start of your career, in Urban Meyer, who probably undid a lot of good habits that Trevor Lawrence had coming into the National Football League. But still, I feel like I kind of need to see something else from the Jags. I think it's going to be the Texans for me winning the division, even though I will say this. They do have some weaknesses, especially along the offensive line. And here's the thing. If C.J. Stroud goes down, they're not winning the division. So I think that's the biggest problem is their offensive line. Gave up the second most sacks of any offensive line last year. So I know it's not something that is talked about. But C.J. Stroud, I do think, has the better body of work, surprisingly so, even though he has only been in the NFL 2 seasons. So I think I'm still going to go with the Texans. I trust, their front office a little bit more. I trust their head coach a little bit more because it is still difficult to implement your system as a rookie head coach. As somebody who has just gotten to the team. So not that I'm writing off Liam Cohen. I am just saying maybe it takes a little while for the Jags to get their feet underneath them. So I still am going to go with the favorites here. I know, we always see a story of a team that goes from really bad to really good. I just feel like with all of the information in front of me, I'm still going to go with the Texans. And plus, you can get them at -105, which is a pretty decent price for a division winner. Win total set at 9.5. I'm not sure if I'd touch that. It's pretty high. I do think they probably do win 10 games. But I think I'd rather bet on them to win the AFC South. Just for conversation purposes, is there a way that either the Colts or Titans contend for the AFC South, or is this a 2-horse race?
Oh, I definitely think this is a 2-horse race. With all due respect to your Titans, this is not their year. They're rebuilding, and I think we'll see Cam Ward, like a lot of rookie quarterbacks, have an up-and-down season, and he will sort of learn along the way. I don't even know if the Colts want to win. Do you know what I mean? They have some offensive tools, I guess, but Daniel Jones is a proven commodity. He's not going to jump up and surprise us and become some sort of amazing quarterback. He'll drive the car. He'll have some moments where he looks pretty good. He'll take off. He'll show those wheels, and then he'll look like Daniel Jones. So this is really just Texans-Jags. I think the ceiling is higher for the Jags than maybe the Texans, but that all depends on Trevor Lawrence. It all depends on his development. Again, under a new system, under a new head coach, under a new offensive mind. And so that's why I like the Jags more than most. But ultimately, I just don't see the Colts or Titans. I mean, hell, we've heard rumors that the Colts were going to tank for Arch Manning, which I know now people are saying, why would you want to do that? Did you see him at Ohio State? All fair. At the same time, I haven't seen anything from the Colts that makes me think they're all in on trying to win this season.
Well, yeah, it doesn't feel like their year at all. I don't think that they're not trying to win. If that was the case, it would still be Anthony Richardson, even though I know he's dealing with injuries. But still, I think that they will be a team that can compete with the other teams in the AFC South. Will they be competing with anybody else? Probably not. But here's the thing. All these teams have relatively easy schedules. Even the Texans, who did not have the first overall pick in the draft, have the 18th hardest schedule in the NFL, which, Reed, is not hard. They'll play 7 playoff teams from last year. And then if you look at the other teams in the AFC South, like the Jags are 24th, the Colts are 25th, and of course the Titans are not going to have a difficult schedule because they lost the most games last year. Have the 29th hardest schedule. So there will be winnable games, but the problem is these are not very good teams. So all those games are certainly losable when you are that bad. I will say from a Titan standpoint, the bet that I will be looking at is Calvin Ridley props. One thing we have seen throughout the preseason games and even in camp is the Cam Ward, Calvin Ridley connection has been fantastic. And we see this a lot with rookie quarterbacks, is that they have a guy that they like to throw to. They don't go through the progressions as much and they get nervous. They're like, hey, let's depend on a veteran. And Calvin Ridley's a good veteran to depend on. Guy is super fast. I feel like people forget how good his skill set is simply because he plays in Tennessee. So I think that's a bet worth looking at. Maybe, across the board in every single game is look at some of his receiving props. Even though I know the first game of the season, it will be difficult going against that Broncos secondary. And you best believe Sean Payton will probably have a very difficult game plan in store for Cam Ward. So I'm not somebody who's super high on what we should expect from Cam Ward in year one. And I feel like I need to go back to the normal saying for rookie quarterbacks is that it is just really difficult to be a rookie quarterback. And I understand that we have seen some outliers like Jaden Daniels last year, C.J. Stroud is a rookie campaign. But I do think people don't really have that high of expectations for Cam Ward. So I do think that's a good thing. I'm not saying there's no pressure on Cam Ward. I just do feel like this is a season where if Cam Ward is mediocre, hell, that'll even be better than the quarterback play we saw last year from the Titans. So I do feel like the pressure is off a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's one of the more fascinating discussions when it comes to the NFL, because when it comes to quarterback evaluation, like, we're just all over the place. All over the place. Like, a couple factors. Number one is, especially if you're a number one overall pick or a top 5 pick, you have these ridiculous expectations, right? And if you don't meet them immediately, then you're a failure. Like Bryce Young, I keep going back to that. He has gone from total bust, okay, doesn't belong in the league. He's 4 feet tall. What are we doing with this guy? He can't see over his offensive lineman, to, he's okay. He's probably going to be done. And at the end of last year, it's, hey, this guy's got some experience. Maybe he turns into something. I believe at the end of last year, I need to double check this, he had 10 touchdowns, 0 picks to finish the season. So people are saying, well, who is he going to beat? This is year 3. Another factor to take into account now is if you look at a Bo Nix or a Jaden Daniels or a Michael Penix Jr., these guys came in and looked great immediately. Why? Because they had so much college experience because of the COVID years, because of guys reclassifying. So that's going to go away. Now you're going to see guys come in less prepared than before because they had less collegiate experience. That's another thing. And then finally, quarterbacks in the NFL are just on a short leash anyway. Look at how Sam Darnold went from an absolute nobody, total bust, was in the MVP conversation last season, and then all of a sudden signs a massive deal with Seattle. Geno Smith, out of nowhere, was kind of a journeyman and then becomes a guy in Seattle, now plays for the Raiders. So that whole discussion when it comes to how a rookie quarterback is going to be, there's so many factors that go into it that you really can't just say after a handful of games how good or how bad this guy's going to be.
Yeah, and I do think being on a better team helps. Like Bo Nix going to the Broncos with a bunch of weapons around him and Sean Payton as his head coach, the quarterback whisperer. I am not saying it takes away from what he did. I am just saying it is not an apples to apples comparison. And Jenks, to parlay that into our next discussion about the AFC West, oh my goodness, the backtracking that I've seen on the narrative of Patrick Mahomes lately. I don't know if it was Colin Cowherd who said this or somebody who said, you can't deny that Patrick Mahomes, a big reason for his success is the fact that he went to the Chiefs. It's like, okay, but he's still a great quarterback. It feels like people will do anything to discredit Patrick Mahomes these days. Like, I don't know if you saw the interview with Joe Montana the other day where he picked like his 3 favorite quarterbacks to like start a franchise. And Patrick Mahomes wasn't one of them. It was like, Joe Burrow, which, okay, I get. It was Justin Herbert who, what has he won? Like, he's, exciting to think about the potential. But I feel like it's a very similar discussion to who you think wins the AFC West. Because people have done this all the time where they want the next big thing in the AFC West. They have sold us on the Broncos before. Remember when Russell Wilson, came to the Broncos? Everybody said, oh, Russell Wilson's coming. They're going to be amazing because the defense has always been good. They just need an offense. What happened that year? The Chiefs won the division. And people have been trying to sell us on Justin Herbert for a while now. And listen, he has some good numbers. His mechanics are great. He looks like a prototypical Hall of Fame quarterback just because people have said this about him. He looks like he plays like Aaron Rodgers, but taller. So, like, it feels like he has all the tools. But, Jenks, I just can't pick against the Chiefs. Not until somebody dethrones them. So, once again, I am taking the Chiefs to win the AFC West. How about you?
Yeah, I would choose the Broncos over the Chargers. I go back and forth. Like, you're not going to find a more evenly matched couple of teams when it comes to the numbers, at least, right? Like the Broncos and the Chargers, both plus 310. To win the AFC West. The Broncos and the Chargers both have a win total of 9 and a hook. Like, they're very similar, not necessarily in style, but as far as talent goes, as far as coaching goes. But yeah, it's the Chiefs until proven otherwise. I understand that they got run-ruled essentially in the Super Bowl. They were awful. Patrick Mahomes looked terrible. And people are looking at that one game and finding a way to hate on him. Like, if he retired tomorrow, he'd be a first-ballot Hall of Famer. He's one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever play the game, and he's not done. That's not hyperbole. He's a 2-time MVP. He's a 3-time Super Bowl champion and a 3-time Super Bowl MVP. That's Hall of Fame stuff right there. Full stop. So he had one bad game. People want to hate on him. It is the Chiefs until proven otherwise, and they're motivated this season, which makes them really dangerous.
Yeah, and it's still Andy Reid, so it's just too many things. And maybe this is the year. It's just I can't make a good case for it. It's been the Chiefs Invitational when it comes to the AFC Championship game. So maybe this is, a different year. I will say the Broncos look good, but I'll believe it when I see it. All right, coming up next, time to switch gears to baseball. Our favorite baseball plays over the day. Come your way next here on the Daily Tip.
In 20 minutes, Chelsea and Jenks whine about what really has them bent out of shape in Whine About It Wednesday. Here on the Daily Tip, sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Foster and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Day, September 3rd. And in a few minutes, we'll get to our favorite baseball plays on a slate of games that we hope to pick some winners for you, because baseball season is still happening. And I understand the big beef on social media and in the sports world. Yesterday was Dabo Swinney and Brian Kelly. But, Jenks, we had all kinds of drama in the major leagues last night. And I understand it was later if you go to bed early. But we had two instances. Rafi Devers v. Kyle Freeland, after Rafi Devers stared Kyle Freeland down, or at least he stared down his home run ball, and he was admiring it. He was watching it sail over the fence. And listen, Kyle Freeland did not appreciate that. And I do know this is one of the unwritten rules of baseball, is that you don't pimp a home run, especially in a regular season game, and especially the first inning of the game. This was the craziest part. There was this huge fight afterwards that ended in both sides getting players ejected. Because essentially Rafi Devers and Kyle Freeland were screaming at each other to the point where Rafi Devers didn't even round the bases for 15 minutes. I even had to check the box score. I was like, did they even count this home run? Because I'm not sure if he even went around the base pass. But then the other drama was on the same team, which always makes drama a little bit juicier, because in the Astros game, Framber Valdez gave up a grand slam to Trent Grisham, and he was not super thrilled about that. And apparently there was some mix-up on what pitch he was supposed to throw. And then the next pitch, he threw a pitch that the catcher looked like he was prepared for a curveball. He was setting up on one side. And then Framber Valdez threw a pitch to the other side, and it hit the catcher. So I know this is kind of in the weeds, but it's called getting crossed up. Yeah. And it's not very nice when pitchers do this to catchers. And so people were speculating that there was some type of animosity between Framber Valdez and the catcher for the Astros, to the point where he did this on purpose. Now, here's the tough part, because I am not a huge fan of speculating, because after this game, nobody admitted to this. The catcher said, no, it was a pitch-com miscommunication. It was just really loud. A bunch of Yankees fans there. Framber Valdez did not admit to it. But if you look at their facial expressions, it does feel like something happened. So, again, I'm not a huge fan of speculating, but there was some drama there, I think. But I do respect the Astros for handling this in-house and not allowing, the public to get involved. But, ooh, boy, all kinds of drama last night in the majors.
It's Astro on Astro crime. You hate to see it. Yeah, there was definitely something going on. I mean, this is, again, speculation, but if you look at the reactions, it wasn't like, whoa, that sucked, or miscommunication. It was, dude. The Astros catcher looking at Valdez what are you doing? Come on, man. To me, that's what got me. Whatever's going on here, I'm not quite sure what it is, but it sure looks like this was intentional. So you're not wrong there. And the Devers thing was crazy because, again, he got about 2 steps past first base, and it was all right, let's go. I think that's what he was yelling at Kyle Freeland. Let's effing go.
I think the craziest part is that usually it takes a while for tensions to mount throughout a game, where it's in the 6th or 7th inning.
Yeah.
This was at the first of the game. It's wild to me that Kyle Freeland, they had to get another pitcher to start warming up because Kyle Freeland got ejected from the game. So I don't know. I think the simple answer is, hey, Kyle Freeland, maybe stop giving up tape measure home runs if you don't want guys sitting there and admiring balls as they go over the fence. But Rafi Devers, I think he needed a little fire. Because remember, some of the, I don't want to say, narratives, but, people were kind of pointing fingers at him back when he was in Boston, saying, okay, I don't know. The attitude's not there. And, maybe there's some apathy. And maybe he was just over it. Because the Red Sox did ask him to change positions, multiple times. Yeah. But it's good to see the fire back for Rafi Devers, because in there somewhere is a very good player.
Well, I think for me, I'm just happy for Rockies fans. That was probably the most exciting moment of that game. You know what I mean? You knew you were going to get a loss. You're like, oh, my God, did you see that fight that broke out? Did you see Freeland and Devers? I was there, man. I was there. Got some cheap seats, and then I was able to walk down to the first row because no one was there. I got to see it live. So good for the Rockies and the Rockies fans, because they've had nothing to cheer about this season. Also, I don't get nearly as fired up as a lot of people do when batters admire their home runs. Like, I get it. I understand unwritten rule, all that. But sometimes I feel some of that, or a lot of that, is overblown.
Well, I do think that's going to die out with the next generation because, Jenks,
Yeah.
I've told you stories about, like, the youth baseball circuit. Oh,
Right.
my goodness. They're doing TikTok dances rounding second base. So
God bless.
if you liked the respect and the unwritten rules of baseball, just wait about 10 years, and I feel like they will be out the window. And most people will be making social media content as they, bat flip their bat like 10 yards away. So I don't know if I'm ready for that either. All right, let's turn our attention to the daily baseball slate. And listen, if you're betting on baseball anyway, you might as well do it over at BetMGM with the MLB Parlay token. Swing big on your next MLB parlay. Use this Parlay Boost token to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits over at BetMGM. Just click opt in and you'll be opted in. All right, so we have some daytime baseball. Several games start before the sun sets, which is always a great thing. If you want to get on the action early, we have the Marlins Nationals, we have Mets Tigers, we have Rangers Diamondbacks, and Orioles Padres, all for the daytime slate. So, Jenks, will you be getting the betting early, going early today? Are you betting on any of these first 4 games?
Well. I was... How convinced do I sound? Not convinced at all. Yeah, I like the Rangers Diamondbacks over. I was maybe looking at the Marlins just because I like the price fading the Nats. By the way, did you see the picture? Like, I mean, it's been this way for a while. Like that Zoom shot that kind of made the rounds yesterday of Nats Park, like the actual crowd. There might have been like 17 people in attendance.
Empty. Yeah, it's classic.
Yeah. Close friend of mine was right behind the catcher. So I guess a mutual friend of ours, I was in bed, was watching the game and was taking screen captures of the TV, and our buddy is right behind home plate, like chugging a beer, cheering, just going nuts because no one was there. So those screen captures are hilarious. I mean, there's just no one at Nats Park. And also, it's been a bad year for Mitchell Parker. 7-15, a 5.94 ERA. Yuri Perez got hit around last time out, but I think the Marlins at minus 150, you could probably find it a little bit cheaper if you look around. I don't mind. But the game that I am going to be on, I think, is Rangers D-backs over 9, maybe over 8.5 if you want to. I don't know why I'm like this, but is there ever a player, like I'm talking about Jack Leiter here, going for the Rangers against Zach Gallen? I don't know why I have such an aversion to Jack Leiter, because he's been really good. 2 runs or less in 7 of his last 8. Faced the Diamondbacks on August 12th, 1 run over 5 innings, and yet when I see his name, I'm like, oh, I got to fade him. I don't know why that is. But on the road, I will say this, 3-5, 4.61 ERA. Zach Gallen at home this year, 3-7 ERA over 5. I know the Diamondbacks were sellers at the deadline, but they are still a top 5 team in OPS and slugging. Arizona is an over team when playing at Chase Field. I'd go over here.
Yeah, I think that's the only way to go. Like, if you don't want to necessarily fade Jack Leiter, like, you play an over and say, okay, he's going to give up at least a couple of runs. And I will say this about the Diamondbacks. I know it has been a season to forget because of a lot of injuries that they've had, but their lineup is still really good. Like, they have several guys in that lineup that are hitting close to 290. So they are a scrappy team when it comes to scoring runs. When it comes to over-under, though, it's just difficult to peg any of these trends down just because it's pretty much even across the board. Like, their over-under record this year is 68, 66, and 6. So, like, there's nothing that really jumps off the page there. But they are a good hitting lineup. The Rangers are tricky because it's difficult to justify an over with some of their season-long numbers because they have not been a great hitting offense. But during this recent stretch, it has been over central. It should be noted that some of those games were against the A's, who are pretty much an over machine. So I don't know. I think there's too many factors pointing in the wrong directions for me. So I won't be betting on that one. But let me ask you about this one, because the Mets have been one of the hotter teams, it feels like. And Clay Holmes going for New York today, 11-6, 3.60 ERA. The Tigers have been scuffling a bit, 4-7 over their last 11 games, and they're underdogs here at home. Casey Mize gets the ball, 12-5, 3.95 ERA. I was looking at the offensive numbers for the Tigers, And I understand they're one of the best teams in the American League, but over the last month, they've been extremely middling, like 14th or worse in most statistical categories. Meanwhile, the Mets have the second best batting average in baseball over the last month. So if you're wondering why the Mets are favored on the road, because I understand they have not been a great road team, that's probably why. But Jenks, now the question is, would you want to play the Mets?
I don't know if I'm going to play them here. Got me a dub last night, so I'll definitely take that. That was an easy winner for you as well. But I think it's a good price on the Mets here. I still get a little worried about the Tigers because they certainly have the potential to pull off an upset, and anytime you can get the Tigers at plus money, it's not a bad bet. But just the way that the Mets are swinging the bats right now, with the way that they've been hitting over the past month, they've kind of gotten away, at least recently, from that idea that they only hit and only play well at home. I mean, they've been dominating this series, and they were great last night, so I don't mind the Mets at minus 125 at all.
All right, let me ask you about this one, because this was my first impression rose of the day. The Blue Jays on the road at the Reds. Shane Bieber toes the mound for Toronto, and he has not had many games since coming back from the injured list, but both those games have been really good. But the sabotage factor for the Blue Jays is that Jose Barrios only went like 2 2/3 yesterday. They had to use a ton of their bullpen. So I do think if you play the Blue Jays today, maybe only play them in the first 5. But I do think Shane Bieber gives them a huge advantage, at least when he's in the game. They're minus 160 on the money line for the full game. I'm trying to check and see what their first 5 price is, and it is minus 170. Great. That is a little too high for my liking. So you could play them on the run line, or once they release some of these pitcher props, because BetMGM's kind of behind the curve on some of these pitcher props. Maybe somebody has it available, but I would bank on this. I think Shane Bieber continues to roll. You've got to remember, he is a Cy Young winner. He has great stuff, and I do think he continues to roll here. But the Blue Jays, minus 170 in the first 5. Yeah. Did you look at this game at all, Jenks?
I did, but that's exactly the problem I had, which is, okay, I like this, but it's just too expensive. Like, we got the Dodgers yesterday. By the way, we looked out with the Dodgers yesterday in the first 5 because they were down early on, and they managed to tie that up, and we got a push. But at minus 162 with Clayton Kershaw, that's different going up against the Pirates here. Zach Littell has actually been pretty good this season. I mean, 9.8, 3.63 ERA. So if there were more of a pitching mismatch, then I might be willing to look at, maybe stretching it out in the first 5. But I also feel like that the only way to play this is first 5 run line, and I don't really feel comfortable with that because I think Littell has been that good, and this could be really close. So I'm probably going to pass on this one.
Yeah, well, if you don't love that one, there are other options on the board today. We do have some good games, Braves and Cubs. This was one of those that I saw, and since the line has skyrocketed. So last night it was minus 140. I think it's all the way up to minus 157 now at some shops. Cade Horton gets the ball for Chicago. Bryce Elder, who I will say was good last time around against the Phillies, but overall in the season, 5-9 with a 5.85 ERA. Jenks, can I interest you in the Cubs?
You can. I am going to bet on the Cubs today. I just have to look around. I got it this morning at minus 140, so I know by the end of the show it's going to be ridiculous, which is sometimes why I'll lay the juice on this show. A, you need to have some plus money, obviously. But then B, it's like, well, I got it this morning, but now I can't play all of a sudden because it's 3 hours later. So, yeah, it has skyrocketed. I'm seeing minus 159 right now. I'm going to look around, but I think this should be higher. This is a big pitching mismatch, and the Cubs have just been absolutely incredible at Wrigley this season. 43-25 overall at home. So, yeah, it's going to go up. That's okay. I'll look to the first 5 as well. That's going to be even more expensive because I think it's a good spot to fade Bryce Elder. Like, he's been pretty good, but also if you look at who he's been pitching well against, not some great hitting teams. White Sox, Giants, Rangers, Rockies. Cubs are just a different level here. Top 10 in OPS, top 10 in slugging against right-handed pitchers. So I'm going to find a way to play the Cubs.
Find a way, Jenks.
Yeah.
I think that BetMGM might still have a minus 140. Yeah,
Let's
they do.
That.
So based on that alone, the fact
that
MGM has it at minus 140 and other places it's minus 157. If you do like the Cubs, you should probably bet on them now before MGM hears this segment. It's like, maybe we should change that line a little bit. Because the bottom line for me is you have the better starting pitcher with the larger sample size. You have the better offense. You have the better team at home. And the overall, just better team. So the Cubs at a solid price there. I do like that. All right, next up, let's go to this game that I don't think I'm going to be betting on, but I think it's going to be like the game to watch. The Phillies and the Brewers. If you are interested in just watching good baseball, I think that's going to be a good one. Can Aaron Nola put together a good start? He's 3-7 this year, but he has battled some injuries. Coming up next, it's a Wednesday, which means it's time to whine about things. We get paid to complain. Next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
On the Daily Tip. In a few minutes, it's time to complain. For me, that's just about every day, at every time. But we will make a segment out of it, and it's Whine About It Wednesday, where we tell you what's really grinding our gears this week. Jenks, maybe this is probably need to be roped into that, but let me complain about this before we get to the primary complaint. I feel like Jordan Hudson should not be wearing Bill Belichick's Super Bowl rings. I understand there is a lot to pick on for Jordan Hudson, the 24-year-old girlfriend of current UNC football coach Bill Belichick. Don't know how long that will be his title, but this rubs me the wrong direction. I feel like if you were not a part of the team, if you did not lend a hand in winning that Super Bowl, you should not be wearing the ring. Am I off base in this?
I mean, I don't necessarily agree with it either. It's less bothersome to me than the fact that she's been hanging out at practices and is on the sideline at the games talking to him. That's what I can't get over. If you've got plenty of Super Bowl rings and you want her to wear one or she wants to wear one, okay. I don't think she's earned any of that, obviously. But what bothers me even more so is that she's she's tampering with his process. This is a guy who's known to have this laser focus on winning, and now she's disrupted all of that, and wearing a ring is part of that. But to me, it's her presence everywhere that I think is, at least for me, the bigger issue.
Ooh, I think we're going to go toe-to-toe on this, because I think I'm on the other side. I think, I'm going to whine about it. Let's play the sounder. Let's get into it.
Why talk about it when you can whine about it?
Whine, whine, whine.
Here on Whining Wednesday.
Do you want to hear whining?
On the Daily Tip.
All right, so I'm going to get right to it because we were talking about it and you kind of alluded to it. I saw this tweet that a lot of people retweeted of Jordan Hudson on the sideline of UNC's game talking to Bill Belichick. And this aggregator put that this was during the game. This was not during the game. If you watch the video, this is during warm-ups. If this was anybody else, I feel like people wouldn't care. Especially in college games, which, Jenks, I'm sure you've been to a college football game.
Yeah.
They allow a lot of people on the sidelines. It is very different than the NFL. When I covered Auburn football, they had 50 recruits on the sidelines. They had boosters. They had people who, donate a lot of money. They had a bunch of people on the sidelines. And we see this all the time with Colorado football. They have rappers on the sidelines. Texas has Matthew McConaughey on the sidelines. So I feel like people are doing this to pin this on Jordan Hudson. And I am not saying that she is some saint and that she is free from blame in this whole situation. I am just saying I don't appreciate it when people perpetuate false narratives that so clearly within the video are not true. She's not talking to him during the game. You cannot blame the bad tackling on Jordan Hudson. Maybe she just wanted $10 to go to the concession stand. She said, Bill, I want to go get a hot dog. I don't have any money. So I don't know what she was doing, but I feel like we've entered the territory where people are blaming everything on her. And I feel like that is unfair. Maybe she is at fault for some of the downfall, but I think it's unfair in general when people blame everything on the significant other. So again, I think maybe she's partly to blame for some of this, but not all of it.
I don't think all of it, but I think, to me, it's just one piece in a bigger puzzle that we've seen from the start. It's fine, it wasn't during the game, but there's plenty of video where she's at practice, walking up to him, talking to him during practice. Why is she doing that? Did Bill Belichick decide to have balloons at his post-game press conference? I bet that was not his idea. Was he the one who decided to let her control who is banned from a certain message board, or that she gets all the social media interactions even though she's not a part of the UNC staff? No. He's allowing it, I suppose, because he's certainly not shutting it down. But I think it's not that particular incident. It's just another incident where everywhere he goes, she is. And a lot of times she's involved in situations where she really should not be involved. So I don't pin everything on her, but certainly when we've watched this guy throughout his entire career be completely and solely focused on football, no distractions, she has been a distraction from the very start. So I don't think it's a one-off where, hey, you showed up at the game, you screwed this up. No, I think you've been here from the beginning, and you've allowed this guy to, he's allowed himself, because of you, to sort of disengage from what has made him successful. And you could already make an argument that the game is sort of starting to pass him by anyway, and this is definitely not helping. So I don't think it's a one-off. I think it's just another example of why things have kind of gone off the rails with Jordan Hudson and Bill Belichick.
Yeah, I do think maybe it plays a small role, but like he was losing games with the Patriots before he started dating her. So I don't know if it's all of it, but I just feel like it's a very easy out. Like you point at her and you're like, oh, she's very unlikable, so let's just blame everything on her. I am just saying, if they have a bad season this year, it's not all on her. Like some of this is Bill Belichick. He is a grown man, and he's still going to practice. He still needs to teach guys how to tackle, and you can still have a solid game plan in place. So I don't know. It's a bad situation all around. And listen, nobody would care about any of this if they were winning. I just think that first game was so embarrassing that people are having trouble looking past it because it has been the biggest story of the offseason. But we'll see how it develops. I don't know if UNC can win some games, but like judging on that first game, they're not even going to be competitive. Like, it's not like TCU was, one of the best teams in college football. They are good, but I don't know if this goes in another direction for UNC. I think it's going to be a season of turmoil, at least in the near future. So that's my Whine About It Wednesday. All right, Jenks, what are you complaining about today?
We have some new neighbors downstairs, and they need to move that cardboard box. I don't know what they're doing. We have a very small condo building. There are 7 units, and this guy has moved in, and he's got this one cardboard box that is just like hanging out in the middle of our foyer, and it's been there for like 2.5 weeks. He's had other boxes delivered. He's taken those boxes in because he just moved in, ordered some things. Like his whole condo, I guess, is going to be decorated with Temu items. That's apparently what we've seen. So all these boxes are going in, and they're going somewhere except for this one weirdo-shaped box that just continues to sit right outside his door. Take it and put it away. What is it about this one box that has to sit in the foyer that you have to avoid when you walk in or push to the side that he can't get rid of? I don't understand. Get rid of your cardboard box. That's my Whine About It Wednesday.
I've got a problem-solving strategy, Jenks. Why don't you move it and put it in the dumpster along with that picture frame of you and Kevin?
Oh, God. Because I'm not doing it for him. I am not setting the standard that he can just put things outside of his door and I'll just take it out for him when all he has to do is take it downstairs.
That sounds like a fun interaction between you and your neighbor when you see him next. It's the worst thing between like neighbors because you will run into them. Like you'll have to see them. There's some interaction. So good luck with that, Jenks. Doesn't sound fun. All right, Den, you got a Whine About It Wednesday today?
Oh, boy, do I. I was hoping you would ask. So I went to a wedding this weekend. It was a beautiful wedding. It was on Sunday, right? So we go up on Sunday. We drive up on Sunday. It's in the greater Philadelphia area. It's probably like 40 minutes away from downtown Philadelphia, but it's in the greater Philadelphia area. So we go up. We have no issues on Sunday. Everything is fine. Everything is good. We are coming back, and, we're taking 95 to, I guess, 276. So it's like the Jersey Turnpike and then 95, and you're going through Baltimore and all these different things. The amount of people that I saw as I was driving back on Labor Day who would miss exits, but then proceed on a major highway and interstate to then back up so they could get to their exit was legitimately appalling. And the first time it happened, it was a massive shoulder, so it made sense. Like, you're not hitting anybody. At this point, it was still relatively early. There's not a lot of people going on. So, like, all right, cool, he made a mistake, whatever. There's a big enough room to where you are not going to disturb any traffic or, potentially injure somebody. The other 3 times, because I saw this happen 4 times on a 3-hour drive, the other 3 times, they're literally backing up into the lane. And I'm like driving, and my wife she was making me a liquid IV because she's a saint, and I needed it after a wedding, the open bar. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So she's making me a liquid IV. I had to like stop her and slam on the brakes because this dude in a Honda CRV or whoever makes a CRV, I don't really care. I don't drive one of those damn things. But whoever's in this CRV literally has their back two wheels into the lane on 95, and it's a 2-lane. Like, I can't really go anywhere. I have to slam the brakes because there's traffic coming on my left side. It was appalling. I don't believe this is a Philadelphia thing in particular, but I already don't like that city, so I'm going to blame it on them almost exclusively. And for that, I hope the Eagles suck this year.
It's not personal, but it's personal. I feel like you should never be using the reverse gear on the interstate unless you're in a Fast and Furious movie, right?
This dude was not built like Vin Diesel, I can tell you that.
It's just, some people have no feel. Like, isn't that what it boils down to in both situations you're talking about? Like, people have no self-awareness. Like, what they're causing to other people, or, you know, what they're doing on the interstate, which obviously the stakes are a little higher because you could get killed. But, like, this is the same deal with, there are people at my gym every single week who talk on speakerphone on the track. So I am listening to Wanda talk to her coworker about God knows what while I'm trying to lock it in. I am listening to music and I hear a conversation over my music. How are some people born with no self-awareness?
It's one of the most absent traits right now in human existence. Like, people just don't see that in empathy. Like, they just have no idea like how they sound or that there's other people in the world or in their space besides themselves. Really?
Yeah. Imagine if we all talked on speakerphone on the track. That would be chaos.
Total noise, chaos. People just don't think about it. And plus, I don't want to hear your conversation. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to hear that. Nobody wants to hear that. You know? Get yourself some earbuds. You could, if you've got a phone, if you can spend the money, $1,000, hundreds of dollars on your phone, you can get some earbuds.
Or how about you talk on the phone like a normal human being and put it up to your ear? That's why phones were created. All right, so we're going to put a period on that segment. All right, next up, it's time to get into some of the drama between college football head coaches. You won't want to miss it. It's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Final hour, we're going to finish strong here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning to you. Live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. Coming up in our final hour, we're going to bring in everyone and make our predictions for what will happen this season in the AFC. In 20 minutes, we've also got some last-second fantasy advice for you. If for some reason you haven't started yet to draft your team, you're doing it soon, don't worry. We've got Brad Evans here from BetMGM tonight. And as we always do, we wrap things up with our favorite plays and a visit from the Dogster at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium during our final hour. Appreciate you being along with us. You can stream our final hour on the Bally Sports Live app or on BallySportsLive.com. So, the entire show, we've been previewing what to expect this season in the American Football Conference. Of course, we get Thursday night's opener, Eagles, Cowboys in Dallas, but we're going to bring in everyone here and make our particular predictions for every division, conference champion. So, Chelsea, I'll start with you. Let's start with the AFC East, and then we'll bring in Double D and D-Day as well. What do you think? AFC East champion.
Yeah, if we're doing this based on just like who we think is going to win and not based on like a bet that I'm going to make, because listen, it's going to be chalk city when it comes to my division winners, but that's how I think it's going to play out. And it's going to be that way in the AFC East. Who do we think is toppling the Bills? Feels to me like the Bills are a regular season juggernaut. All the questions, like wake me up in January if you want to have questions about the Bills, because it feels like that's when the real question marks start. Josh Allen feels like obviously a proven commodity to me and somebody who's going to put up great regular season numbers every single year, as we saw last year. He was the MVP. Plus, they added some pieces on the defense. If Joey Bosa can stay on the field, he will be a big addition to that defense, and that was one of their problems last year, is getting after the quarterback. So I think I'm going to go with the Bills here. It feels like the only answer.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be close. It's the Bills and everyone else. Their win total is set at 12.5. And even if their defense isn't better this year, which is the real issue for them, right? Like, will they stay healthy once they get their guys back from suspension? Can Bosa finally play a full slate? But they certainly have the offense. They scored the second most points per game last year in the National Football League. They had the reigning MVP. This division is weak, so it's the Bills. Double D, you want to chime in here, bud? Mm-hmm. I don't know. Okay, fair. Dan, what do you think?
I'm going to go the Bills, too. Not a lot of shaking things up here with the AFC East, unfortunately.
Yeah, I feel like we're all... I mean, who else are you going to choose? The Jets, Patriots. They seem to be a year away, at least. So, let's go to the AFC West now, Chelsea. Where are you headed?
I know this is not fun, sexy, or exciting, and in fact, some people are probably going to roll their eyes, but can we really say it's going to be another team beside the Kansas City Chiefs? This is the king of the mountain until somebody proves otherwise. And we've had years where people have tried to say this. Oh, the Broncos are going to be good this year with Russell Wilson. How did that turn out? And I understand people love to bet on Justin Herbert. And listen, the Chargers have a lot of good pieces. Maybe not on the offensive line anymore since Rashawn Slater is now out. But still, I think it's going to be the Chiefs, Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes. They are the kings of that division until proven otherwise.
Yeah, I agree. Don't make me defend the Chiefs. Like this whole, oh, it's over for the Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes, I think we're all realizing, I told you I heard this in the comments, we're all realizing this guy just sort of drives the car. He's just a game manager. And I thought, my head's going to explode. Like the fact that people take one game against the Eagles and act like the Chiefs suddenly forgot how to play football. Yeah, it was a bad game. It's still the Chiefs. they are still the class of the division. And I think the other teams are now making it more competitive. Finally, it's taken forever, but it's Kansas City.
Absolutely.
Double D.
I think the 6 games without Rashid Rice makes a difference in this division. I think Kansas City will be lucky to go 500 in those 6 games.
Whoa.
I think the Chargers take this division this year. Not by a lot, because I think the Chiefs, after Rashid Rice comes back, go on a run, but I think they win this division by a game.
The problem is the Chargers don't even get a home game against the Chiefs. That's tough. Like, if I'm a Chargers fan, I'm mad about that because their first game of the season in Brazil is their quote-unquote home game. So tough scheduling luck for the Chargers there.
D-Day.
To be fair, the Chargers don't get home games against anybody, but that's, I digress. I'm going to keep it boring. I'm going to go with the Kansas City Chiefs. They have the blessing of Mother Swift, so I think the Chiefs get it done.
Mother Swift. That goes a long way. Okay, here we go. AFC North. Is this another obvious answer? It certainly feels that way.
That's right. It feels like the regular season juggernauts of the Baltimore Ravens here. Because, again, same deal as the Bills, where, you don't have any question marks about the team until it comes to the playoffs. You say, okay, can they really get out of the AFC and topple the Chiefs? So the Ravens feel like they're a team built for the regular season. Lamar Jackson puts up wild numbers. Like, his stats flew off the page last year, and he still didn't win MVP. Plus, they've got Derrick Henry. They've made some good additions to that secondary. Going to go with the Ravens here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the AFC, while it's starting to get more competitive, it's still this top-heavy conference, right? It's Ravens, it's Bills, it's Chiefs. So we're getting more competitive than we've seen in a while because, the Bengals are always kind of hovering right there. The Chargers are better, the Broncos are better. But until we see otherwise, I think you have to stick with the team that continues to dominate. And Lamar Jackson is not going to surprise me if he finally gets over the hump this year. I think it's going to be Buffalo. We'll talk about that later. But yeah, it's the Ravens. Double D.
The greatest preseason and regular season team in the NFL, the Baltimore Ravens take the division.
Double D hates the Ravens in the playoffs.
No, I don't hate the Ravens. I'm just, once again, Lamar Jackson is who he is until proven otherwise, and will choke like he always chokes in the playoffs.
Okay. D-Day.
I hate the Ravens. Their fan base annoys me. Anyway, I have them winning, though. So, good for you guys.
Did you see, at least I'll give the Ravens credit for this, like what they're doing with their concessions this year?
Yeah, why is everyone in the NFL not doing that? That's just regularly priced things, so you don't have to pay $7 for a soft pretzel.
Yeah, did you guys see this? Flock-friendly fare. Said that a few times. They have a barbecue chicken sandwich, $4.99. Nachos, $4.49. A hot dog, $3.49. A pretzel, $1.99. Oh, my God. French fries, $3.49. 12-ounce beer, $4.99. I mean, as far as NFL stadium prices go, this is pretty amazing. More stadiums should do this.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what happens when
I think here, for the Titans, they charge like $25 for a cheeseburger. It's crazy. They have no business doing that. We don't even have a nice stadium.
Yeah, you're building a new one. What you said, LD?
I was just going to say that's what happens when you downgrade the quality of meat and product. You can charge less.
In the pretzel?
You can get cruddy dough.
Do you have an insider scoop on the meat downgrade in Baltimore?
I worked in the food industry. That's just food industry 101. If the quality of the product isn't as good, you don't have to charge as much.
Oh, okay. Double D with some food industry speculation here on what's going on in Baltimore. All right. I good for the fans, though. Ultimately, it's expensive enough to go to an NFL game, right? So if you can save some money on the concessions, I am all about that. Okay, here we go. AFC South, Chelsea.
More chalk from me. And listen, if you do like the Texans, like I do, to win the AFC South, you can get them at a decent price at -105. So I think this is a bet worth making. It's still the quarterback I trust more, and I do know that there are concerns on the offensive line. But here's the thing. I feel like Trevor Lawrence is very similar to Justin Herbert, and that it's very easy to fall in love with the potential. But we have not seen an upward trajectory for Trevor Lawrence when it comes to his completion percentage, when it comes to his touchdowns. And I understand a lot of that has had to do with inept coaching every year when it comes to the Jags. But it's still difficult for first-year head coaches. I think Liam Cohen could be a good head coach. I know he's injected some new life, albeit kind of creepy and weird at times. But I think it's a year away for the Jags. So I'm still going to go with the Texans here at -105 to win the AFC South.
You know what? This is where I'm going to switch things up. Finally, a little difference here. I'm going to go Jacksonville. I'm not in love with the Jags, but I feel like... Oh, Duval. You know, as much grief as we've given Liam Cohen over that quote, even Baker Mayfield talked about how as soon as he heard that, you know, he texted him like, what are you doing? Because they worked together in Tampa. But Baker Mayfield had a career year under Liam Cohen, and I was reading an article about how Liam Cohen is really switching everything up with Trevor Lawrence, like from his footwork to his mechanics to his decision making, and particularly his footwork. Like from now on, instead of putting your left foot ahead of your right foot in the shotgun, we're going to switch it up. Right foot instead of left foot. And Trevor Lawrence has been working on things like that during the offseason. I think that coaching is going to make a difference. So I'm going to go Jacksonville to win the South. Duval. All right, Double D.
I'm taking a very Penn State approach to this. I'm taking the Texans as well. I think they rebound. Less injuries for the Texans this year makes me want to believe in them a little bit more, and I have to see it to believe it with Trevor Lawrence. That's what it comes down to for me. I have to see it to believe it, and you just talked about all the changes that Cohen is doing with Trevor Lawrence. That's going to mess with him at least a little bit in the first couple of games, maybe the first 4 to 6 games. So to me, that's inconsistency. Leads to maybe some losses that they don't get. I'm going to stick with the Texans to win the South.
Jenks, I'm with you. I'm taking the Fighting Liam Cohen.
Let's go.
Jacksonville. I think they're going to get it done. I think Trevor Lawrence is fine. He's not great, but he's fine. But they have the best wide receiver in that division in Brian Thomas Jr., and Liam Cohen is enough of an offensive mind to get the ball into the hands of Brian Thomas Jr., so I'm taking the Jags.
Yeah, quietly really awesome last season. Duval. All right, that brings us to the wild card selections. Chelsea, you're on the clock.
All right, so for me, I'm going to go with the Broncos, who I think are very, very good, but I just don't think they topple Kansas City to win the AFC West. I think the Steelers get it done. I don't think Aaron Rodgers has to do that much. I think this is a great team around him, and this is what we've seen from the Steelers. They are great at hitting that 9-win plateau. Maybe they'll lose in the first round, but I do think they make it to the playoffs. And then the Bengals. This is my heart saying, Chelsea, just believe in Joe Burrow and that offense. How could you not? Joe Burrow, T. Higgins, you got Jamar Chase. They're going to score 50 points a game. And you know what? Maybe they have to with that defense. But I do think they sneak in the playoffs. They'll win like the last 6 games of the year. That's usually what they do. So those are my teams. Broncos, Steelers, Bengals.
I'm going Bengals. Joe Burrow, good enough to get them to the playoffs. Broncos love their defense, top 10 defense. They got even better in the offseason. And the Texans get in just by virtue of the fact that they play in a weak division. Double D.
I am going Bengals, Steelers, and Chiefs.
Oh, okay. I was wondering where the Chiefs would fit in there.
I got the Bengals, the Texans, and the Chargers. I happen to think a little bit more highly of the Bengals defense than most because I think Shamar Stewart, now that he's there, is going to be pretty good on the outside. So I'm going Bengals, Texans, Chargers.
Okay, this is it. We got about a minute to go. Everyone picks their winner of the AFC, starting with you, Chelsea.
Ooh, I don't feel great about this one. This is a gut feeling play. I'm going to go with the Ravens.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's not a bad pick. I'm going to go Bills. I think it's because I want the Bills to finally break through more than anything else, but they certainly have the same odds as the Ravens right now, both plus 340 to win the AFC. I am going with Buffalo. Double D.
T-Swift's doing the halftime show at the Super Bowl. It's the Chiefs. Come on. They're not going to let that not happen in the scripts.
I'm with Chelsea. I'm taking Lamar Jackson and the Ravens to finally get over the hump and play on Super Bowl Sunday.
Well, you mentioned there is a report from Allison Mastrangelo from Atlanta who says NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell on the Today Show says it's a maybe Taylor Swift could perform at halftime of the Super Bowl. Here we go. Coming up next, it's not too late to draft your fantasy team, so we'll bring in Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Network, great to have you with us on the eve of actual NFL football. Coming up on the show, the guru himself is here to help you with your fantasy team. We've got Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight in just moments. So the one thing about Brad that we know, one of many things we know, is that he has a great background. So we'll get into his knickknacks and kind of take a look at that when you see him on the air. Do you have a particular knickknack or something? Doesn't even have to be in your background, because your background is, I would say less busy than Brad's. Brad's looks great. But yours is more simple. But do you have a knickknack that means something to you, like some sort of bobblehead that Jake had when he was playing or something like that?
I feel like even the word knickknack causes cringe within me. I am somebody who likes a very clean house.
How about a collectible?
But I don't know if this is because of my generation's upbringing, is that a lot of our parents had a ton of knickknacks and it's just too much. To the point where you see a lot of millennials' houses are very bare and very simple. And that's how I like things. I don't like a bunch of clutter. So I'm not a big knickknack person. You will not catch me with a collectible collection of figurines.
Yes.
I don't know. It just feels creepy to me. I'm not a sports memorabilia person either, because I think now, for the younger generation, I collectibles or bobbleheads or whatever, but I think more people would rather have a picture with their favorite athlete as opposed to a signature or a bat or something.
You prefer NFTs, like the Bored Ape collection or something like that. Remember that? For a hot second it was red hot and then just died down so quickly.
Just don't like clutter. Yeah. I feel like you're like that too. You don't like clutter, right?
No, I don't. But I have, I have collectibles and stuff like that. A few that are up, I have a few things that mean something to me that aren't, maybe not on display, but that I certainly have, that over time, that I brought together, that I kind of, I don't know, it means something to me based on a certain time period, a certain athlete, whatever it is. So I don't know, just kind of curious. But I feel like I walk into your house now and be like, "Where's your stove?" No, too busy for me. No clutter in here. There's just a wide open space. Sofa and
now
TV.
People are you need a container for your remote. How dare you let guests see that you own a remote? Get that clutter out of here. That's what it is today.
Wow. I'm sure Brad's why did I wake up early for this? Let's bring him in. Brad Evans, as co-host of BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Weeknights from 7 to 11, also host of the Fade 5 podcast. Good morning, my friend. Now, this is what I'm talking about. You have all sorts of awesome collectibles.
Hola, amigos! Behind me, I have all kinds of just wild knickknacks. Unfortunately, those are called. But there's some fun stuff. I got a Michael Jordan autographed baseball right here.
Oh.
I got my Ryan Fitzpatrick oversized head. I got a David Robinson. I was a big Spurs fan as a kid. Church's Chicken signed photograph behind me as well. Outstanding stuff there. And one of my favorites right now, getting down with my dude Chase Brown, a bottle of maple syrup with his name and the U of I logo on it. I only live 15 minutes away from the University of Illinois campus. They sent me a box of propaganda when he had some mild Heisman hype a couple of seasons ago. And now he's all the talk, all the rage of fantasy football. It's glorious.
All right, so can I ask you about that? Chase Brown,
sure.
Enlighten us, because I feel like you're acting like this is a known thing, and I understand if you're deep in the weeds of fantasy football, you probably know what he's talking about, but I don't. Enlighten me.
Yeah, Chase Brown is a guy who is on a meteoric rise right now. Consistently was going around round 3 in 12-team drafts just about a month ago, but in drafts that were conducted over the last 48 hours, so people waiting until literally the 11th hour to select their fake franchises, he's ascended to the back end in some cases of round 1, guys. And it's completely understandable because Chase Brown is a guy that is not peak efficient, but mildly efficient in some of the important advanced metrics and measurements that are out there. As tracked at Pro Football Focus, he was top 20 in total missed tackles forced last season, top 20 in yards after contact per attempt. The coaching staff has said we have constructed the entire offensive ground game around Chase Brown and his skill set this year. And he's a guy that's going to catch 60 balls as well. So he can beat you through the air. He beat you on the ground, and he is immersed. He is going to be the main man, probably going to command upwards of 85% of the team's opportunity share because they don't have a whole lot of competition for touches, and arguably the most explosive offense in the league. So even if they fall behind like they often did last year, he's not going to leave the field because of his adept and soft hands. If they have a commanding lead, he's the guy who's going to ground and pound and salt away the clock. Get down with my dude, Chase Brown. And chug some of that maple syrup. He's got to have a banner campaign.
I mean, this is the time to do it. It's a morning show, right? You got some pancakes, some eggs, you got some syrup. You got to have that as well. But let me ask you this, because you've been doing this for a long time. You're an expert in this area. What is the one thing that fantasy players should not do? Like a cardinal mistake that you see on a regular basis and you think, oh, man, bad move.
Yeah, look, I think it's buying into recent narratives. I'll give you a case in point. You're right there in the nation's capital. That backfield is all the rage, all the talk of fantasy football. And you might say, really? Ja'Cory Krosky, Merritt, Bill? Yeah, people are thinking they're going to pay their random bills selecting JCM in their drafts this year. And I say pump the brakes. A guy whose value, he was like a double-digit round pick. So in the beer fuzzy hours of your fantasy draft about a month ago, you're able to steal him. Then that ascension began. He kept rising and rising and rising. And I saw at a draft over the weekend, he went in round 5 of a 12-teamer. That's, cue the Cypress Hill in the background. Insane in the membrane. Inside in the brain. It's just downright stupid. People buying hook, line, and sinker into that momentum that he supposedly gained. Now it's a full-blown RBBC. Dan Quinn was asked pointedly by a reporter shrewdly about a week ago, who's going to be your primary short yardage and goal line guy? Did he say JCM? No, he said Chris Rodriguez, who had over 20 miles an hour on his open field touchdown sprint he had a couple of weeks ago in the preseason. He's dropped some weight. There was a featured story on him in The Athletic yesterday that I read. I think he's a guy that's going to be the primary ball carrier in week 1. Yes, over JCM. Yes, over Austin Eckler, who is still RB1 on that depth chart. But that is a classic case of people buying into the recency bias and injecting it in their veins, and they're going to sorely regret it after the first 3 weeks of the regular season. That, my friend, is a cardinal sin too many people commit to on a year-in, year-out basis in fantasy drafts.
All right. Well, part of the reason why I like to talk to fantasy people is that you're very good at finding like under the radar people that, like, of course, we know like the main receivers in football. And of course, they're probably going to have good years. But like from a betting standpoint, like those numbers are going to be higher when you look at season-long props. Who's an under the radar receiver this year that you think is going to put out some good numbers?
Yeah, a guy that's not getting enough love right now on the national scene. We've talked him consistently and repeatedly on BetMGM tonight is the golden child, Matthew Golden of the Green Bay Packers. You look at what Jordan Love said about him a couple of weeks ago during the exhibition and camp season. He called him, quote, a stud, end quote. His words, not mine. And if you think about Golden's situation, he's really been the only healthy option that this Green Bay organization has had on the field at wide receiver over the last several weeks. Dontavian Wicks was dealing with some nicks and scrapes, Romeo Doubs, and of course Jaden Reed with that Jones fracture. Golden has a prime opportunity to start off the season very much on the right foot. I grabbed him in the week 1 market. I did a little step ladder, I call it. I took the over on his receiving yards prop, which is right now in the mid-40s at BetMGM. I looked at the alt markets as well, grabbed him at 60+ at plus money. Hell, I even took him at 75+ and even more plus money. I think he is going to make a cannonball splash in his regular season debut against Tate Chua because you're going to see a lot of Terry and Arnold in coverage. coverage. If there is a weak link in that defensive backfield for the Motor City Cats, it is clearly Arnold. He was outside the top 75 in coverage grade a season ago, according to PFF. So Matthew Golden, you got him at a wide receiver for price in a 12-team draft. Congratulations. Bravo, gamer. He's going to turn a tidy profit for you this year.
We're chatting with Brad Evans. He is co-host of BetMGM tonight right here on the BetMGM Network. That is weeknights from 7 to 11 p.m. in the East. Also host of the Fade 5 podcast. Brad, so how do you handle, I know I'm asking basic guy questions here. It's basic girl season here on the show. You know, it's pumpkin spice latte time, all these things. But how do you handle mid-season pickups, particularly if you're paying for those pickups? Do you have a strategy in how you go about that?
Yeah, look, take it on a case-by-case basis. You know, a lot of leagues implement what's called a free agent acquisition budget. Short is also called FAB. And a lot of leagues that institute a FAB approach to free agency, genius, and bravo to you, because it's equal opportunity for all the people in your league, unlike the waiver wire pecking order. If you have the top waiver wire, great, you're going to get dibs on the first hot commodity to come off the wire. But if you're dead last, you got no chance. With FAB, everybody blind bids, and the highest bid ultimately wins. I live by what's called the rule of three. I don't make any rash moves until I see a 3-game sample size. Now, there are exceptions to that rule. You know, if a guy unfortunately suffers a catastrophic injury and, you know, the next man up is going to be entrenched, going to be locked into a vigorous workload, specifically a running back, or if you're in a super flex league, which you can start as second quarterback, that backup quarterback, you know, is going to be under center for a long duration of time. Yeah, you got to slap the wallet and, you know, go ahead and shell out some of that FAB cash. But generally speaking, it's kind of a slow drip for me throughout the course of the year, because the one thing we know, it's a violent sport, and it's going to be there's going to be a ton of turnover week in and week out in terms of rosters. You know, some guys or lose out because of the injury imp, who is always menacing, always sinister, and always lurking in fantasy land, and other guys just lose out because they royally suck. And the coaches want to make sure that they institute a better, you know, schematic and better overall strategy and plan to try to maximize a team's production. So, again, you got to really take it on a case-by-case basis. I have slapped the wallet early and spent a lot of FAB cash, you know, in the first 5 weeks of the fantasy season. Still really regretted it. Because as the season rolls on, if you're very much afloat, very much in the postseason race in your league, you want to have some FAB cash down the home stretch to fill those holes if they do arise because of injuries and ineptitude.
All right, so we have like a minute left, and we were talking about under the radar guys. Let's go to the least under the radar player in the NFL right now, Travis Kelce. I think usually from a betting standpoint, it is difficult to bet on the people who get on headlines because usually there is no value. But you look at the situational spot for Travis Kelce this year with the receiver core lacking depth for the Chiefs. Travis Kelce has lost weight. And obviously there is a rapport between Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. And plus he was dealing with injuries last year. What can we expect from Travis Kelce this year on the field?
Yeah, look, I think you're going to see some flashes of the old Travis Kelce. But is he going to exceed 700 receiving yards this year? No. I'll stop you right there. I would take the under right now as receiving yards prop at BetMGM. However, I would take the over on 4.5 receiving touchdowns, largely because Rashee Rice is going to be out in those first several weeks of the regular season. He's going to be a point of emphasis, but I think he's going to lose out on some snaps to Noah Gray in between the 20s as the season progresses. So when Rice does return, I think he'll take more of a back seat on that area of the field, but he's going to be a fixture inside the red zone because Patrick Mahomes is always looking for him in those situations. Still very savvy and a smart route runner, so we can get that separation. Just don't go bonkers, folks. I know he's put a ring on it. Congratulations, kids. The guy's never going to make it, clearly. But I think Travis Kelce will have a fine, not a spectacular fantasy season. I do feel you're overspending on him right now as he is going TE5 at average fantasy drafts. I think he's going to finish more in that 7 to 10 range when the dust settles.
You can check out his fine work as co-host of BetMGM tonight, weeknight from 7 to 11, right here on the BetMGM Network. Also host of the Fade 5 Pod and on X at Noisy Huevos sits our good friend Brad Evans. Brad, thanks for waking up, my friend.
Appreciate it, Mingos, and get down with my dude Chase Brown. See ya.
Well, now I want pancakes.
I was thinking the same thing, and I want that maple syrup, that exact maple syrup on my pancakes. Looks delicious, but, he'll probably keep it as a keepsake, which is the smart thing to do. Although I will say, if he didn't win the Heisman, I might be like, I don't know. I'm hungry this morning. Maybe I'll go for it.
Yeah, or you could just go to Cracker Barrel. They have those little individual syrup bottles, which I know people are mad about the rebrand.
No, I'm not going there.
But the syrup bottles are still awesome.
I'm so pissed about the rebrand. Even though they're going back, I'm just never going to Cracker Barrel again. So stupid. I can't believe people get upset about that. Thank God Uncle Herschel is back. I didn't know what I was going to do if he wasn't leaning on that barrel. Coming up next year on the show. You know what time it is. We're going to tell you our favorite plays on this midweek edition and find out what's going on with the Chalk Donkey. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Wednesday, my friends. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. We're having a great day. Great morning. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Best bets coming up. Donksters here. NFL football tomorrow night. When I go home today, Chelsea, I got to play a little game, and that game is called Can I Squeeze in a Nap? I don't know. Because, yeah, I got to go and get some allergy shots. That'll be fun. And then we have someone coming to clean our house because Catherine's mother, the lovely Catherine's mother, is coming tomorrow. So we want to make sure the house looks really good. And they're coming at 12:30. So can I slide in a nap like between 10:30 and 12:30? I think I can if I can make myself fall asleep. I just got to make sure that I don't drink any more coffee. But I think it can be done. That's my big challenge for today. Big day for this guy.
I do think even if you don't sleep that much, the act of laying there and resting your eyes for an hour, like it feels restorative in some aspect, right? Like even if you don't get like REM sleep, which you probably won't in an hour, because here's what I do in like an hour nap. I lay there for a bit and then I look at my phone. I'm like, all right, how much time do I have left? Okay, close your eyes. And I repeat this process for like the next 45 minutes until it's like, oh, I have 12 minutes left for me to nap and I am still awake. So sometimes hour naps can be stressful for that reason.
That's true. I will. The one lucky thing is, which it's good and bad, is that there's because we live right in the city, there's a ton of things that you can walk to. And I mean right around the corner, like less than a 5-minute walk. I would say 2-minute walk tops is a really nice coffee shop, and it's empty during the day, right? Or pretty empty. So I'll roll in there as soon as I wake up, and I usually get something super strong, which is nice. But then sometimes I overdo it. Like I get the red eye. You know what a red eye is? It's a coffee with a couple of espresso shots inside. So that just, you'll be wired, but then it takes me forever to come down. So I have to balance that out. Like I want to stay up now that I'm up, now that I have to be up, but also I don't want to be tossing and turning till midnight. It's such a delicate balance. These problems that I have. I need to go to therapy. These first world problems, and I hear myself speaking. I'm like, ooh, did the coffee keep you up?
I think the worst part is when you look at your cat and you're like, man, I wish I had the life of a cat where you like sit around and nap all day. Like, I don't know what my cat does, but I'm pretty sure she sleeps like 23 hours of the day. And it sounds amazing.
Yeah, what's Dabby do up to now? What's the latest?
Sleeping.
That's
she
it?
Sleeps all
She's
the
just
time.
sleeping all the time? All right. Just double checking.
You have a cat.
Mm-hmm.
You know what cats do. Like, they're active a little bit, but like most of the day, they're napping. And that sounds aspirational to me.
That does sound amazing. Bijou's he's just very finicky. All cats are a little odd because they're cats. But then, like, yesterday, I was sitting on the couch while Larry, my new best friend, the electrician, is upstairs, hiding the wires and hanging our TV. And all of a sudden, I was like, something is watching me. And 99 times out of 100, whenever someone comes over, Bijou's super scared. He's in the closet hiding upstairs. And I'm just like, he's not coming out until everybody's gone. And all of a sudden, I glance to my left. I'm downstairs on the couch. And through the cushions, like there's a space between the windowsill and our sofa. And I see these two beady eyes. I'm like, he is just back there hanging out and staring at me. And I looked over, and sure enough, he was there. Man, I got some blockbuster stories today. I think I'm going to write a book. The electrician, the cat, the nap. Sounds like a bestseller that I'm just talking out through the air for everybody.
Well, it could be a kid's book because Jank's like, I have a 5-year-old and I'm reading some of these children's books. I'm like, who wrote these? They're like the most random things. And it's like, if you give a mouse a cookie, the cookie's probably going to want milk. And it's the most basic thing. And this is like a nationwide bestseller. Like that if you give a mouse a cookie book. I think I had that when I was little. Like I need to get into writing children's books because it feels very simple to me.
It seems like it's one of those things that it sounds very simple. And we probably tried to do it. They'd be like, nah, it's just, I don't like the storyline here. Just too many mice in your version. I don't know. Not a bad idea, though. I mean, once those things catch on, they catch on. Just like bet sweats. People love their bet sweats. Joe O, Sammy P getting ready to power rank their NFL season bets. They will also discuss which dogs are alive and barking in week 1. Nate Collins from the Greenlight Podcast will join at 9:20, and AJ Brzezinski will be along at 11 o'clock to talk some baseball. All right, I don't believe it. For the first time in a long time, Chelsea, you have a bigger card than I do. So let's tell you who we like tonight.
Time to place your bets.
Chelsea, what do you have for us?
Ah, yes, my huge card of 2 bets. All right, best bet of the day is going to be a pitcher prop on Blue Jays starting pitcher Shane Bieber. Going to go under 2.5 earned runs for -135. Shane Bieber is somebody who has won a Cy Young, and he's already flashed, some signs of getting back to form. Because, listen, he has been on the injured list. He's made 2 starts since returning, and he's finally back on scheduled rest, where he's not taking a week off in between starts. His pitch count is up. And the numbers across the board have still been really good. Even in his first start back against the Marlins, he went 6 innings, only gave up 1 earned run, and had 9 strikeouts. Today, he faces the Reds, who are a little bit of a different offense than the last team he faced in the Brewers. Brewers are probably the best team in baseball right now. And he went 5 1/3 and only gave up 2 earned runs with 6 punch-outs. Meanwhile, the Reds today have the second worst WRC plus in all of the big leagues over the last month. I think he can shut down the Reds. We'll go with under 2.5 earned runs for -135 for Shane Bieber.
All righty. Just one bet on the card for me. I'm trying to slow my roll a little bit. I feel like I've had these monster cards, and I've been very mid. So I'm going to slow down a little bit, see how that goes, and then I'll probably get excited as football comes back towards this weekend and tomorrow night as well. Cubs money line, -140 hosting the Braves. I cannot believe you're getting this price at BetMGM. Make it legendary. Bryce Elder going for Atlanta. Cade Horton going for the Cubbies. Bryce Elder has been pretty good. Pretty good. Very good against the Phillies last time out. 1 run over 7 innings of work. But if you look at a lot of his matchups, he's faced some light-hitting teams. Giants, Rangers, Rockies, White Sox. Now he goes up against the Cubs at Wrigley. The Cubs 6th in slugging, 7th in OPS against right-handed pitchers. And I did mention Cade Horton. He has been almost unhittable at home this season with an ERA under 2. If you look at other books right now online, at some places this is hovering around -160. You can still get it at -140 at BetMGM, and I think this is great value on a Chicago team that has crushed it at Wrigley. So let's go Cubs on the money line today against the Braves.
Yeah, I'm going to be on that as well. As a value play, and also situationally speaking, like this just screams Cubs to me. Because the Cubs at home, like you mentioned, 43-25 as favorites. When the market gives them credit, they're 63-36. Meanwhile, you look at the Braves away from Atlanta this year, 29-44, and as underdogs this year, they are 13-31. Plus, they've only won 1 game over their last 6, so I'll go with the Cubs as well.
All right. Do we have any football tonight? Just like some random football game? Do we not? Okay. I just got the thumbs down from Denton.
No football available.
All right. Because normally there'll be some like random game on a Tuesday that you don't think about, some game that probably isn't on your radar, but no, not tonight. Okay, baseball it is. All right, before we find out what's coming up on Bet Sweats from one of the co-hosts, I believe it's Joe O's turn today. If Joe O shows up, I don't know. It's a 50-50 shot. Maybe so. All right, here we go. Let's find out what the doctor has to say, and then we'll see if Joe O is along. Doctor, get on in here.
Good morning. I think it's time that I had a hold-in.
Doctor, the season starts tomorrow night.
Oh, I didn't realize this was a football team. Dad, it's radio. I can hold in anytime I want.
Okay. Well, then, what are your demands?
Well, Chelsea doesn't like me, and everyone else is a dude. I'm tired of this boring Monday through Friday sausage party. And Double D counts for 2 sausages.
Oh, how about that? Also, if I remember correctly, you hit on Sammy P last week.
That's different. He has very special features.
No. Okay. All right, well, we got to get to Joe O. He's here. So let's hear your bet.
Brewers hosting the Phillies. Sledgehammer me.
Wow, okay. It's not really your bet, but all right. What's coming up next on Bet Sweats? Oh, it's there he is. That's what I'm talking about. It's football season. Rise and shine. It's Joe O. Joe O, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you? Good.
Good, buddy. How are you? You seem very not thrilled to be here.
What? Why do you guys always say that? It's just not the case. I'm saving all my energy for 7 to 8 minutes from right now.
Oh, okay. I got it.
Yes. Yes.
Well, it's hard to follow Brad Evans. You know, like I feel like me and Joe are similar in the fact that we're not necessarily high energy people. But like, listen, that's not my role on this network. Like, I'm never going to be Brad Evans, and that's fine.
Yeah. You can't have, I'm not saying that Jenks is that guy. You don't want two people screaming and yelling, right? Because you're trying to stop each other the entire time. It's not going to work. Like, I don't know what Sam's going to do in a moment, you know, and he'll just start going off on something. I'm not going to try and match that because that wouldn't be good for any listeners, I don't think. But, well, if you had the red eye, maybe you would, Jenks, on a regular basis. 2 shots of espresso. Okay, so back when I would have to go into the studio and I worked with our boss, Mitch Rosen, in studio every morning, same time. Intern goes to Starbucks.
Okay.
Mitch, 6 shots of espresso straight.
Oh, my God.
Yes. Like, oh, that's how you keep going. Because he's at work early.
Good for him.
Yeah. He's a grinder.
He just shamed me.
Is it
it's
good
like,
for him? Is it good for his heart?
He's like, hey, I'll see you in single A ball, kid, because I just did 6. Enjoy your 2 afternoon espresso shots.
Uh-huh.
Legendary. Joe, good to see you. Have a great show. Looking forward to listening to you and Sammy P. That's going to do it for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. Thanks for spending your midday with us here on a Wednesday. We will see you bright and early after some espresso shots at 6 a.m. Bye.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Happy NFL Eve. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich, BetMGM Network. Exciting day. Already pumped about what's going to go down. We got Sammy P with the Nate Collins Bears jersey. Nate Collins is back this football season. He joins us coming up in about 20 minutes. Last hour of the show, 11 a.m. Eastern. AJ Pierzynski will drop by. We'll squeeze in some baseball there. Looking forward to that conversation. I mean, when you talk about meat, we're going to be going down NFL awards. We're going to power rank some of our favorite futures. We'll be talking about live dogs, teasers for this upcoming week, overreaction to what's going on in the college football world. A lot to get to over the next 3 hours. BetMGMNetwork.com. That takes you right to the Odyssey app. Also check us out on YouTube and Twitch. The BetMGM Network page is there. Sam, I'd ask how you're feeling, but we're all in a good mood moving forward.
I'm feeling great. Actually, last night we did an exercise on chicken dinner. I had the 108 guys on the show, Beef Loaf and Chirizi, and we are going in together, or we have gone in together on an entry. And we did sort of an X's and O's on our Survivor for week number one. I believe we have our pick for week number one. It is a favorite. I think there was a little bit of waffling going on because Chris was saying that he liked the team all summer, but then he was nervous because everybody else might be on it. And I slammed on the desk and said, no waffling. So I believe we're going to go with the Denver Broncos in week number one.
I think that'll be the most popular pick. But
really? I don't know. Maybe.
But I think it's going to be kind of balanced. Like, there are a lot of people look at that situation, rookie quarterback on the road in Denver against one of the top defenses, and certainly you're probably going to end up fading the rookie, and it's going to be a popular pick. But that doesn't mean 60%. It doesn't mean 40%, especially when you have everybody still alive entering week number one. Some people are going to overthink. I think it's going to be more balanced than you believe. A lot of people are going to jump on Philadelphia coming up on tomorrow. So now that is the highest point spread of the week, I believe, at the moment. So it will probably be the most popular, but there's probably going to be 2 or 3 teams that are in that same range.
Figure it's going to be a 3-headed monster. Denver, Philadelphia, Arizona. Figure those are going to be 3 of the most popular plays. And then, of course, the elephant in every Survivor conversation. Do you have the balls to get on Cincinnati this year? And I know you probably are thinking, no chance I pick Cincinnati. They are due, no doubt. They are undoubtedly due to actually win a game in week number 1. But I come from the school of thought where if I do Cincinnati and they lose again, I don't know if I could forgive myself. I'm down to lose week 1. I'm down to take a chance. They also poo-pooed my thought of taking the Raiders week 1. They wanted no part of that. They wanted no part of that. But it came down to Chris and Pat basically saying, let's do Denver. And I am a ride or die guy, as you know. So I believe it's going to be Denver, assuming we don't waffle over the next 3 days or so.
And this is a circa millions entry, which matters, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
okay, they play on Christmas, which I don't think we would pick the game either way. Denver plays Kansas City on Christmas. You have to have teams left on Thanksgiving and on Christmas. And you and I talked about this earlier in the week. When you play in a massive contest like the one in Vegas, you probably have to go the distance to win or chop. It's not like the pool you ran last year where they say they won it in week 10. The less people, the less mapping and planning you have to do. So understand the size of your pool and the amount of people in your pool. Yours is probably going to have around, 200 this year in the Rich League?
I think that'll fill 250, I think
okay.
is the max. Yeah.
But that's probably not going to go wire to wire. That's probably not going to go the full 18 weeks. That probably goes 10 or 11. I think 10 and a half is a good number. So you have to map things out less with 250 people. Survivor is going to have so many
20,000?
people at circa, 20,000 is the rumor, to get the pot to 20 million. I don't think you can get cute in the circa one, but time will tell.
But you might have to, because you're going to have to use teams and take paths that are kind of unconventional. If you want to go with the crowd, you're not going to advance anywhere. And then when you have that crazy week, you're probably going to be part of it. It's wild. A lot of different ways to go. But the point being, the pool matters. In this one that we're talking about, there are no double weeks. There, like you said, it might end up going half the season, but who knows? Maybe there isn't chaos in the beginning. Last year, a lot of chaos in the beginning. Then things really calmed down throughout the middle of the year. So, yeah, you better believe we'll be talking Survivor over the next couple of days. Of course, the season opener tomorrow, Dallas at Philadelphia. And, Sam, I looked this morning. The news yesterday was, whoa, okay, so we're out to 8. Well, I say at BetMGM, we're out to 8.5. I mean, once you get past 8 to 8.5, a lot of times, if you don't get that buyback, it just doesn't stop. And then the conversation is, are we really going to get to double digits?
No, I would be surprised.
I don't think so, but we're past, we're in that dead zone, like 8.5, 9, 9.5. Yeah.
Dave Mason's book has a 9, which is the highest price that I see in the entire market. I would say consensus price right now is 8 and 47.5. That's fair. You will get a push on Dallas eventually. I just don't know that there's a rush to do it now because the Philly money keeps coming in. And it's not necessarily that guys are laying 7.5 and 8. It's really a lot of money line parlay stuff. And there's also, even though teasers are more and more expensive, and I don't understand why people would lay $1.30, $1.40 on teasers, people are teasing Philly. There was a lot of 7.5 to 1.5, and there's a lot of 8 to 2. I think that's protection. Getting that to 8.5 at a lot of the rec books is protection against teasers in a lot of ways because there's no real support. I was talking to some guys yesterday at the Westgate in Vegas, and they're like, "Yeah, we're not writing a lot of straight bets on Philadelphia. It's all the other stuff. It's guys coming in and making 2-3 team parlays, and Philly's in every one. It's people coming in making teasers and knocking Philly from 8 down to 2 and 8.5 to 2.5, getting it under the 3. Eventually, though, you would think there would be some guy or some group that's going to come in and make a nice pop on Dallas at plus 8.5. You had all summer to lay Philly. You could have laid 6.5 even before the Parsons move. We were basically painted Philly 7. And then I think you put it very well yesterday. It was a delayed move because we didn't get to 8.5 immediately after the Parsons trade. That happened late last week. We start getting to 8.5 the week of the game, which is a weird place to sort of be. You would think that move, that avalanche, would come right after the trade. It did not. But those guys are bracing for a buyback on Dallas at 8.5 or 8, depending on where they're at the time.
Felt good to wake up this morning, see Saquon 93.5 rushing yards. Jalen Hurts, $1.50 to score an anytime touchdown tomorrow night. Oh, what's Dak's number? I think he's going to have a big year. They're probably going to be trailing in this game. A little garbage time for Dak, 246.5 passing yards. So we'll certainly break down those numbers. Yeah, we do an alt, like 300 plus. Like, that's a tough Vic Fangio defense, but yeah, you would think that Dak's going to go over 246 in the hook. Something else that we will certainly talk about. Again, Nate Collins coming up in about 10 minutes. Always a fun visit with him. He'll be joining us throughout the football season. All right, as far as baseball goes, some interesting results. I would say the lead is usually Ohtani. When Ohtani does anything, it's going to take over. People are going to pay attention. Oh, the Dodgers lost. I don't care. Did you see what Ohtani did? Well, the story yesterday was his 46 home run. That 46 home run, he pulls it over the right field fence. He hit it 120 miles per hour. Like, bam! Just snap that puppy. 120 miles an hour off the bat. But the Dodgers end up losing to the Pirates by a score of 9-7. That kind of stood out. And the team in your vicinity, how about those Red Sox? They do it again. They're in that AL East race. Third straight comeback win.
It's a very, very impressive team. They just keep finding ways to win. I've sort of wanted to wait for the other shoe to drop, and it does not look like it's going to happen, at least as of yet. They keep getting good pitching. Last week I had given you the nugget that going back to the beginning of June, the Red Sox have the best starting pitching ERA in baseball. And it really hasn't dropped off. You would think that guys like Lucas Giolito and guys like Brian Bayo would eventually start to maybe show their true colors, if you want. Hasn't happened. They've won 7 of 10. They're hitting the ball. This Roman Anthony kid is just, man, does he look like the real deal or what? And here they are. They're tied with the Yankees right now. You know, the Yankees have one less loss. The Red Sox have one more win, but they are both 2.5 games back of Toronto. And I remember 2 weeks ago when Toronto was about a 4-game, 5-game lead up, we said this could be anybody. And here we are with, about 30 games left to go, or 20 games left to go. Jeez, that's it? 80-59 Toronto. So that's 140, 23 games left to go. It could be anybody's race in the AL East. It's going to be a fascinating finish.
Certainly something we'll talk about with AJ Berzinski later on in the show. You mentioned Roman Anthony. That's going to be the big news today. What happens with this MRI? He left the game with oblique tightness. If he misses an extended period of time, Red Sox fans are going to get very nervous when it comes to that one. Ohtani homer, Rally homer, Cal Rally, number 51 on the year, but Seattle lost. Seattle can't win on the road. As Texas has been surging, we mentioned that yesterday, a team that we identified, but even before the season, that we really liked, and we were down on them, and now they're making their surge right now. They end up losing last night, but they are right there in the wild card picture. But Seattle, once again, cannot win on the road. They've lost 9 of 10 in the second half. They've been just awful. I wonder, does that get in teams' heads, or what is it? Because usually, there's not a big home field advantage when it comes to the betting number in baseball.
they've lost 13 of their last 19 games.
Yeah.
And there was a really good chance yesterday. I saw your guy, Bob Nightingale, tweet this out. The wild card lead could have gone down to a half game if Texas would have won again. And then I checked the score after I saw your guy's tweet, and I went, oh, let's see. And
better double check.
The Rangers, well, the Rangers were up 2-0, and then Arizona put up a 5 spot. So the Diamondbacks did beat the Rangers, but that's going to be a team that could make this really interesting. I know we discussed this yesterday. It'd be nice to have Eovaldi. That won't happen for the Rangers. He's on the shelf, but the Texas Rangers are only a game and a half out. It would have been nice to win that game last night, but they are right there. Maybe not where they want to be, but right on the cusp of making a very, very final month push.
Great breakdown by Bob, saying he worked the math. He said, well, if they would have won, would have been one game closer. It's very, very strong stuff. All right, AL pennant odds, the Rangers 35-1. It's a pretty good number for a team right on the cusp. It's very dangerous. Yeah, 35-1 for the AL. They're the 2, 4, 6, 7th favorite. It goes from Red Sox plus 750 to Rangers plus 7,500. So, of course, we've got to look up World Series if you're looking 35-1 for the pennant. And the World Series number is 80 over at BetMGM.
I just like them to get in and see what happens. I have no interest in repopping. What did we bet? 25-1 on the Rangers to win the pennant?
Yeah, better number now. Playoffs, where do we sit? We're plus 330 is the best number available.
Padres.
I don't know. Mariners minus 260, Rangers plus 230. I don't know about that one. Yeah, the Mariners, they were that hot team right after the deadline, right? People couldn't stop betting them. Now things not looking so strong. So we'll see if the Rangers can wrestle things away over there and just get into the playoffs in that wild card. We would love, love, love to see that. All right, we're going to talk some NFL. Season starts tomorrow. Our buddy Nate Collins is going to hang out. It's Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. You've got Bet Sweats. We're here weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Here's how you know it's football season. It's Wednesday. Nate Collins is here. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich, Bet Sweats, weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on the BetMGM Network. Season starts tomorrow. Nate Collins is here at Big N98 over on X of the Green Light Pod. What's going on, Nate?
Yo, what's up, guys? I'm happy to be back. It's football season again.
You look good, man. It's been a long time. We've missed you. I miss you so much. I went out and got a Nate Collins 93 Bears jersey. They spelled it right, I believe. Yep, they did.
Wait, I can't see.
Oh, you can't? Let me turn. Well, it's a little awkward. Let me flip it around like Drewski would, huh? I'll flip it that way. I was going to wear this to Vegas in March.
Okay.
I bought this thinking that we were going to do some content together. And then I found out you weren't going. I was going to come in hot in Vegas with this jersey on.
Hopefully we'll get something done this year. That's fire. They spelled it right. That's amazing. The 93. I love it. Shout out to the Chicago Bears. I love it.
Well, how about let's start there, Nate. Like, there are a lot of changes since we've last talked throughout the league, and your two teams, Bears, spent a couple years with the Jaguars. A lot of changes with both of those teams, and it starts with head coach. They got two, according to most people, two of the best offensive masterminds out there that were available to become head coaches in Ben Johnson and Liam Cohen. Do you have a favorite?
Definitely Liam Cohen. I am riding with my Jaguars this year. I am just praying and hoping that Liam Cohen and Trevor Lawrence, that they just click. I just hope that he is the mastermind that can get into Trevor Lawrence's head to get him back to playing high-level football that I feel like everyone knows and thinks that he's capable of. And the Jaguars, I just feel like they have enough pieces that if Trevor Lawrence is playing well and not turning the ball over, not throwing picks, I feel like they can make some noise in their division for sure this year.
Well, if they use their weapons accordingly, no doubt. With Brian Thomas Jr., with Travis Hunter, I like De'Ami Brown a lot, who they brought in from Washington. And then it's put up or shut up for a guy like ETN in the backfield, but they also have Tank Bigsby. I have a quote right here. This is from an anonymous defensive coordinator in the NFC talking about Liam Cohen. Quote, I would say he's probably the only guy that was one step ahead of us all year. I was really impressed with the way that he sequenced plays. That guy's game plan against us had us reassess a lot of things during the offseason. When you hear a quote like that, you should be excited about the potential and the possibility, right?
Absolutely. And I feel like if you're a quarterback and you hear a quote like that and you hear the type of quotes that how people talk about Liam Cohen, like I would think that you're all in, you're putting all your eggs into that basket and into that trust of Liam to kind of put you in the right position, have you in the right spot. And I'm excited for it. And I'm really, I don't want to go on a rant, but I'm really excited for Travis Hunter. I think he's going to do very, very well. And I think the Jags, they have a chance to really make some noise this year. So, I mean, it's before the season right now, and we're all talking about it, but everyone does have to go out there and play. So I am excited to see how that team looks with Liam Cohen running everything.
Yeah, the more and more I thought about it over the last day or so, and I'm staring at Jaguars 7.5 wins, and just the possibility, if Cohen is a hit, there are so many long shot possibilities. You guys mentioned Thomas. That's how good he is, the talent. He could be one of the best receivers in the game. Trevor Lawrence, if they're winning, he would get a lot of credit, and so would Liam Cohen. So, yeah, I think the upside is certainly there. But let's talk about the team they're chasing. What about the Texans in that division? It's about even money. We know they have a lights-out defense. The only question is offensively. What is Stroud going to do now in year number 3? What's the case for the Jaguars catching the Texans in that division?
I hate to say this, but maybe injuries at the wrong time. Maybe the Texans losing a couple of games that they're not supposed to lose. But the saying is defense wins championships, and D'Amico, he has them humming, and I think just him being a defensive player, having a defensive mind, and that defense kind of being a real representation of like him and how like he played, how they're being coached. It's hard to pick against them, and obviously I am, because I'm being a little biased and I want my Jaguars to do well. But I just feel like that is the team to get through. If Nico, you got Nico Collins, and they have Tank Dell's coming back from the injury. So I think if they can maybe get Tank Dell even at maybe 85% or looking like he was, I think that helps CJ Stroud out a lot. And that's an offense, realistically, with the defense that they have. They really don't have to do too much. Maybe put field goals up, score a few touchdowns, and with that defense, they'll be in all of their games, most likely.
Micah Parsons, Green Bay Packers. How much does that lift that side of the ball for them?
I like, it's crazy that you're wearing this jersey today, because now I feel just horrible saying this, but they're my Super Bowl pick. They're my Super Bowl pick this year. Like, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And
damn,
I just feel like Micah is a piece of the puzzle that really, really, if I was on that defense, I would be like licking my chops and so excited to play around this kid, because the way that offensive coordinators and offensive like play calling, how they match up with him, how they double team him, how they chip block him, how they do all this stuff. If I'm anyone else on this defense, it is my time to eat. Micah Parsons is going to get his stats, absolutely. But guys on the D-line, I will be so excited that, hey, I'm actually going to get a lot of one-on-ones now, because they're going to be sliding to Micah Parsons anytime they're doing slide protection, things like that. So I just feel like that just changes a lot of things for that defense. And if their offense, if we can get Jordan Love turnover free and staying healthy, we've seen that offense and what they can do and how that team is coached. So I just feel like if Micah, if he's healthy and he's out there and he's playing the way he's been playing and how we all know how he can wreck a game, I just feel like the Green Bay Packers, if Micah can help them maybe get an extra half a possession to a possession a game, I think the Green Bay Packers are a very dangerous team.
All right, so the Packers representing the NFC at the home of the Niners, a team that they've had trouble with in the playoffs in the past. Which team will the Packers be playing in the Super Bowl?
Super long shot. Everyone's going to go nuts hearing this. Jaguars. But I'm going with the New England Patriots.
Oh, stop. Come on.
What?
This is a bit. This is a joke, right?
Hey, I am biting the Drake May cheese. I think Drake May is going to be a very, very elite quarterback. And I like the way that this team has been built in the offseason. And I'm a big Vrabel fan. I'm a big, tough guy coach, change the culture, change the mindset. And I just feel like the team that they have, even if it's just like they have a lot of guys on offense, I'm excited about the young running back, Stevenson. I think he's going to be amazing for them. I am a Stephon Diggs fan, so I just feel like Drake May, with the pieces that they have, if things click for him this year, and he's been trending, I feel like the right way, since he's gotten into the NFL. So I'm excited for it. Yes, it's a long shot, but we looked at stats, and even for them to win the AFC East, almost every year there is a team in every conference that goes from worst to first. So this is they were the worst in the AFC East last year. I just feel like they have a chance. They can be like first. Hey, you got to maybe split the game with Buffalo, but the Dolphins, you don't like the Dolphins are the Dolphins, and who knows what we're going to get with the Jets this year. So I just feel like, hey, if y'all can maybe split a game, like, and not just lose both of the games against the Buffalo Bills, it's who knows with the AFC East. And yes, it's a super long shot. And then anyone is thinking about it, the the Pats versus the Packers to make it to the Super Bowl plus 20,000, guys. Come on.
Look, I respect the hell out of it. I do. I also haven't heard it. I haven't heard that from anybody. And we've been doing a lot of preview talk. That would be a rematch of one of the first Super Bowls that I remember being lucid for. That was Favre and Bledsoe in Super Bowl 31. So do the Patriots win the division, or do they win the wild card and get hot and then just get rolling?
So I say they win a division. I say they win a division. I say the Bills slip up a couple of times during the year and maybe important division games. Maybe they lose to the Dolphins when they're not supposed to, or the Jets, or whatever it is, and somehow the Patriots sneak in and they win that. And like I said, like every year, I just feel like every year, yeah, a team goes from worst to first in their conference. And looking at all the choices this year, I just feel like the Pats, they have a chance.
I'm blown away. Blown away. We were talking about yesterday, like, okay, what sort of teams can take out these elite quarterbacks? Because you're probably going to have to beat Allen and Lamar or Mahomes, like at least two of those guys. And you settled on New England. Like, I was looking at some of the top tier defenses, like maybe Denver. What do you think about Denver this upcoming season? Can Bo Nix back it up?
Yes, I think he can. I think that's another situation where kind of probably how I would want, if not a little bit better, the situation in Jacksonville to go with the quarterback and the head coach. I just feel like Sean Payton is a guy that he has Bo Nix kind of like, mentally, he has him in the right place where he's going to make the smart plays. He's not going to turn the ball over. And I just feel like he's a guy that Sean Payton, they're getting the right pieces to the puzzle. We all know he's a coach that he's particular. He knows who he wants. He knows what guys he wants, where and how. He likes big, tall wide receivers. So we know we're going to be seeing jump balls, and he's going to let Bo Nix throw the ball. But I think Bo Nix is another young guy that he really the ceiling is high. The ceiling is high. Like, obviously, guys have to go out there and play, but I definitely can see Bo Nix being another guy that, like, we're talking about this season in a positive light because he's putting up numbers.
Last
like
thing,
I think
Nate,
the quarterbacks,
a
lot of the young quarterbacks. I like the young quarterbacks that we have, and I just feel like this year is going to be excited to see how it's kind of like, yeah, like how these guys are going to either improve or the drop off. You know, obviously is going to be one or the other, and I'm leaning towards a lot of these guys that they're going to improve.
We got about a minute left. I know you got your BetMGM app nearby and ready. Do you have a favorite bet week number 1? It could be a player prop. It could be a side or a total. Your favorite week 1 prediction. What is it?
Week 1. You know, I haven't even looked at this fully yet.
What about tomorrow? You got the Eagles smoking the Cowboys, or what?
Oh, to be honest, I like that as a little trap game, and maybe that game ends up being closer than everyone thinks. So I see the Cowboys are plus 8.5 on the spread. Maybe the Cowboys on the spread on that.
Yeah. Keep it
Do
closer.
you guys feel like the Eagles are going to, I feel like the Eagles start off slow. I feel like they start off slow. It takes them a few games to start really ramping it up. Obviously, new year, things could be different, but just beating a team, 9 points isn't that much, but I just feel like I think a lot of people, we like to write the Cowboys off because it's fun. It's fun to hate the Cowboys, but the Cowboys aren't an awful team.
Nate Collins, we'll check in with you next week. Oh, man. Sam, I was not expecting that. Check out the Green Light Podcast, also presented by BetMGM. Joe O, Sammy P. We'll talk about divisional bets on the other side. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
It's pretty funny. Off that conversation, we're going to divisional bets. And the one constant every time we talk about the divisions is, well, we know one thing. We know the Buffalo Bills are winning the AFC East. Nate Collins says, not so fast. Shout out Lee Corso. He's got the New England Patriots going to the Super Bowl, so maybe he's got them winning the AFC East as well, something that neither of us have ever considered all offseason. Welcome back, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. We're going to jump into the NFL divisional bets. But, Sam, it's hard for me to move on from that. I'm just not – I mean, I think you're taking a leap if you were to suggest that the Patriots would be making the playoffs, even with a win total of 8.5. But that's, how we feel about that team. We're down on them more than most. But, man, Nate Collins is higher on them than everybody else.
Look, I appreciate boldness.
Yes.
It doesn't mean I agree with it or even like it, but I appreciate it and respect it. There are some people right now listening in Buffalo like, what the hell was that? And I see some social media reactions that are very up in arms. But that's sort of the hope there in New England, that Vrabel will turn everything around. I'm just not there. I'm not there, at least in year one, to take a 4-win team to a divisional winner. If it happens, we will allow a big victory lap. I think the Bills are the best team in football, though. So I'm against that idea and that notion. Now, could they win the wild card? Maybe get hot? Sure. But you need Drake May to take a massive leap. And think about how they start week number 1 in New England. This is why I like the Raiders in week 1. You got a rookie at left tackle, rookie at left guard. Here's Max Crosby. Good luck. That's not an ideal starting spot for the Patriots. But if Nate Collins is right, they're going to be better defensively. They'll be able to run the ball. And Drake May will take a massive leap in year number 2. We shall see. You and I, though, were parlaying Bills and Chiefs to win their divisions last week or 2 weeks ago. And I told Shope and the Bulldog on WGR in Buffalo, I have Bills East wheeled with a lot of different things. Like Bills to win the East, McCaffrey to win the offensive player. Bills to win the East and this team to do this. Bills to win the East and that team to do that. I am very, very confident the Buffalo Bills will roll through a very weak division. Could be wrong, but that's how I feel.
I think that's a great idea. So knowing we were going to talk about this, that's where I'm at. What we agree with the market. They are most likely to win the division by a long shot. And if you pair that with anything else, like any other division you like, doesn't have to be a favorite like Kansas City. It could be a second favorite, third favorite if you're going down the board. And just pairing that together, you end up getting much better odds. Like I was looking at that with, look, if you did Buffalo, San Francisco, okay, you're high on San Francisco. I've been getting there over the last week or so. That's close to plus 250. Not a bad number at all compared to what you get with San Francisco by themselves. The best number in the market is plus 175, and now we're knocking on plus 250. Even if it's a dog, like the Jacksonville conversation, the Atlanta conversation. With Jacksonville, now you're getting almost 4-1 if you put that with Buffalo. So I think that's a super sharp game plan, pairing it with anything. Now, if they somehow don't win the division, that's a very different story. But if you're looking for the best number, if you're looking for ways to juice up your odds, I think that's a great way to do it.
We're also not laying the $3 and $3.25, though. We are hooking it with other things to minimize the risk. That's why we do these divisional parlays. I did see yesterday that Dan Bernstein is picking the Tampa Bay Bucks to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Dan Bernstein, who famously doesn't make predictions and doesn't do things like that, is now making bets, which I don't think we have to go too deep in the weeds on. So is it weird that I now want to do Bills to win the division and Falcons to win the division? Is that weird?
No, I saw that video clip. I sent it your way because I knew that you would be in on the Falcons even more than me after seeing that video.
Oh yeah, I'm all in. I'm
Yes.
lubed up. I'm lubed up. All right, so Bills to win the division, Falcons to win the division, plus 325.
Yep. I looked that one up as well. I think that's a pretty solid idea. Look, as long as you bring up the Falcons, let's talk about it. Plus 230 for the division. Yeah, it seems like I've been consuming a lot of content. I think we all have been, especially in the last week. We're like everybody else out there. I'm curious what people are thinking. We have our own opinions that we share on the air, but are we with everyone? We are not with everyone in the NFC South. Everybody's on the Bucs. Like, it's clear they're so much better than everyone else. Maybe they're all right. Maybe. But we're thinking that it's Atlanta's time. And one of those pass rushers is going to break through. But yeah, everybody's on the Bucs, man. They're talking about the Bucs the way we talk about the Bills in the AFC East. I thought there would be more of a case to be made by many with Atlanta or even Carolina, but I'm not seeing it anywhere. It's the Bucs love, and I'm surprised by it with the absence of Cohen. Baker is going to be tough to back up what he did a year ago, and I get it. They had a pretty good offseason. They drafted a receiver as well because we know that those receivers don't have a ton of time left. I mean, Evans, how much longer is he going to do this at a high level? I mean, he keeps doing it, but you know it's going to stop at some point. So Falcons, I'm there. All right, here's another one, which we didn't get to a lot of permutations with the Parsons move, right? Like, oh, well, what about Packers to do this? What about Packers to do that? What about Jordan Love to be the MVP? What about Dallas under the win total? What about Dallas to give up the most points in the like? All those are viable. I can roll with that. Here's one that I haven't heard discussed as much, but now I'm there. The Eagles are winning the NFC East. And I know that division, it's a different team every year. We go back, Paul will know the stat, like 20 plus years. I think it's 2005, whatever it is. Like every year it's somebody else.
0304.
Every year it's somebody else. And we were throwing out the possibility early in the offseason when they had Micah Parsons that maybe it could be the Cowboys or something like that. We're not buying the Commanders. I'm not buying their defense at all. The more and more I look at it, I understand they're not as deep as they were a year ago. But with the weapons that they do still have, the Eagles are winning their division. They're minus 145, Sam. I think that trend stops this season.
I would agree with you. I was looking Dallas, but again, this is in the summer before we had this drama between Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons. I know that Washington has a lot of upside, and I still think that's a playoff team. But to win the division, you're going to have to win 12 games again. I don't know because Philly's so good and so well-rounded, and while they did lose guys on defense, they still have incredible depth on offense. Now, injuries are obviously the great equalizer, and if they get, one of those big guys that rush the passer to go down, things could open up. But you also had a Washington team that was very, very lucky with injuries last season. So I was just kind of clicking as I do. And, I don't really want to make straight division bets. I want to wheel things with other things. Bills, Niners, Eagles to win their divisions. Probably pretty likely, right? I mean, they're all favored, but I'm not picking 8 teams. I'm picking 3 teams. Bills, I keep keying the Bills with everything. Bills, Niners, Eagles. Almost 5-1 on a parlay.
Here's what's funny. This morning, I did almost the same thing, but I plugged in Bills, Niners, Eagles, Chiefs, plus almost 11-1.
Wow, really?
Yep.
Wow.
Feel like, which one loses there? Bills, KC, Philly, San Fran. So 2 AFC, 2 NFC. Buffalo, KC, Philly, San Francisco. Which one scares you the most?
Probably the Niners, if health doesn't prevail. No, I mean, if McCaffrey goes down. McCaffrey goes down, it's over.
Curtains.
But you could say that about any of these guys. I'm not going to start throwing guys out that could be hurt, but you know who I'm talking about. If there's one guy on the Bills that goes down, that team misses the playoffs. If there's a guy that goes down on the Eagles in the backfield, they're not winning the division. But we could play that game with basically any team. We could play that with any sport. If Giannis goes down for the Bucks or if Luka goes down for the Lakers, we could always play that game. I hate playing that game, but that is the name of the game in sports, staying healthy. Bills, Niners, Eagles, Chiefs. Who scares me the most? Probably San Francisco if Stafford can do what Stafford has done. That would be my answer.
I like that a lot. Almost 11-1. That's a pretty good one. The rest of the divisions, there are a number of cases to be made for other teams, but yeah, I went there. We were thinking along the same wavelengths on that one. Go for the end zone without breaking a sweat with a Pro Football No Sweat token. You'll get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win over at BetMGM. Something else we talked to Nate Collins about, the Jaguars. And you'll learn throughout the rest of this show as we talk about various markets that I agree with Nate about the Jaguars. I got there in the last day or so. I was making the case, well, what if the Texas defense is that good? What can they do? And the more and more I look at it, I'm buying into Cohen, and I know you're a big Cohen fan as much as anyone, and what the Jaguars are building. This might be the year for them where they're really, really good. We've seen this, good to bad, good to bad. It could all come together this season. They're plus 310 to win the AFC South. Where are you on Jacksonville?
I agree with Paul. I want you to do it in week 1. Prove it's real.
Never.
Prove it to me. No. Oh, okay. All right. So you're in big picture, but not
it's
week
not
1.
happening. Win total 7.5. Let's do it. It's in my rules. It's in the 10 Commandments. I think there's 10.
In the notebook? You have it in the notebook?
Yes. Notepad on the phone. The Notes app. But yeah,
I was shorting Houston last year. I was shorting Houston last year. Maybe I was a year off. We'll see.
Power Rankings, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. They could be good, they could be bad, but everything is on the table on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Every Wednesday, we go over power rankings. We're going to go over our 5 favorite future bets coming up in just a moment. Welcome back. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. We're here weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on the BetMGM Network. And every Wednesday, we do power rankings. So we'll get to that in just a second. Our 5 favorite futures. Got a number of things to go over. Awards later on in the hour, 10:40 Eastern time. We'll do that in 20 minutes. Live dogs, teasers. I've got, let's just say I wrote down 7 that I really like for this week. Live dogs, meaning they could possibly win. So we'll go over that coming up as well. We are live on X all hour. Bet_sweats. Bet_sweats if you want to watch the video version of this show. Sam, what I did for power rankings, I ended up going with win totals because we'll be giving out. We're talking about division bets. We'll be going over awards later on in the show as well. I went with win totals. I think you kind of sprayed the board here. We're going top 5 this week because there's so many bets to go over. Kick us off with number 5. Where did you go with your power rankings this week?
Some of these you've heard. But if you haven't listened all summer, maybe you haven't heard some of these bets. And understand that a lot of sports books have these markets up. So I tried to pick the best price for your buck. There are some of these bets that I gave where you could save 25 cents if you bet it at the right book. But a lot of these are at BetMGM. And let's start with Rome Odunze on receiving yards. Now, last year, I was just adamant that the number was too low at 650.5, 650. Thought it was disrespectful. And he didn't really play that much early in the season. He found his rhythm, and he eventually got over that number, 650.5. I think he is their best receiver in Chicago. And Micah Parsons joining the division makes the Bears a bigger long shot to win the North, obviously. So that's 2 more games the Bears are probably trailing in. I don't like the Bears to be a playoff team, and I think they're going to have Caleb Williams throw the ball more than he did last year. That's a possibility. So I look at this number, which they did move up 200 yards this year, 850.5 now, although there is an 875.5 in the market. I look at that Odunze number and think it's still light. I expect about 950 yards this year, maybe 1,000 for Rome Odunze. Get him the ball. That's what Ben Johnson's going to do. So I like Odunze's over at 850.5. That's at minus 115. Speaking of BetMGM, there's a nice range on this bet. Nate Collins has the Patriots making the Super Bowl. I have them missing the playoffs. It is what it is. Now, if you don't want to lay it straight, that's totally fine. You can bet it with something else. You can wheel it with the Bills to win the division if you want, if they allow that at the sportsbook of your choice. But I think the hype is just insane, evident by the last hour of our show. This was a 4-win team last year that is starting a second-year quarterback, Drake May, who I have plenty of concerns about, a rookie at left tackle, a rookie at left guard. When do we see Travion Henderson? Did you catch he was running back 3 on the depth chart? I saw him going in the 3rd round in fantasy this year. But he's running back 3 in New England. Is he going to be the guy right away? Or does it take 3 weeks of Ramondre Stevenson fumbles to put Henderson in there? Defensively, they spent a bunch of money. But we don't know if it fits. We don't know. I think there's a lot of expectation that Mike Vrabel will just drop in, sprinkle magic dust, and fix everything. I like the hire a ton. Gerard Mayo, I used this analogy last month. Gerard Mayo running the Patriots was like when the parents let the kid off the leash and let the kid just run around and do whatever he wanted. That's the Gerard Mayo era. You're going to be tighter. You're going to be a lot more in control, and things are going to be structured. But that doesn't mean you're going to be 4 or 5 wins better. It doesn't guarantee anything. So I like the Patriots to miss the playoffs. That's number 4 from me. Let's go 3-2-1. I've talked about this one enough to where the market is now 14-1 on the floor. In the summer, I brought up McCaffrey at 25-1. The 25 is gone. Gone. The 22s are now gone. There's a range now, 14-1 to as high as 20-1. That's the best number you can find across the country. 20-1 on McCaffrey. I've waxed poetic about this a ton. Their schedule is horrible. Their offense is down receivers, right? Ayuk is out for some time. Jennings is already hurt. They're going to run the ball a ton. I believe in Purdy, so I believe in the Niners, which we'll talk about in a second. But Christian McCaffrey could touch the ball 400, 500 times this year. And yes, he was hurt last year. I'm well aware of that. But he won this award 2 years ago. And if he carries the mail the way that I think he can, this is a player that's going to have a monster season. Oh, by the way, they play Seattle week number 1. What is this number if McCaffrey has 2 touchdowns in that game? Everybody's going to bet it. Oh, he's healthy again. Let's bet it. No, I'm getting ahead of it. I've gotten ahead of it. And at 20, I still think it's good. Anything sub 20, though, probably a pass for me. But there are 20s available that you can bet in the market on McCaffrey. Let's roll that forward with the Niners. Easy schedule. I love this defense under Robert Saleh. I think schematically they are going to be ready to go. I liken it a lot to Vic Fangio. Why did we like Philly last year? Because they made an amazing A-plus hire at quarterback. Let's get Vic Fangio. We have the weapons there. The roster's fine. The scheme is bad. The coaching is bad. They're going to fix that. This will be, I believe, a top 5, top 10 defense this year in San Francisco. They like the quarterback. As you know, I like McCaffrey, but this schedule is a joke. And they should win 12, 13 games. Maybe, Joe, maybe have an outside shot to be the number 1 seed in the NFC. And then my favorite bet, again, this is nothing breaking news if you've watched Bet Sweats all summer. I keep finding myself on Minnesota, and this has a 30-cent gap in price. Some books have the Vikings minus 115 to make the playoffs. There's another book that has them at plus 116. Which one are you betting? Are you going to lay $1.15 or take $1.16? It's all math, baby. I think it's one of the best rosters in football, and I believe in the quarterback. A kid who has won everywhere he's been. Everywhere. High school, college. He's going to win in the pros, too. Defense is awesome. Flores, Kevin O'Connell, Minnesota. The price has gotten a little bit bigger at some places because Micah Parsons is now inside the division, but they could all make it again. Detroit, Green Bay, Minnesota. I don't know how far the Vikings can go, but I think they're a top 7 team in the conference, and at plus 116, it is still worth a bet.
All right, Sammy P. Power rankings, 5 favorite future bets. Number 5, Adunze over on receiving yards. 4, Patriots missed the playoffs. 3, CMC, OPOY. We're going to talk about that coming up in a little bit because I was staring at that number as well. 20-1, correlated a little bit. The Niners over 10.5 wins, second favorite. But number 1, the Minnesota Vikings make the playoffs at plus money. I mentioned that I did all win totals. And so I'm going to start off. There's a few, actually. We have not talked a lot about this offseason. So I'm curious where you land, agree, disagree on any of them. Number 5, I'm going with Cincinnati. Cincinnati over 9.5 wins. We know the thing is they have these slow starts, but the NFL helped them a little bit by giving them the Cleveland Browns in week number 1. When the defense was among the worst in the NFL at just about every category, they still went 9-8 last year, 9-8 the year before. But let's not forget that in recent memories, this team has won the division a couple times away from the Baltimore Ravens. So when your defense is that bad at 9-8, we know what the offense can do. It's about those pieces staying healthy and schedule. It's doable. It's doable. I'm not going to sit here and say that it's easy, but with the amount of scoring that's going to go on with Cincinnati, I trust them. If you can just get closer to average, I'm not saying being average, closer to average on defense, this team is winning 10 games. So I like Cincinnati over 9.5 wins. Number 4, I keep hearing this team being thrown out there as a sleeper, and I don't get it. I have them finishing in last place in the NFC West. I'm taking Seattle under 8.5 wins. You're going to Darnold? Okay. So Darnold's leaving O'Connell, and now things are going to go just as well as they did in Minnesota over in Seattle. I have a tough time buying that. A ton of rookies on offense. If you look at the current depth chart, there are 6 of them on offense, first or second string. So I have my concerns there. And I am a little worried about, okay, am I overreacting to Mike McDonald year number 1, where he's just, changing the culture, getting his players in as they're going through all those changes. And that is possible. But I'll say this, that maybe it just doesn't work. That is certainly a possibility in year number 2. But I do look at the Niners, the Rams. We're higher on the Cardinals than the market. So I'm looking at Seattle. I'm like, they're going to be 4th place. So give me the under 8.5 on the wins for the year. Number 3, going with the team that has a very low win total over said total. I think this team can be now 3rd place in the NFC East. I'm talking about the Giants, over 5.5 wins. That's how bad it could be for Dallas without Parsons, and with that defense. You need Dak to stay healthy. But I look at this Giants roster, and we know Daboll can coach. There are no questions there. Jackson Dart, now 2nd on the depth chart. Either way, I start the season with Russ. There's going to be some stability there. And this team has a lot of high-end talent, whether it be Thomas at tackle, Neighbors on the outside. You add Carter, Dexter Lawrence, still part of that defense and the defensive line. The Giants can get to 6 wins. So over 5.5. I do like the G-men. Number 2, hinting at it throughout the show, the Jaguars. You want to talk about some top-end talent? Look at what the Jaguars are putting together. And now you add Hunter to the mix. Brian Thomas Jr. can have an explosive season. Maybe this is Trevor Lawrence's best year with Liam Cohen. So I like the talent that they're putting together down in Jacksonville. We like the coach. So I'm going over 7.5 wins for Jacksonville. And number 1, this has been talked about a lot. Lions under. Lions under 10.5 wins. Yes, we know they're a talented roster, but again, let's talk about losing both coordinators, a number of coaches. You don't have your center and rag now, and that road schedule is brutal. Not talked about enough. These schedule makers help them with their road schedule over the last couple of years once they started to have some success. I do think the soft landing on the road, all those dome games, did help them. We don't know what it's going to be like without Ben Johnson. Give me under the wins for the Detroit Lions. So my win totals working 5-1. Cincinnati over, Seattle under, Giants over, Jacksonville over, Detroit under.
I heard from a guy yesterday who books bets in Vegas. Not only does he like the Giants over the win total, he thinks the Giants are live to win the game outright week number 1. Outright, he said, as a 6-point dog. Can you imagine if they knock off the Commanders in week 1?
So our next segment is live dogs. And maybe it's because they're at the top of the board. First thing I've written down is Giants plus 225.
He said the weapons will be unleashed by Russ. Okay.
Really?
We'll see.
Okay.
It's one man's opinion. But if you look at the talent that they actually have scattered across that receiver room, I mean, Neighbors could be a top 10 receiver in football already.
Yep.
And maybe he was last year. So think about if he actually has a quarterback. Look at the guys that threw him the ball last year. Awful. So now you have Russ. Look, I'm not saying Russ is going to take them to the playoffs, but winning one game in the NFL as a vet, not impossible. I think you're going to also see a lot of support for Cleveland. Wink, wink. Not me, but you're hearing it, and they're seeing it. So there's a lot of support for the old guard, the old heads. Russ, Joe Flacco. Maybe we end up on one of those guys. Maybe we end up on both guys. But there is support for the Giants. Remember, that number in the summer was 7. And now we're seeing 6, and there's a 5.5. But the Commanders they're going to just go right back to the playoffs. That'll be pros and Joes, no doubt, week 1. Pros will be on the Giants. Joes will be on the Commanders in week 1.
I thought about the Browns for a minute, but then I just ended up backing away. As far as the Giants, I do think Dart will be out there at some point, and I'm not sure if that would be a good thing or a bad thing for the win total. But as far as getting to 6 wins, I see it, especially in that division now, as Parsons goes from the East to the NFC North. That's going to be pretty impactful. Joe O, Sammy P, live dogs and teasers next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Well, I thought, I thought it was a good trade for the Cowboys. And obviously Green Bay, is getting a dominant player, but let's just talk Dallas for a minute, Nick. Look at the situation there. They got a new head coach, apparently a guy Jerry really likes. They'd like to give him some time to grow. They really don't have a great running back. They didn't make any headway there. Who knows what's going to go on as far as the future? They got Dak under contract for 2 or 3 years. It's almost like they're a rebuilding team. It doesn't surprise me that Jerry can look at this now and it takes some pressure off of him. He gets a nice supply of draft picks. He can really, parlay these picks. He can take, number 1 picks if he wants, obviously, or he can parlay these into a couple 2s, or 3 3s or whatever down the road. So it gives him a lot of different avenues to go to get really good players that can come in and start for him. Now, let me finish saying this. I remember when we made the trade for Herschel at Dallas, everybody was talking about the picks. And Jimmy kind of made reference to the Eric Dickerson trade and another team, I forget who it was at the time, who got a lot of draft picks for a player. And Jimmy's comment was, that's great, but now you have to go out and pick the right players. You got to pick Alvin Harper, and you got to pick Emmitt Smith, and you got to pick the right guy. So potentially, I think it's good. Kenny Clark, I'm a big fan of his. Since he came out of UCLA, I followed the guy pretty close. 3 Pro Bowls in a year. Now, last year he fell off. Last year his sack production, I think he had 1 or 2 sacks. His tackles were off about 10, but he did start all 17 games. So it wasn't like he missed time because of injury. But he's getting up in there in age. But they'll be able to get a year or 2 out of him, and it'll help their defense.
Allen showing.
On a 2nd and 8. Dulcich, touchdown Giants.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Live on X all hour, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich, also BetMGMNetwork.com. That takes you to the Odyssey app. Check out the show every day. You can listen on demand as well. Listen on demand via the podcast. Check us out, Bet Sweats. Give us 5 stars. We would certainly appreciate it. Make sure you're subscribed, at least for this football season. A ton of content every single day right here on the network, especially this fine show. They're not going to call it the flagship. We will call it the flagship show right here on the network. All right, Sam, let's keep rolling. We go into week number 1. We'll step away from the big picture stuff. We'll get back to it with awards in 20 minutes from right now. But what about week number 1? Dogs and teasers. Time to go over the live dogs and the teasers. You tell me, where do you want to start? I think we've got a bunch of interesting angles no matter where we go first.
I'd like to start with the game tomorrow. Dallas and Philly.
Okay.
How many points do you need to take Dallas? 8.5 to me is a lot. I think this game should be 7. 7 was always the right number to me. And then, we're 6.5 when Parsons gets traded, but it's very difficult. While Parsons might be worth 2.5 points, it's very difficult to see that going through the 7. Like, look, if Dallas is an 11-point favorite, okay, let's make it 9. If Dallas is a 3-point favorite, let's make it 1. But when the line is hanging 6.5 all summer and we're going through 7 this much to 8.5, 9, that's a lot. It's more amplified to me around the 7. Now, 3 is the most key number in the NFL. 7's number 2. I think going through 7's a mistake. Could be way off about that, but I think 8.5 at BetMGM right now is a big number. Would you be willing to jump in on Dallas north of 8? Yes or no?
I would rather play the total. I'd rather play the total. I'd rather play props. I think it's very interesting what's happening in the market, though, because the sharp books are at 8. The public books are at 8.5. And then there's some other offshores now. You mentioned one early this morning that was at 9. Now I'm seeing a few of them over at 9. So that's really interesting. So where does this end up closing? Down a little bit? Does the sharp action push that down? Or, hey, it's the season opener. Everybody's going to have a bet on this in some form or fashion. And there's going to be a lot of public money that's going to drive that one up. I find that interesting. I don't plan on playing the side. If I were to, I don't think I'm going to take Dallas. I've seen it too often. This could be Eagles in a runaway, like it was last year when they played, and it was 34-6, something like that.
I think they're live at 8.5. Now,
Okay.
Are they live to win the game? That's a different conversation. Although I've always thought those week 1 openers, those Thursday night games, when the champs are there, the rings are out, the trophies being floated around, you got all these distractions. You got to get tickets for this family, and then this family needs tickets, and there's so much going on that's off the field. Remember the Patriots one year were huge favorites, and then the Chiefs whooped their ass. That's just one example, of course, but it's not impossible. And look, if Dak has a big game, Dak throws for 300-plus yards, they could sneak out of there. I would take Dallas money line before I would take Philly money line. And you can get plus 350 at BetMGM. That's the highest number I see across America. A lot of the Vegas books are 330, 340. 350 is a nice number at BetMGM. So that was just a place I wanted to start because it is tomorrow. As for live dogs on Sunday, you know where I'm going with this one. It's Vegas.
Raiders.
Vegas is going to beat the Patriots. Yeah, they're going to win. Plus 130. Best price I could get there. I am just very, very nervous for Drake May. I think it's going to take time for that left side to come together. Not many NFL teams, Joe, in the history of the league have started a rookie at left tackle and left guard. That's the quarterback's blind side. That's not ideal. Drake May had to learn an entirely new offense this whole summer. If they find rhythm, which is possible, I don't think it's going to happen in week 1. I think the Raiders are more prepared to win early in the season. I think they have a better quarterback. I think they have a better defensive line. And Pete Carroll has a lot to like. So I like the Raiders a lot. They are very live. And I've even tried to lob that out there in my Survivor chats. Hey, Raiders, ? Now, everybody says no, but that's where I'm at.
But the Patriots beat the Bengals in week 1 last year.
Mm-hmm. And?
Exactly. I've been hearing that. I'm like, so? What does that have to do with anything that we're talking about? Outside of the Bengals being bad. Yeah.
Wasn't even playing quarterback. That was
Brissett.
Jacoby Brissett was the quarterback.
Yeah. I'm with you. There are a number of games in that price range that I think are enticing. And let me throw another at you. Falcons plus 118. Falcons at home dog in the division against Tampa Bay. They swept the Bucs last year. We like the ceiling with Penix. It's a matter of that defense. This game's probably going to come down to a kick at the end, right? Like that's what typically happens, and it's a division game between these two teams. I like the Falcons at plus 118. We like them big picture, but I am asking a lot for them to take down the Bucs once again, but I could see it happening.
If it's a close game, that's probably a place where you would look to take the 6 points and add that on top. So that would be one of my favorite teasers, to take Atlanta from 2.5 up to 8.5. 100%. Somebody sent me a text yesterday. They were trying to make a 2-team 6-point teaser at a book that will not be named. What do you think the price was on a 2-team 6-point teaser? Minus what? Minus one. Okay. What?
I know there are plenty of books that are already doing $1.30. So do we even know these prices? I'm wondering if prices changed from last year. Have people even tried to tease? You're not supposed to tease college football, but I wonder if people have looked up the prices. My first guess is $1.40.
$1.48.
Outrage. They're basically saying, don't do teasers here. We don't want to.
I would never even think about teasing at minus 148. Now, there are some accounts, and you know what I'm talking about, that would allow you to tease at minus 110 or minus 115. But that's not going to be at your traditional sports book. And you know what I'm talking about. But the way that they just handcuff you with the math on these teasers is absurd. You know, minus 130 is ridiculous. I got guys complaining about minus 130 that live in Vegas that can't tease.
Oh,
Tommy Lorenzo talks about this all the time. Tommy Lorenzo said that was the worst thing for Vegas when they made the teasers minus 130. So if he's up in arms about going into a Vegas book and laying minus 130, how bad is minus 148?
Okay, so this is interesting. So as you were talking, I was curious, like, what if these books change prices since the last time we had an NFL season here? And the first thing I did is check the Green Book. And I checked the Green Book because I know that they were $1.20 last year. They're $1.35.
Dude, it's a joke. It's an absolute joke. 15 cents. 15 cents.
Yep. Let me check another one that I know is dealing $1.20. They are, hang on. Are they even offering them? I don't see it as an option. I see straight. I see parlay. but I don't see the teaser. They might not be offering them anymore. Okay. I don't know. BetMGM offering them this year? We haven't checked yet.
It's a losing proposition to deal teasers for the book at least. I mean, they used to be minus 110. When we started gambling, you could tease at minus 110. The only way that happens now is if you have a book that gives you minus 105 sides. So then you can have your 2-point teaser at minus 110. But the average teaser price is minus 130 or higher now. And the math is so against you. If you're laying $1.30 when you used to have to lay $1.10 or $1.15. I remember when sports betting went live in Illinois. Was it PointsBet, I think, at the time? They were still doing that Saturday teaser deal where you could get even money teasers. And that was outstanding. I believe it was only on Saturdays, though. You could do it on Saturday. You could tease, and they would give you even money teasers. That lasted about a month.
Yeah, they did they did no juice Sundays in the NFL. It's like at the time it was a no-brainer. Where are you going to bet? Let me go to the place that has no juice. Yeah, I don't think those are being offered anymore.
But minus 148 is crazy. This guy plays at a book that isn't a popular book, and he sent me a teaser, 2-team 6-point minus 148. Absolutely absurd. Only play these if you have the right numbers. Okay, so if I were teasing Atlanta, as I mentioned, I like Atlanta up through 7 and 8 to 8.5. I would tease Detroit up to 8.5. I understand the Packer love and the hype and the Parsons stuff, although he is getting an epidural in his back, which I don't think a lot of people know much about. But I'll take Detroit up through 7 and 8. So the Lions plus 8.5 with the Falcons plus 8.5. That's a pretty good lay considering the math has to be in your favor. But I like those two teams up through 3 and up through 7 and the 8.
It might be worth a post-game discussion with us, whether we're even going to talk about this. Because I mentioned the Green Book 135, the Blue Book's 134. Like, for most of our listeners, is this a waste of time? Because I don't think we should recommend them at those prices. At what's the stop point? But for the purpose of this week, if you are betting teasers, what else is out there? You like Vegas to win. Well, Vegas 8 plus 8.5 plus 9 is also a very good teaser leg at a low total of 43 in the hook. I was looking at that one. You mentioned Atlanta, of course. What about the Jets? We can get that to 8.5 and 9 going up against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Why do you laugh?
Because the final score of this game is going to be 17-16. That's why I laugh. But that would be great if you were teasing the dog up. The total in the game is down to 38.5. So if you take a 2.5-point dog and tease them up, the math is certainly in your favor.
Yep. I'm looking at the Jets and Raiders really jumped out to me as dog teasers, getting it to 8.5, getting it to 9. And then if I were to tease a favorite, one that jumped out is certainly Denver, getting that down to 2 against a rookie quarterback at home.
Denver is probably something you'd want to tease sooner rather than later. There are some books that have 7.5 still. Others are at 8. I see a 9 offshore. I have a feeling Denver's going to get more popular as we get closer to kickoff. I don't feel like you're going to have this wave of people that are lining up to bet Tennessee. So the favorites, I would suggest that you consider maybe betting those before Saturday and Sunday. But that's when most people bet. They get the itch. College football is on Saturday. You dedicate your Saturdays to college football, and then you bet your pro football on Sunday. I think you should alter that schedule going forward.
We mentioned the Giants as a possible dog, plus 225. I've got another dog north of $2. You tell me which one would you bet. You've got the Giants and the Browns, plus 210. I wanted to get the number correct before I threw it out there, so I looked it up today. Zach Taylor, this is entering year number 7. in Zach Taylor's 6 years with the Bengals, here's his straight up record in weeks 1 and 2. 1-11 straight up with the Bengals. 1-11. Browns plus 210 or Giants plus 225? Which one do you like more?
Giants.
I don't like that Commanders defense. I'll tell you. Giants had the better defense in that game.
Russ.
It's going to be a good game. Yep.
Russ.
Go ahead. Take the Commanders in Survivor. I dare you.
Nope.
All right.
Never.
We're going to keep things rolling. Let's talk some NFL awards. Quick hitters next. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
fake it to Williams. Stafford floats it. Nakua reaching, diving, holding on. Touchdown, Los Angeles.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
NFL season starts tomorrow. We've got a lot to go over. We've been hitting futures all day, division futures, a lot of win totals, different awards that we like that we've already bet. We've been talking about throughout the show. And let's throw out some other awards, Sam. Not a lot of time to waste because I know we're going to end up running out of time at the end of the segment with all the stuff that we want to talk about. For those that were not with us throughout the summer, you bet one award that moved drastically. And off air, we were actually talking about it with our buddy Ed Fang from the Power Rank, a conversation that did not hit the air, but we have talked about it, I'd say as recently as a few weeks ago. And this is in the DPOY market. Not a market that I have a ton of strong opinions. There's one other shortish number that I kind of like, but why don't you share with everyone the number that moved big time after you bet it, and whether it's still bettable or not?
Well, it depends on the number you have. I was happy with anything over 100-1 on Jonathan Grenard to win Defensive Player of the Year. And there are a couple of hundreds left, but BetMGM I see is down to 66-1. And Circa is down to about 40-1. That's because there were multiple people at BetBash that were just funneling bets on Grenard. So Feng actually sent me a tweet yesterday. I want to pull it up. He ran some models on how things looked last year in terms of like DPOY and the stats and all that. And Grenard was one of the top 4 defensive players in the league last year in a couple of Ed's metrics. And that's something that, I was definitely privy to because he had 12.5 sacks last year. And that was without the guys they added in the offseason. So they added Jonathan Allen and Hargrave on the D line. So you would think that this defense would be better. Here it is. This is a stat that actually Tej Seth put together. He's at Sumer Sports. And he compiled a stat that's based around pressure rate and successful play. Like, these are all stats. I don't even know what they are. Successful play prevention tackle rate. Okay. Whatever. So the top 5 players in the NFL, number 1 was Yaya Diaby from Tampa. Number 4 was Jonathan Grenard. Number 3 was Myles Garrett. 2, Nick Bosa. 1, Alex Highsmith in Pittsburgh. Those were your top 5 D lineman pressure rates and whatever successful play prevention tackle rate is. I don't know what that is. Again, that's not why I made the bet. I looked at a defense that got better up front, a coordinator that's going to blitz and blitz and blitz, and a defense that should be one of the best in the league. Now, some people like Van Ginkel. Fine. I like Grenard. At 66-1 at BetMGM? No. At 40-1 at Circa? No. But if you could still find that 100, yes, it would be worth a bet. And I think you have 100. You were able to get some.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that book that you bet still has 100. They may be down to 85. I'm not sure. I don't have the range up in front of me, but the hundreds are mostly gone for the most part. At 100, I would still bet it, though. Grenard DPOI.
Yes, bet 100, and I'm checking quickly. I did see 100 still available. I don't know if it is at the place that I bet it. I'm assuming that it is because I saw multiple hundreds out there. Yeah, well, actually, there are a couple. There are a couple, at least in Illinois. Yeah.
Couple.
Mm-hmm. But BetMGM has moved down on that. First thought on DPOY, I'm looking for a little bit of value. I understand why Parsons is the favorite.
This bet net.
feels like he's kind of second tier when it comes to DPOY, but I'm waiting for him to kind of break through. He has the potential. He puts the resume together. He's 15-1. That's one that I think it's a decent bet because I think he's going to be on a team that has a really strong defense. So Will Anderson there. That's what I was thinking as far as DPOY. OPOY, 5 favorite future bets. You said give me CMC 20-1 for OPOY. You nailed Saquon last year around this time, and it's a similar price range with CMC. Anything else you want to expand on that?
Well, you just want to bet the right price, right? We would never have bet Barkley last year at the current price. He's plus 650 at BetMGM. That number last summer was 25-1 or higher. So it's all about the number. We've been pretty good with this market. I remember a couple years ago on You Better You Bet when I used to do the show with Nick and Ken, Justin Jefferson was 22-1. That was a nice hit for the guys, but it's more about the number than it is about the player. Now, the perfect combination is the right player at the right price, of course. But there are guys in that wheel range, like Nico Collins is another one that I thought about. Puka Nacua is another one I thought about in the summer. But I have my issues and my concerns about Matthew Stafford being on the field. Look, McCaffrey to me is a usage workhorse because the receiver room is a little bit depleted right now via the injury to Brandon Ayuk. And also you got Jawan Jennings is a little banged up. Kittle I like, but Kittle's never going to be like this massive ball catcher. So where do they go? Where do the touches go? And I just feel like McCaffrey in the 20-1 or higher range was a very good bet. Ironically enough, McCaffrey was in the Barkley role last year as the favorite at 6-1. So look, any of these bets, offensive player, defensive player, I think you should start at 15-1 and then migrate north. I hate going lower. Anybody can tell you to bet Micah Parsons to win DPOY or Jamar Chase to win OPOY. That's why they're 7-1, 8-1. I think you look for upside, not only in production, but you look for the higher side on the price. I'm not betting 7-8-1. I'm looking for 15 or 20 or 25. That's sort of been my sweet spot over the years. And if you hit a couple guys like we have, I mean, you hit Barkley at 25 and Jefferson at 22, it's 47 units. They add up massively if you can hit a couple in that like 15 to 25 window.
Like that case, like that price, I've got 2 OPOY guys I want to throw your way a little bit further down the board. So better number, or you could say, yeah, much more difficult to hit. We've been pro Jacksonville today, at least I have. Brian Thomas is 35-1. He has that ability to break through to with the top tier receivers. 35-1. If you're buying into Cohen and you think Trevor Lawrence is going to have a great season, there's no reason not to believe that a lot of that is going to be because of Thomas. 35-1, same range as Neighbors, Amon-Ra, St. Brown. That's who he's priced with. And a little bit further down, and again, this one's a Pro Falcons one. I'm not going Bijan. Maybe you're thinking Bijan. He's the 4th favorite. He has a shorter number than CMC at 14-1. Drake London is 50-1. The 3 Penix starts at the end of the season, London averaged 117 yards per game. He had 39 targets in those 3 games. Wouldn't surprise me. If Penix is good, a lot of that is going to be due to his connection with Drake London. So super long shot, 50-1. I have London as well.
You've got Penix long shot MVP, London long shot offensive player.
It's a lot.
The market is very down on Atlanta. Very down. Win total, power rating wise. But if you're right, you will be rewarded. These are the times where you can take shots, because if the market is wrong on Atlanta and you end up being right, what happens if that's one of the best connections in football? You're going to see a lot of love for Drake London to be the offensive player. And we know the talent's there.
Yep.
I mean, look where he was drafted when he came out. We know the upside, the talent is there. He has to produce. If Penix is the answer, we'll see. But that's a nice number on Drake London. That's where we're at. We're not looking to come on a betting show and say, hey, you know who you should bet? Saquon Barkley. You can do that by yourself. You don't need our help to take the favorites of these markets. We're trying to isolate a guy or two that's a little undervalued and that could pay out immensely on a little bet to win a lot.
Trevor Lawrence 50-1 for MVP. If you think the Jaguars are going to break through, I'm just saying, if you're looking for a long shot, if the Jaguars are good, Cohen will get the most credit, but Trevor Lawrence will get a lot of credit as well. Rookie of the year. Talk about your play. The number's still double digits.
Did they move him back up? I wasn't sure. I saw Hampton was okay. I see MGM at 850. Man, Gentry 250. That's my big fear that Gentry just runs away with it. But Hampton on this show, right after the draft, we were talking about Hampton at 16-1, and that number's gone. Now he got bet, and people have added on to the pile. But the main reason that that's come down is because Najee Harris has sort of played himself out of favor by not even playing, by letting off a firework in his face and not being at practice. So I like the Hamptons position. He's a 3-down back. He's going to touch it a ton, and that's what Harbaugh and Greg Roman do. They run the ball. The Rashawn Slater injury, though, makes it much more challenging. The bet was made when you had Slater at left tackle, Joe Alt at right tackle, and that will not happen this year for the Bolts. So that's a little upsetting. Still got a good number. At 10-1, I would consider, but obviously don't like it as much as you did at 15-1, 16-1.
There's one that is on the move a little bit this morning that I'm looking at. I'm not saying bet it right now because he's not starting, but what if Jackson Dart gets his chance and he's successful and you get that New York bump? He's 25-1 right now, but if he doesn't play a couple games, maybe that number gets a little bit better coming up in a couple of weeks. Sammy P, we're going to switch gears to baseball. AJ Przinsky hangs out next right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Ohtani in the driver's seat. 3-1, a rocket to right field. This ball is gone. That is home run number 100 as a Dodger for Shohei Ohtani, and it got out in a blink in the Berg.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Ohtani, 120-mile-an-hour home run over the right field fence yesterday. Welcome back, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich with you. We expect to talk to A.J. Pierzynski of Foul Territory coming up in just a couple of moments. It's a Wednesday, so not a full card. It's a short-ish card, but it's getaway day across Major League Baseball, so a lot of people paying close attention to a couple of those games, and we will later this afternoon because the Rangers and Diamondbacks are going to be playing once again. We're paying close attention to the Rangers now, 4 games above 500. They are right there in that wild card chase in the American League, and right behind them, Kansas City also a part of that conversation. Sam,
I love this pitching matchup. Jake Sky, Jack Leiter. Jake's other guy, Zach Gallen. Those are 2 Jake guys, aren't they?
Yeah. Usually.
Since when is Gallen my guy?
Gallen's your guy. Just go with it.
Maybe not this year, but he certainly has been in
the past. Sure.
Yep. All right, let's bring in A.J. Pierzynski of Foul Territory. Check out Foul Territory weekdays, 1 o'clock Eastern, whether you're on YouTube, check it via podcast later on if you want to listen on demand. AJ, how you doing, man?
Well, how are y'all?
We are just hoping and praying that the Texas Rangers get in. We bet them at a big number. Well, we bet them at like 30-1 to win the pennant, so we're selfish.
Oh.
You think they make it? You think they get in or no?
You know what? If they would have won last night, especially the Mariners clearly don't want to get in either because they're playing like dog poop. So, it's like, man, if the Mariners go east of like Seattle, they can't win a game. It's crazy, right? So if the Rangers would have won last night and really only been a game behind, I would have said there's a really good chance. But them losing last night to Arizona, that one hurts. Do I like their chances? Yes. But when you lose Seager, Simeon, Evaldi, and all the other people they have banged up, it's just a tough road. But gosh, you think Seattle's going to get hot at some time? You just keep wondering when.
Yeah, Seattle's that hot team. Right after the deadline, a lot of people were jumping in. Okay, if I'm going to pick a team now, that's who I like out of the American League with the moves that they ended up making. And you hinted at it right there. When they're not home, they lose. Now, 9 of 10 losses on the road. In the second half, they are 6-14 on the road. Do you buy into that? Is that just them playing poor baseball right now, or is it like when they're just not home, they're uncomfortable?
Happen forever, it will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
They're out of sorts and they can't pull it off.
Especially when they go east. Look at their record when they go east. It's terrible. That's the one to me that I look at. And they're playing in Tampa. They've lost the first 2 games of this series. They have another one today. And I think they go somewhere else east. So it's just not good for them. I don't know why, because pitching usually travels. In the West, but now it's tightening up.
Great drama. That's what we have. Great drama in the wild
National
card.
League's done.
And
by the way, National
League for sure is done. American League drama. And you had mentioned going east. Let's go east. Toronto, New York, Boston, all within 2.5 games. Do you have a horse in that race that you like more than the others?
I'm going to say Toronto. I just like their pitching better than everyone. 1 through 5, 6 if you throw in Lauer. Their bullpen scares me a little bit, but Hoffman got it done last night. I think he's a little bit fatigued. He's thrown a lot of games for them this year. And earlier in the year, he was throwing 4 or 5 out saves, which really wears you down as a closer. Their offense, I think, is better than people give them credit for. Their starting pitching is the best in that division, I feel like. And heck, especially after watching Crochet get banged around last night, that was kind of scary because that's the worst start he's had in a long time. So that worries me a little bit if you're a Red Sox fan. The back end of the Red Sox bullpen has been really good. The Yankees are there, but the Yankees beat up on bad teams, right? They beat up on Framber Valdez last night, but he hasn't been great for about the last 4 or 5 starts. So I still think the Blue Jays are the team. Now, could one of those East teams get hot and win 5 or 6 in a row and get to a point where they overtake them? Absolutely, but I still think the Blue Jays are the team in that East.
Speaking of Houston and Valdez last night, I assume you saw what happened between Valdez and the catcher Salazar. All right, as the catcher, give me your perspective on exactly what happened.
Well, I was going to say wait till foul territory today about 1 o'clock to hear my full reaction. Here's the bottom line. Valdez was pissed that he gave up a homer, and he said it wasn't intentional, but gosh darn, it sure looked like it was intentional because he didn't react like he was real sorry when he drilled the catcher in the ribs. I mean, you got to take a guy for his word, though. You know, I know this. If I was the catcher, I would have had a little stronger reaction than what Salazar had.
What would you have done?
There would have been. They're definitely maybe not on the field, but they're definitely at the end of the inning. We would have been up the tunnel having a grown man conversation about things because that's you can hurt somebody doing that, man. So listen, I saw his apology. I saw the whole thing. We'll dig deep into it here in foul territory coming up because I'm sure that'll be our lead story. But it's just a bad look. Let me just say that it was a bad look for Framber Valdez. And I don't want to say the Astros because it was just a bad look for Framber. This guy is one of the best pitchers in the league, and that happens. And everyone's reaction right away wasn't like, "Oh man, he crossed him up." It was Framber did this intentionally, and I don't want to say he did that, but it was just a bad look.
Check out foul territory today, 1 o'clock Eastern. AJ, you were the full-time guy, and maybe there's a scenario with Valdez where you don't have Salazar catching moving forward. Did you ever experience something like that where, like, look, it's just not working out between us, communication, whatever it is, and the backup would step in and catch certain guys?
Yeah. Well, when I played for the Red Sox, John Lester had his guy in David Ross, right? I caught John Lester opening day. We lost 1-0, and John Lester was like, "Yeah, I don't want him to catch me anymore." And I was like, "Wait, what did I do that was so bad? We literally lost 1-0, or so, it was like something like that." I think John gave up a solo home run to Nelson Cruz in Baltimore. And that was it. And he's like, "No, I want David Ross to catch." I'm like, "Oh, wait, what happened?" But sometimes they're just more comfortable. And then also, it's also an ego thing for pitchers. Okay, if they can go to the manager and say, "Oh, I want my own personal catcher," it makes them feel like they're important. Okay, fine, I'll catch the other 4 days out of the 5. But yeah, it was just one of those weird things that certain pitchers, and Greg Maddux kind of started it with Javi Lopez wouldn't play, right? And then Javi would catch him in the playoffs, and everyone's like, "Oh no, Greg Maddux pitched good, and Javi Lopez is behind the plate. How is that possible?" Well, Javi Lopez was pretty good, right, for all those years. It was just, I think it's one of those things that became a cool thing to see. And if it works as a player and as a team player, if it works and they win all those games and they're doing great, I'll put my ego aside and say, "Hey, it's working." But at the end of the day, as a competitor, I almost thought, well, I can catch better, just as good, if not better. Just give me a chance. Let me learn you. Don't go off one start and say, "Oh, this isn't working." Like, no, you got to give me more. And I love John Lester, so don't think this is a shot at John Lester at all. I love John Lester; he's a good friend of mine, so it's not at all. But it was just one of those things where, man, I'd really like a chance to catch you a few times. Maybe we could figure this out.
I remember vividly asking Joe Madden that when I was covering Chicago sports. It was 2015. David Ross was hitting $140, but he was out there every 5th day. And I asked Joe, I said, "Is this something that's going to last all season?" And he dismissed it right away. But, Joe was always trying to pump his guys up. At one point, though, they hit that lull in that 15th season, and David was not hitting. And it was an issue. Now, of course, they win the World Series the next year, but managers want to keep everybody ready to go, right? And I guess that sort of makes sense. I want to kind of zig here and ask you something else because we haven't had you on since. What's your reaction, and what did you think about Banana Ball? I need to know.
Oh, man. Oh, listen. One of the coolest moments of my career. I have World Series, All-Star games, you name it. I pretty much did it in Major League Baseball. But my kids wanted me to go Banana Ball, and I had never watched Banana Ball, so I didn't know all the rules. So my son's telling me if you hit a foul ball and they catch it, and it's not runs, it's points, and they have a 2-hour time limit. There's all you can't step out of the box, and if you bunt, you're ejected. Like all these things. And And they called me and said, "Hey, do you want to do this?" And I was like, "Yeah, absolutely, I want to freaking do this." And to be able to walk out at whatever it's called now, Rate Field, USA.
Yes.
I still call it USA or Comiskey, with the White Sox, and 42,000, the biggest crowd they probably had in I don't know how long. Every
long
seat
time.
sold out. Yeah, every seat sold out. Every seat packed. To walk out to that ovation is kind of the cap to a career. Like when I retired, I kind of retired quietly. My teammates knew it was my last game. No one else really knew. I was in Atlanta. I went out a big crowd. But then to walk out there and get to play one more time in front of the crowd that means the most to you as a player, and have everybody cheer you and then do it the way they did it was incredible. And then the icing on the cake for me was Mark Burley was there with me.
Yes.
So I got to catch. I threw on the gear for one more inning and got to catch Mark Burley one last time. A guy I caught more than anybody in my career. He threw to me more than anybody in my career. And he has his locker was next to me for all the years we were together in Chicago. So to get to do that with him in front of that crowd, I mean, it's like heartstrings kind of stuff, right? You're just, man, first of all, I don't want to get hurt, which I didn't, and neither did Mark. And then to do that with him and just the excitement on everyone's face, his face, my face, and the Bananas are an incredible organization. The people, and forget the Bananas, the firefighters are the other team, the Banana Ball guys. Just an unbelievable experience. One of the coolest things, my family was there to enjoy it with me. Listen, if I tell any ex-player, if they ask you to do it, do it. It is so worth it. It's so fun. It's just a memory that you can never take away. And I've had more people ask me about Banana Ball. Like I said, I've done everything in baseball. You name it, I've pretty much done it. More people, current players and past players, how was Banana Ball? That's all they want to talk. They don't care about winning World Series, All-Star games. How was Banana Ball? Unbelievable. And I told them all, if they ask you, do it.
So I was one of the lucky people that had a ticket to that. It was phenomenal. I guess like my kids love it too. We went just seeing how it's grown too. Last year we were in a minor league stadium in Indianapolis. And then look at what they're doing now, selling out major league stadiums across
college
the country.
Football stadiums.
It's
College
on
football
ESPN.
stadiums.
It's unbelievable. But my first thought was like, oh, I can't wait. We get AJ back on the show. I got to talk to him about it. And then as it's happening, I'm like, oh, he had to get Burley. Like Burley doesn't come out much. He doesn't come up to Chicago much. He had to probably beg Burley to do this. And then you guys played it perfectly. See you enter the game. Have no idea. This ends up happening later in the game. And then they bring Burley out and you're behind the plate. Did you have to convince Burley to do this? I'm guessing you didn't have to.
Did
Teams and great players.
with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble.
So yeah, I'd love for you to do it with me. He's like, all right, let me think about it. So then I was texting him like, you doing it? He's like, and then about 2 weeks before, he's like, yeah, I'm in. I was like, sweet. And then I was texting Jesse saying, hey, am I just going to bat or am I going to get to catch? He's like, we're not sure, because I just had to get a cup, right? I needed a cup because if I'm catching, I need to wear a cup, and I don't have one anymore. I've retired. So Jesse, about a week before, goes, yeah, here's what we're going to do. We're going to have you hit in the bottom of the sixth, and you're going to catch the inning of the top of the seventh, and Burley's going to come out with 2 outs. And I was like, oh, sweet, this is going to be so fun. So, of course, I got a cup. They gave me catching gear that was like 3 sizes too small, by the way. Bananas, we need to get an adult-sized catching gear. So it was yes. Listen, I want people to understand the baseball is real. The baseball is not rigged at all. There is no, they don't say you're going to do this because you can't, right? You just they play a real baseball game. Now, the people coming out and doing all that is different, but the baseball itself is real. Burley pitching, he pitched. It was unbelievable. Ozzie dancing was not planned. He just did it on his own. The best part was Canerco. Canerco hit the day after me. He gave me crap for not running hard to first when I grounded out. And I go, okay, pal, let me know when you do it tomorrow how it goes, right? Well, they said he hit for like 2 hours to get ready. I took like 5 swings and ran out there. Didn't get to throw, nothing. Just ran out there and caught. Konerko literally, they said, did his normal Konerko routine from when he played like 10 plus years ago. Hit for like 2 hours, did all these drills, and then he got jammed and get into a double play. And I was like, it ain't that easy, is it, pal? Right? So, no, again, Konerko loved it. Ozzie loved it. Burley loved it. I loved it. It was just an experience that will never be forgotten for me.
It was an awesome scene, man. AJ Przinsky, thanks for hopping on. Foul Territory today, 1 o'clock Eastern. Check it out, YouTube, bunch of other places.
Hey, what's the Bears? What about the Bears this weekend?
Under.
Sam likes the Vikings.
Really?
Yeah.
At home? Monday Night Football?
Yeah, J.J. McCarthy, baby.
Oh, come on. I didn't play. First game. Come on.
You watch.
Come on. Caleb's got to be better.
Thanks, AJ. This is the BetMGM Network.
Thanks, y'all.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
This is a football nightmare, brother. I mean, it's clear this guy is just a substitute teacher that's got no control over the class whatsoever, Paul. This guy's got no control of this program. It's all lip service, brother. It's all lip service. It was bad enough that I had to go on Maury Povich last year before the nation and say that Vandy was my daddy. That was bad friggin' enough. But now there's a part 2 to Legends football nightmare. I just got my ass run over by the Gus bus. The friggin' Gus bus just ran my ass over. I guess it's true what they say, Paul. The Gus bus wheels do go round and round. I've never seen a team more softer, more pathetic in all my life. 12 missed tackles last year in the worst game. 14 missed tackles in this game. They said 20 plays where players didn't even care, didn't even chase after the play. Where's the pride? Where's the passion? Where's the friggin' tradition? The pride of wearing the damn A jersey? Where is it? That was friggin' pathetic, dude.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Legend. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. If you couldn't tell, that was from the Paul Feinbaum show. After Alabama loses, gets embarrassed. I mean, Sam, this is something that you've been on just since the dawn of social media. They've never been bad. And I'm looking at it. The last time they were even 500 in the SEC, Nick Saban's first year, 2007. They go 4-4 in conference, 7-6 overall. Mike Shula was a mess before that, but yeah, man, it has been nearly a couple decades since Bama's been this bad. It's one game, but nothing that we saw this weekend tells me it's a one-off. Write it off. They're going to bounce back under DeBoer and be the Bama we know.
The crash out is going to be incredible. If this is
Already.
an 8-4 season, given what they're used to at Alabama the last 18 years or so, the crash out will be legendary. No pun intended. I didn't even mean that. In many ways, because the caller's name is Legend and this show is legendary.
Yes.
They have not been
Flagship.
bad since Facebook launched and took off, since Twitter launched and took off. You know, I remember when I got my first Facebook account. Well, my only Facebook account. What am I talking about? You had to have a college email address. You had to.
Oh, that's right.
So you
Yeah.
couldn't join Facebook unless you had an @edu address. So I joined Facebook in 2006. First thing I did when I got accepted to Marquette, sign up for Facebook. That's the first thing I did. So I had my student email address and I got a Facebook. That was the only way you could get Facebook back in the day. And that's 2006. You said Saban gets hired going into the 2007 season.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say Facebook opened up the floodgates in 2008 or 2009 to everybody. And then all of our parents started joining and playing Candy Crush and being weird. So they kind of ruined Facebook. Beside the point. Then Twitter really exploded in 2010. So they win the national championship, 2009? It was dominance for the next 15 years. Their fans don't know how to handle this. And they are going to start losing their minds. It's been 1 week. 1 week. And we already have these people losing it. Imagine if they lose a couple more games and they lose 3 SEC games this year. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but you will see on YouTube, on Instagram, on Twitter, on Facebook, Alabama fans will not know what to do with themselves.
Will they beat Wisconsin in 2 weeks?
They should.
In Tuscaloosa. They should.
Should.
Obviously, they take out Louisiana Monroe. Okay, after the Wisconsin game, they go on bye. They go to Georgia. Is that a loss?
Yes.
Vandy revenge.
Should be
At home.
Vandy.
Should be
Vandy was a flash in the pan last year. Vandy stinks.
Yeah. At Mizzou.
Could lose that game easily.
Host Tennessee.
Man. See, that never used to be a question, and now it is. That's my point.
Yeah.
You could have just penciled that in for a win for 10 years, 15 years. You can't anymore.
Yeah, there's a 4-week stretch of Tennessee, at South Carolina, LSU, Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm kind of I'm expecting 4 losses. You said if they get 4 losses, they had 3 losses last year. And now I'm looking at it. I'm like, okay, I kind of expect it. Win total updated 8.5. Juice to the under.
8-4 feels right. It does. So
Yep.
that makes sense why they're juicing the under. So
is he fired?
On Bear Bets, on Bear Bets, we had, like, we do these shows now multiple times a week, and the Alabama comments are already hysterical. And it's only been 1 week. Imagine if this carries out all year. You have 2 fan bases right now that are very, very upset. Alabama's one, and number 2 is Ohio State, because they're not getting enough respect for beating Texas. Who's disrespecting that win? Now, a bookmaker would tell you, and I talked to multiple of them this week, who all told me the same thing. If Texas and Ohio State played tomorrow on a neutral, Texas would still be favored. And then you have the Ohio State fans. They just beat them. They beat them twice in the last 9 months. Does not matter. And I'm not saying I would bet Texas. Never said that either. But it's very funny how the Ohio State fans are still up in arms. They don't understand how power ratings work. It's 2 conversations. If you ask me right now to give you a poll, like rank the top 5 teams in the poll, I would put Ohio State number 1 because they just beat number 1 and Penn State played nobody. But from a power rating standpoint, Texas is still slightly above Ohio State. Texas had to go into Columbus, outgained them, got stuffed inside the 5 twice. Ohio State didn't really do a lot on offense. If they played again tomorrow on a neutral field, Texas would still be a very, very small favorite. That's the way it works. Again, didn't say bet Texas in the game because booking it and betting it are different. But if you made Texas a dog against Ohio State on a neutral, you would write Texas to the favorite. You would.
That's Sam. I'm Joe. This is Bet Sweats. Now let's bring in a 2-minute drill.
It's time to go no huddle with the Bet Sweats 2-minute drill on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Joe, Sammy P, I'm laughing because I think I've heard 3 different segments on this network that start with, it's time to go no huddle. Definitely on Sundays, there's a segment we do. When they go to Jason Lock for his bets, it's time to go no huddle. Anyways, that's besides the point.
I was
Paul
first,
Aspen, how you
I
doing?
think. I'm
Yes,
going
probably.
with that was first, but maybe we'll switch it up. All right, off the Alabama conversation. So Sam, you sent us this. Todd Furman has posted some odds on the next Alabama head coach. Tommy Rees, the favorite at 3-1. You got names like Saban at 33-1. John Gruden in there at 14-1, and then other current coaches like Dabo in there. Sam, where are you going, if anywhere?
Dabo would be the guy, right? I would think that would be the most exciting hire. If you could peel him away from Clemson, that would be certainly entertaining. Tommy Rees, I like. I don't understand Tommy Rees as the favorite, though. Joe, does Tommy Rees move the meter in Tuscaloosa? I know he coached there. I know Saban liked him a lot. Does that move the meter, though, for Alabama fans?
Yeah, I understand why he's the favorite with his history there. He's highly thought of in the NFL, so he's respected just about everywhere. But That's not a move I would make. That's not a bet that I would make either. I guess, but do you think there'd be a lot of coaches that would want to line up seeing how this is going down after 2 years to now be the Bama guy? A little bit of separation after Saban where they would be more likely to step in? A big name?
Let me answer it this way. I don't think you can go from tough, physical, crack the whip coach to an offensive coach that fizzles to another offensive coach. I don't think that's the move. And that's what you would have to go from Saban to DeBoer to Reese. DeBoer and Reese are too similar in the sense that they're offensive quarterback guys. I don't think that's the next move.
Younger guys, yeah.
How about DeMeco Ryans? What DeMeco Ryans?
Is that a better job?
Don't know.
Paul's reaction is no, NFL head coach. And he's successful.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he's not flaming out. I don't know. Maybe I feel like he'd have to get fired, and then if he's available. But I mean, if he wants to stay on the defensive side of the ball, like from name recognition standpoint, I have a tough time being like, well, yeah, Glenn Schumann is going to be the next head coach at Alabama, but defensive coordinator at Georgia, right? I don't know. I'm shocked he's the second.
Mario.
No, Mario's staying put. Mario's building.
You want to be on a roller coaster. Yeah.
Hey, you know who else is on that list? Deion Sanders, Paul, 8-1.
I saw that. Oh, well, Gertch's guy. Should have struck while the iron was hot.
Out.
Cincinnati,
He's got to do it again.
Right. Yeah.
What about Gruden?
For sure.
Gruden, 14-1?
No, we always talk about that. I don't see it. Smart's not going anywhere. Freeman's not going anywhere. Lanning, why would you leave? No.
Saban's on the list.
It's tough. I could see Kiffin. I could.
Yeah.
You couldn't?
Could.
He's that guy.
They're so desperate. They're so desperate right now. Think of
Yeah.
how much money the next coach is going to get because of how desperate they are.
I love it. This is great for college football.
It is.
Yeah. So Dabo is 50. Let's talk about Dabo. Let's talk about Clemson. They're up 10-3 at halftime. LSU comes back. We talked about the LSU side a little bit yesterday. Outscored Clemson 14-0 in the second half. A little war. I don't know, passive-aggressive shots between Dabo, giving both teams a failing grade. Brian Kelly saying, I guess he didn't watch the second half. But what Clemson updated numbers after the loss, ACC minus 125 playoff, or no, ACC plus 125, playoff minus 125. Klubnik's Heisman number is 16-1. Natty is 15-1. Sam, where are we at on Clemson after the L?
I still think they make the playoff. Losing to LSU is not a bad loss. I was alarmed, Joe, at the way they couldn't run the ball. That was alarming. I think they're better at receiver. They clearly have a quarterback that they like. I don't want to have the debate whether or not he's an NFL quarterback or not because that's stupid. They have the weapons to get to the playoff still. I would buy low minus a quarter.
I'm not lining up to bet them for the championship around 16-1. Klubnik's 14-1. Look, this might be their toughest game all year. I liked LSU in the game, getting more than a field goal. Wasn't sure that they would win the game. But if you look at this moving forward, Troy, Georgia Tech, Cuse down, North Carolina way down, BC. We're gonna wake up and they're gonna be all of a sudden 5-1. And nobody's going to be talking about this. They have a soft-ass schedule. We'll see how good Florida State is. They close at South Carolina. That's going to be difficult. This could be a 2-loss team. It's possible. So, yeah, I'm not worried about Clemson. I'm not going to overreact. And I still like them in the conference.
Joe, you brought up the idea of having a Utah conversation. We might have to continue in lightning bets or tomorrow. But talk a little bit about Heisman. Big 12, they're plus 450. You might be able to get better numbers elsewhere. Playoff 3-1. Natty 100-1. Utah, a quick additional thought from yesterday's convo.
Yeah. Sam was bringing up the quarterback play that they're getting or they're going to get out of on that team this year is something we have not seen. Big 12 wide open. Most spots have decided to make Utah the favorite, but when I say that, I'm talking plus 450. Same price at BetMGM, even though they've got Utah as the second favorite there, Sam. Yeah, we can continue this, but in a conference that is viewed as pretty wide open, if you're going to take your shot, Utah, a team that has not been talked about much throughout the offseason. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich, Lightning Bets next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Get ready to experience the ultimate
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning Bet's coming up in a few moments. Joe O, Sammy P. Tomorrow, the NFL season starts. We'll be here with plays for the season opener. Finally got there. Looking forward to that. And don't forget, there's a game Friday, and then we continue Sunday and Monday when it comes to the National Football League. Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. And Sam, we were just talking about Utah. You were the one that brought it up, how impressed you were with them. And it was a team that was just not discussed in the offseason. A lot of people trying to figure out, okay, where am I going to take my shot here in the Big 12? Some spots move them to the favorite, but it's really close. Utah, Texas Tech, Arizona State, all these teams up there, but nobody is 4-1 or shorter when it comes to the Big 12 conference.
I like Utah a ton, and I was just wanting to see what they had at quarterback because I had heard some things that they really liked Dampier, and of course every coach is going to say we really like this or that. That's the way it works. Coaches are never going to coming into a season and say we don't like our quarterback. That doesn't happen. Mm-hmm. Some coaches were caught lying about some of their quarterbacks, like UCLA. Oh, Nico's never looked better. Well, not true. Utah, though, has a very, very manageable schedule. And I think while some people might be looking at them to win the Big 12, which I totally understand at 450, 5-1, they have a lot of coin flip games. They've got about 5 of them down the stretch in conference play. What do you need in college football to win coin flip games? Exceptional quarterback play. As somebody who has Carson Beck at a really nice number, I am thinking about adding one more guy right now. That's Devin Dampier to win the Heisman at 35-1. He's fun to root for. He plays that dual threat style that makes voters excited. He can run. He can throw. He can throw on the run. I'm not trying to get too excited and too overreactionary to one game, but he was all over that UCLA defense. And the defenses in the Big 12 are nothing special. Is that a bad idea? Dampier, add that to my Beck portfolio. And now I got Beck at a good number and Dampier at 35-1. I'm thinking about it.
Man. That's interesting. I'm just looking at the range, the guys priced around him, and there's a lot of no's. Like Jeremiah Love, CJ Carr, Sayin, Moore, Arnold. You like Lagway. He's sitting there at 20. But yeah, no, that's a name I have not heard a whole lot of people mention. Do you know what he was before Saturday?
Oh, I'm going to guess he was 50 or 60-1. And I would understand making that bet that I missed the best of it. But I have their schedule up right here. It's very, very manageable. Your toughest games, BYU, you're on the road. Arizona State comes to Utah. Kansas State comes to Utah. You go to Kansas end of the year. There are not many dominant defenses on that schedule. The best defense in the Big 12 is probably Utah. So with that defense and that quarterback, could they win 10 games? Yes. If they win 10 games, who's going to get the love? Quarterback.
Makes a lot of sense. I like that look. It's good. Lot to discuss. We went over the awards. We didn't hit Coach of the Year. I want to do that. I think that's worthy of a conversation tomorrow, not something that we just want to squeeze in a couple of minutes. Defensive rookie, I don't know that you landed on anybody there. I know you're in on offensive rookie. And this happens with a lot of awards. It's going to be hard to see someone beat Carter, right? Isn't that where we're at? Yeah. Plus 250. He's your favorite. New York bump. As long as he's healthy, he's a justified favorite. I don't think it's like a Genty situation. Genty could run away with it as well, but it does feel like there's a bit of a separation there when it comes to that. What about friend of the show we've had on in the past, always entertaining, Ian Hartitz, talked about your Niners. What did he have there?
Well, I was about to bring up Mikael Williams, but I don't need any more Niners stock. He's a great rookie that a lot of people like around San Francisco. So Ian put together the whole schedule, and I'll read some of the examples off. So he has the whole schedule listed in order, and then his own spin on it. So he goes Seattle, Sam Darnold. New Orleans, Spencer Rattler. Arizona, Kyler Murray is short. And we go down the board. Matthew Stafford's back hurts twice. Penix got a little Jameis in him. Russ, Jameis are a rookie. Kyler Murray is short again. Bryce Young is short. Joe Flacco or a rookie. Rookie Cam Ward. Daniel Jones. Caleb Williams likes to take sacks. Sam Darnold again. It is a very, very, very easy schedule. You play a lot of quarterbacks that either can't see over the line or like to take sacks / hold on to the football. And then Darnold twice. Man, such an easy schedule and a very nice track in terms of opposing quarterbacks that you're going to face this year.
Uh-huh. All right, so see, this is the danger before the season starts. You end up talking about stuff so much, and then you talk yourself into certain teams. And then when you do that, what about MVP? What about Coach of the Year? What about Most Valuable Player? DPOY? What about this guy? This guy on this team? If they're going to be successful, there's a good chance that all of this happens. And you get into a spot where maybe you get into a little bit of trouble. But it is worth pointing out that if you go back and look at all the awards that are handed out in any given NFL season, a lot of times you're going to see one team sweep, almost sweep. Like we saw a couple years ago, a bunch of Browns got awards. Stefanski was the coach. Garrett was DPOY. We've seen years where it was the same thing with the Ravens. Lamar's the MVP. Harbaugh's the coach of the year. This does happen. So if you do have a strong opinion where you think somebody could be top-notch, put everything together, like lining those things up, that makes some sense. I'm looking at, as you're talking, I'm looking at, okay, what about NFC number 1 seed? Where are we there with the Niners? They're the second favorite. They're plus 600. Packers right behind them. Almost the same price, plus 650.
Who has an easier schedule, San Francisco or Green Bay?
Niners by a mile. Niners by a mile. Philly's the favorite there.
Confirmation bias is a very scary thing, Joe. Mm-hmm. I have loved San Francisco all summer, and then you see a graphic like that, and you go, "Oh, how much more San Francisco can I get? I'm good. I don't need any more." Given the over on the win total, McCaffrey OPOY, NFC, I have enough.
Best record? 12-1?
I'm good. Nope. I'm done. I have lightning bets if you'd like.
Go ahead.
Okay. Illinois is losing on Saturday. But I will be careful, and I will take the 3 points with Duke. Give me the 3. The 3 is important there, just in case we get something weird and Illinois wins by 1 or something like that. So I'll take Duke plus 3. And I might as well do it now. I've been talking about it for 2 weeks. Give me the Las Vegas Raiders money line, plus 130 against the Patriots.
Okay. One of the live dogs that we were addressing earlier on in the show, understand where you're coming from there. When you said Illinois is losing, I thought we were jumping right into 10 toes down. Right into it. A day early. That segment makes its debut on Bet Sweats tomorrow. 10 toes down. Looking forward to that. Make sure you're here. All right, I'm going to throw out, let's see what I've not discussed a ton. Give me the Giants over 5.5 wins. This offseason, we talked about a lot of teams. Giants, not one of them, but of the low numbers to go over, I really like the Giants. And let's go OPOY Brian Thomas, 35-1, and Drake London at 50. I like both of those. They're long shots, but I see the upside with both of those cases. And this came up during our division talk. Buffalo, KC, Philly, San Fran. We'll go 4 legs. It pays you almost 11-1 for those 4 teams to win their division. There you go. All right, let's go to Jake in a moment. We'll start with Paul. Paul, what you got?
This not a bet, but interesting that JMU has come off the 14 against Louisville in Louisville, so that is now down to 13.5. But one play, and I hate that they blew out Boise for the purposes of this conversation, but I'm a South Florida guy. They're catching 17.5 going into the Swamp. It's interesting you guys brought up the schedule for Florida. This could be a little bit of a look ahead spot, but more so, I think in the first half. They have played up to the level of competition over the last couple of years. They have hung with Alabama until late in games. Even the Saban Alabamas, not just the DeBoer Alabamas. They have hung with Miami for a half or so into a third quarter before the wheels kind of come off. So I am going to play South Florida plus 9.5 in the first half against the Gators.
All right, I've officially gaslit myself that
yes.
Since everybody thinks Illinois is going to lose against Duke, that they're just going to win. I don't know. It's probably going to be ugly and horrible.
Who's everybody? Wait, who's
everybody
besides Sam?
And you're back here.
Yes, Paul.
Who's everybody?
Sam said it. I know
everybody is saying, why is Illinois only -3?
Also fair. I don't know. It's just PJ Glasser's also on Duke. Sam's now on Duke. People on the internet are saying Duke's just going to win.
Glass man's on
so,
it.
It's just saying as a point of reference. Anyway, my point being.
Wait, I take it back. Never Duke for me ever again. I'm out on Duke. Forget it.
All right. Well,
wait till the room comes
really
Illinois on Friday, Jake. When the room says
stop.
Illinois,
stop.
Yes.
Well, thankfully I won't be here. So. Yeah, I won't even be able to watch the Illinois game because I'll be at my best friend's wedding. Awesome. Can't wait for all those texts. Great.
Are you moved yet? Like, what's happening?
I mean, more or less. I'm inside the residence.
Okay. Good job.
So, thank you.
We'll get an update tomorrow. Thank you, Jake. Appreciate it.
Hey, thanks.
This has been Bet Sweats. Game day tomorrow. The NFL season starts. Be here, 9 a.m. Eastern. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.